of that based on my agenda, and then we like to break it up into a couple pieces. Is there another commissioner that would like to read the second part of all of this one? Thank you very much. Coordinating on the logistics. Please.
Indigenous tribes and bands have been with the lands that we inhabit today throughout Oregon and the Northwest since time immemorial, part of Oregon today. We'd like to express our respect to the first peoples of the land, the 9 federally recognized tribes of Oregon, Burns Paiute Tribe, Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua and Siuslaw Indians, Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indian Reservation, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation, Coquel Indian Tribe, Cow Creek Band of the Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Klamath Tribes.
It is important that we recognize and honor the ongoing legal and spiritual relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. The interconnectedness of the people, the land, and the natural environment cannot be overstated. The health of one is necessary for the health of all. We recognize the pre-existing and continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place, and continuing to share their traditional ecological knowledge and perspective on how we might care for one another and the land, so it can take care of all of us. We commit to engaging in a respectful and successful partnership as stewards of these lands, and as we are obliged by state law and policy to uphold government-to-government relations to advance strong governance outcomes supportive of tribes' self-determination and sovereignty.
Thank you very much. We're going to now move into discussing the agenda very briefly. Again, we have a very full 2-day agenda. We have a hard stop today at 5 o'clock. This room is going to be used for another meeting this evening by the Medford Police Department. Tomorrow we will convene in the same room. We'll also begin at the pre-sunset hour or pre-sunrise. I'm long drive last night from Ben. Pre-sunrise hour of 7:30 in the morning in executive session, which is closed to the public. After that, we have a tour of fire affected areas, and we'll meet back here at noon for a leadership roundtable and lunch. Tomorrow's business meeting will start at 1 p.m. And so with the agenda, Director Bateman, anything to add for us for our 2 days together? Copy, so we get the sunrise and sunset together here. Please note that the QR code is available here in the room for quick access to meeting materials. There are a lot of agenda topics, a lot of meeting materials, so if anybody needs those, that should provide a quick opportunity for that. So we're all okay with the agenda for the couple of days. We're not going to have a formal motion, just confirming that works for everybody here and online with Commissioner Boyer. Online, I see her head confirming yes, so that's great. So let's take a moment to introduce ourselves at the start of the meeting. Changes that are certainly occurring, we could highlight those as well. So please just share your name, the region that you're representing. We'll take a moment here across the table, of course, online with Mr. Boyer, and then we'll move into having staff introduce themselves and any invited guests to introduce themselves as well. So if that sounds good, we can start right here. Go ahead, please.
I just need to get very close to your microphone.
Get very close to your microphone as we speak so that everybody can hear. And I hear Commissioner Boyer confirming, so thank you for being our audio check online. Would we like to start at the end with Commissioner Lazo?
Thanks, Vice Chair Lilac. Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner Alan Lazo. I represent the Portland metropolitan area.
Leanne Thompson, the coastal area is my venue from all the way down, including the parts of Lane and Douglas that are west of the mountains. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Gerard Sandoval, and I represent the Willamette Valley.
Good morning, Stuart Warren. I represent Southern Oregon, where we are right now.
And I'm Nick Lelak. I represent Eastern Oregon, the 18 counties in Eastern Oregon. And I just want to take the moment again to Commissioner Thompson. We're so honored to have you with us, to recognize Commissioner Sandoval. It's your final meeting with us. We can speak more about that later. And other changes are occurring at the same time as Commissioner Warren has been appointed to the Willamette Valley position. Is Valley, Southern Willamette Valley, Mid Willamette Valley, Willamette Valley position. Okay, great. And I'm just going to share now because we're going to begin to talk about commission liaison assignments, and sometimes those assignments take a year or 2 years that we commit to. My term ends on June 30th of 2024, and I will not be seeking a second term on the commission. So I have every intention of fully completing my term, but just as we think about our commission's liaison assignments for the next year and beyond, and I can share more about that later, but just so we can think about that. So anything else with the commission? If not, then we're going to turn it over to our staff introductions if we're good. And if I may begin with Director Bateman.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. I forgot about Commissioner Boyer online.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm not with you guys today. I'm leaving tomorrow, traveling tomorrow for a family wedding in the Southeast. Commissioner Boyer representing, Barbara Boyer representing the Willamette Valley.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Brenda Bateman, Director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
And I'm Steve Shipsey. I'm counsel to the commission.
Morning, Kirsten Green, Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison.
John Dusmore, Network Administrator for DLCD.
Jan Guerrero, Commission Assistant and Assistant to the Director.
Just speak loudly, and we might not be able to capture everything online, but it's important that we recognize everybody who's here. Thank you very much. So for those online, and Commissioner Boyer, we have 9 staff members that you were not able to hear to our meeting. Thank you for being here. Is there anybody else to recognize or to introduce online that I might not be aware of? Okay, any other commission business before we begin with our first agenda item, which is the Washington County Enforcement Order, adoption of a modified order with Laura Kelly, and it will have testimony for from the 2 parties. We're starting a bit early, which is great given that we have today. Oh.
You're a little early, so she.
Getting set up here and given the early hour, and just please continue to offer your helpful comments to me throughout the day, whether it's time of day or whomever I'm not catching online. You do? Yeah, I passed it down. Oh. Okay.
Commissioners, I'm Gordon Howard, Community Services Division Manager. This is the Washington County Enforcement Order termination and readoption, and Laura Kelly, who's our metro area representative, is here to give the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Halova, Vice Chair Lilac, and Commissioners. I'm Laura Kelly, the department's regional representative in the western portion of the Portland metro area. I'm here to give a brief presentation about the item before you, which is a termination and readoption proposal for a Washington County enforcement order. And next slide, please. The Commission is going to consider whether to modify an existing enforcement order against Washington County in response to a recent change in state law. Next slide, please. The parties to the proceeding are the same as they were for the existing order. Each will have an opportunity to provide comment after my presentation. Next slide. The enforcement order against Washington County was issued by the Commission earlier this year. The process began with the requester filing a petition and included a contested case hearing with a hearings officer, and it ended with the Commission's decision in May of 2023. Next slide. The enforcement order relates to the county's code standards for protection of Goal 5 significant natural resources. The order directs the county to adopt code standards to comply with clear and objective standards and requirements of ORS 197-307 by October 1st of 2024. It also imposes a stay on residential development within wildlife habitat areas until adoption of that code. Next slide. Shortly after the Commission issued the order, the legislature enacted a change to the clear and objective statute by limiting its applicability to areas within UGB's urban growth boundaries. Next slide. An administrative rule provides that should a change occur to state law that eliminates the need for corrective action in an enforcement order, such as a stay, the Commission should terminate the order. Next slide. The legislature's passage of House Bill 3197 did eliminate the need for the enforcement order stay in areas outside UGBs. However, the need for the stay inside UGBs remains unchanged. To modify the stay, the Commission must terminate the existing order and readopt with the changed stay geography. Next slide. Both the county and requester support this proposal. The county is the one that asked for this change after the passage of House Bill 3197, and the requester agrees that the proposed modification would cause the stay to be consistent with state law and has no objection to the termination and readoption for this purpose. Next slide. The department also agrees that the order should be modified accordingly. To do so, the Commission would need to terminate the existing enforcement order and adopt a new order with modified stay geography. Next slide. Okay, and so now is the time for the party's testimony.
Moment while we promote them.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? Hello? Apparently muted. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good morning all. Yeah, this is Ken Dobson for the requester. I think Ms. Kelly accurately summarized our position on this. State law has changed to limit the geographic range of the needed housing statute. The legislature has done that. We're not going to argue that they didn't do that. And accordingly, I do believe that the enforcement order needs to be modified to reflect that change in state law, provided that there are no additional changes to the enforcement order and that the terms and conditions of the enforcement order will be the same as it was before as it relates to lands within the urban growth boundary. I don't have anything further unless anyone has any questions.
Commissioners, any?
All right, seeing none. Thank you. I'll yield my time.
Great, thank you very much. That concludes from staff as well as from, from Washington County. Great, thank you. So any clarifying questions or any comments from commissioners either here, and I don't see Commissioner Boyer, here she comes back online. Great, just given the screen, which is helpful. Thank you very much. So let me just turn it over to any. I'm sorry. Oh, she does. Great, Commissioner Boyer, please.
No, I don't have anything to add at this moment. I go off screen when they're sharing screen just so I can look a little closer.
Great.
So thank you.
You're welcome. I just, sure don't want to miss you in our meeting. Great. Well, we can proceed rather quickly on this item if we don't have any further comments. If we have, we can move forward.
I move the commission terminate 23-ENF-001933 and adopt the revised enforcement order as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval. Seconds. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Jan, please call the roll.
For the record, Chair Halova has an excused absence. Chair Lilac,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo
Aye.
and Commissioner.
Thank you very much. The motion carries. Very quickly through that agenda item. We will now move to public comment, item number 3. And I see had one public comment submitted, and I'll bring over to Jan to see if we have people signed up to provide comments in person for 3 minutes. I don't see.
We had Bob Courtwright signed up for a public comment. I don't see him online yet.
Okay,
If Bob isn't here, we could pick up his public comment after this. Be a nice, clean way to handle that, in my opinion. We could let him know. Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Great. So we'll be sure to conclude the CFAC item at least a few minutes before 5 o'clock at our hard stop, so that Mr. Courtwright can provide his public comment then, which we have the written comments, and it pertains to the climate friendly and equitable communities. So great.
Yeah, it's as you know, it pertains to the designation of the area, but just to make sure we're just a perfectly squeaky clean procedural machine, we will do that after.
Yes, thank you. It's not a public comment on the package of amendments. It'll occur after the amendments action, not predetermining the action on the amendments either. So that will be good. So we're certainly ahead of schedule. Are we prepared to move forward with our review of the director's appeal of the Morrow County decision? I defer to Jan. Oh, Bob came online. Sure. Well, then we'll go ahead and proceed if he's available. Thanks for being here a few minutes early, Mr. Courtwright. Let's go ahead and, he's Rob Courtwright. Yeah, I said Bob, sorry. Rob.
Rob Bovett for the Washington County Enforcement.
Did he want to provide?
Rob, are you with us?
I am indeed. Can you hear me?
Hey, Rob and Steve Shipsey, we already acted, and we acted the way you wanted. So I always like to know if a court's already done what I want, that I need to just thank them.
Well, you guys are way ahead on your agenda. I had it down for 8 o'clock.
Yeah, sorry about that. But
no, I was just here if you had any questions anyways. I think we kind of worked it all out. So
thank you.
That's great. Good morning, Rob, and thank you, Rob.
Good morning. Enjoy your time in Southern Oregon. We'll catch you next time.
Sounds good. Thank you. Great. We're moving rather quickly this morning. Take a short break? Okay. Okay, we will take a short break and will we reconvene at 8:15 or at 8:30 for the agenda time? I'm sorry? Okay. Just to let, 10 minutes? Reconvene at 8:05? Oh, okay. Great, we'll take a short break and reconvene in a few minutes. Thank you.
We're
talking fast.
Why? So you be like broken up, public comment?
Oh, no, I mean, not yet.
Because he's handling this topic too.
Oh. I need to. Okay.
Great, welcome back. We're going to get started, and just a reminder to really speak clearly into your microphone. I thought I was close enough and was informed that I was not. So please continue to let us know if we're not doing that. It's important that everybody can hear our important conversation and decisions. I will turn our next agenda item, the review of the Director's Appeal of Morrow County's decision, over to John Jennings to kick us off. I know he's in the process of starting his presentation here in just a moment. I understand we have people both in the room that will participate in this agenda topic as well as online, that we clearly include everybody. Everybody online, again, also please speak clearly so that we're able to hear you in the room. Your voices are very important to us as well.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm John Jennings. I'm the Community Services Specialist based out of Bend, Oregon. Happy to be with you in Medford. Always glad to get down here to Jackson County. I want to welcome Commissioner Thompson as well as everybody else. This morning, start my video here. So this morning we're going to be the director's request, the department's request to proceed with an appeal of a Morrow County decision. And so I'll be walking through that. And as I mentioned, there's some folks that will join us, part of the application team, as well as I believe the county may join too. So here's where we're at, right? Just want to start off with where the project is in the state of Oregon. This is local ordinance 23-6, and Morrow County highlighted there or shaded there a little bit, and the circle represents approximate location of the subject property, not exactly, but approximately. It's south of the city of Boardman, about 9 miles, and south of I-84 and the Columbia River. What this proposal does, what this decision does, local ordinance, is it approves exceptions to goals 3, which is our agricultural lands goal, 11, our public facilities goal, and 14, our urbanization. And the purpose of these is to site a data center on rural lands outside of urban growth boundary or unincorporated community boundary. It's about 274 acres in size, and would convert the property from an exclusive farm use designation to a general industrial designation. And I'll just take a second here and say that we're not against data centers. We don't have a problem with data centers. We'd like them to have a little more employment perhaps per acre, but we're not fundamentally opposed to, and we're not opposed to this project. Our concerns are really about the orientation on the landscape. The exceptions, goal 3 is necessary because the land is protected under goal 3 for 11 has to do with the extension of water, which would come from the city of Boardman. That's not really our issue in this case. We, again, we're not trying to kill the project. We're really more interested in the goal 14 is necessary because this project, and we'll see here in a minute, it's pretty large, and it exceeds what would ordinarily be considered a rural use on rural lands. And because of that, because it kicks it into that more of an urban category, a goal 14 exception is necessary. Here's the appeal factors that we'll be looking at and you'll be basing your decision on. We'll talk more about these later. Again, these are in administrative rule, and there one or more of these needs to be satisfied. So it's not all 6. It's really, and we'll talk about why we think more than one are in this instance. And some of you have seen these before. Some of you may not have quite as familiar with them. So here's again, this is a rendering of what the project could look like on this. We'll see this. But 274 acres, give or take, a little more than 1,000,001 square feet and 4 buildings. And again, I don't think this is meant to say this is exactly what it's going to look or how it looked. This is how it could look. That's how it could look on that property. The applicable administrative rules for the first 2 goals, 3 and 11, would be Division 4, and the reasons exception, which is a particular type of exception, And among other things, that requires an alternatives analysis, showing that the use can't go on lands that don't require a new exception. And then also for the Rule 14 piece, the applicable rule is our Division 14, which is very similar. There's some differences, but it's similar. It's also a reasons exception type of exception. It also requires an alternative. It requires, among other things, a demonstration that the site can't be accommodated inside boundary or through the expansion of an existing urban growth boundary. So moving forward, this I'm fascinated by this slide. I've worked in this and I wish you guys could see it. You could see it better. But there's a lot of stuff going on here. We have I-84 here. The Boardman Airport is about 3,000 acres here. It was at one time the proposed site of the Boardman Speedway. Some of us remember that, which didn't come to pass. There's been a strong military presence over the years. There's a Boardman bombing range here, we're called Boardman, owned by the Navy. Chemical depots over here. Much of this area is included as I'm not getting the term quite right, but it's a special airspace around Boardman. That the Navy still continues to run training maneuvers over with their growlers out of Whidbey Island, Washington. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Now, hopefully we don't get an echo. So just to carry on there. So we've also, I think we're gonna need to mute myself. I'm gonna get some technical help here. Apologize for the. Thank you. Mr. Dunsmore, thank you very much. Most of this area is owned and managed by 3 Mile Canyon Farms, and that's a fascinating story. We don't have time. It's a great story. You can see the pivot irrigation system that's broad spread there. In fact, up here in this kind of corner, that's the site of the Boardman Solar Project that was approved several years ago. Hasn't been constructed yet, but it was one of the first large scale projects approved by the Energy Facility Siting Council. Subject property down here, you can kind of pay attention to this little Pac-Man looking guy. Here vicinity has been the center of power generation for a long. The PGE coal fire plant is located, what's left of it located there. The Carter generating station, I think, is located right there. And also, I think there was a solar project that was there that hasn't been constructed yet. So there's a lot of, anyway, I'll move on, but I couldn't resist. There's just a lot of stuff going on here. It's an exciting area, and it's been my privilege for some time. Trying to think of what I left out. I'll just point out the Port of Morrow up here. I just, for my money, that's one of the best run ports in the nation. I'm just really impressed. I have always been impressed as the way they operate. And then there's some industrial lands up here as well, kind of between the river and the interstate highway there. Drilling down a little deeper. Again, here's our Pac-Man guy, subject property. You see some of the dairy on 3 Mile Canyon Farms. Again, it's a really remarkable operation. I think they milk 30,000 cows. There's a big reason why Tillamook moved their new operation there at some point. You can see Carty Reservoir here. And again, in addition to the dairy, they do some specialty cattle feeding and obviously grow a lot of crops. This project here is kind of nestled in here. It is dry. It's not irrigated right now, and the soils aren't particularly good. Look at the soil inventory, the online soil study. You'll see the soils are pretty comparable to all the other soils out there. So really, in our estimation, the primary difference is that there's not water there right now. Again, drilling down, just one more step. Here's subject property. Again, here's our Pac-Man guy. And here's the energy generation facilities. Here's the, I think this is where the primary milking parlor is. And I think they have a methane digester here too. This is Tower Road. Well, this is Tower Road here, I guess. That serves the property as well. This road runs all the way up north. To I-84. Again, here's the slide we saw earlier, kind of how the development could be oriented on those four buildings with the 1.125 million square feet. And then I'll just emphasize it's that size that necessitates the Goal 14 exception that distinguishes it from what we would say a rural use, where just a Goal 3 exception is necessary. Here's another map. It shows a little bit different picture. This is actually out of the applicant's materials, and it's a property again. You'll notice these squares. These are about, I think these are pretty close to being sections, square mile, 640 acres. Again, this is where the energy generation stuff has been going on. This is where one of the dairying operations is. And then just immediately to the north, you'll see really quite a large amount of land planted and zoned for either general industrial, which is this square up here, which I think is related to Boeing somehow. Again, there's a long story here, and then but much of this, several thousand acres are included in a space age industrial designation, which again, neither of these designations require new exceptions. And although there could be a text revision required, we believe that a use like this could be located on lands in that designation without the need for a new exception. We think that's pretty important and compelling. Again, this slide, we're just kind of seeing the comparison here again, the subject property, Pac-Man guy. Over here, this sort of Pac-Man guy would be like in here in that vicinity. So again, you see the proximity of lands that don't require a new exception to the subject property. This frame of reference is this road here, You'll notice again, Power Road runs and to and through this industrial designation, which runs all the way up to the airport in I-84. So again, it's very extensive. Let's go ahead and move on. So again, in summary, here the county's decision approves exceptions to goals 3, 11, and 14, site of data center rural lands, and it really is in these second pieces here, the second and third. There are large amounts. I mean, not unless there are immense amounts of land immediately nearby and pretty close nearby, as well as numerous urban growth boundaries that in some cases have some surplus land, some don't, but also could be candidates for exceptions or excuse me, urban growth boundary expansions that would not require an exception for the data center. The legal tests, both in Division 4 and 14, require alternative analysis. Again, it seems to us that many of the exact same features that are on the subject property, including the road system and a transmission line in proximity to energy generation, are available on lands immediately to the north. In the same ownership, and would not require a new exception. And that the application dismisses these locations that again appear to have the same characteristics. Back to the appeal factors, there are 6. We believe there are 4 that are applicable and 2 that are particularly applicable. And we believe that we believe that this case absolutely will require interpretation of statewide planning rule. In fact, that's what really exception is all about. The framework for an exception starts with, well, I would say it starts with statewide planning goal 2. And it's also included in statute at ORS 197732. And it's further interpreted through our administrative rules. Your administrative rules, Division 4 and 14. So, and they're very discretionary, they require a lot of judgment. And so, by the very nature, an exception requires interpretation of those statewide planning laws. Whether a ruling in this case, moving on to B, a ruling in this case will serve to clarify state planning law. We absolutely think it will, for a couple of reasons. Again, I've worked hard to not dive into the merits, because that's really not what this session is about. But some of the way applicant has framed their proposal and the county has positioned their decision, and we think they have some questions. We think that there are questions about, do an applicant's citing criteria that they use, their expression of their preferences, how do those intersect and with state planning law? We think that there are questions about whether a property is available or whether there's a reluctant. Is that a basis to discount property from an alternatives analysis? We don't think so in this instance. This isn't an urban growth boundary expansion. There's no duty for the government to allow certain opportunities. Whether or not the time that it might take to secure your land use entitlements. We think that, so there's some things here that we believe that would be helpful to understand one way or the other. We don't believe there's enforcement value here. We've got a good working relationship with the county and the applicant, for that matter. We believe that the case doesn't concern significant natural, cultural, economic resource. Primarily, it's the industrial lands out there that we think those rural industrial lands are a significant economic resource, and we're concerned that we're seeing industrial types of activities that aren't being cited there, proposed to be cited there. We think they should be used. That was the basis going back to acknowledgement. And then E, whether the case advances the objectives of the state agency's strategic plan. We think it does. We think most of these do. We want to avoid the premature retirement of agricultural land. We want to see urban uses go on lands that are suitable to support them. And then F, whether there's a better way to accomplish dispute resolution. At this point, we wouldn't lean on that, although I do want to say that there has been some conversations between us and the applicant. They're really kind of preliminary. The applicant's attorney who's here may expand on that a little bit. We're certainly open to attempting to resolve this situation without litigation. Or we frankly love to see that happen. We're not sure what that mean. But we'd like to keep the door open for that, and our position is that in order to keep the door open, that means we need to keep the appeal alive. Without that, then we're not sure that how things might happen. But we would be happy to request a stay, and then should a settlement be reached, we'd obviously withdraw that case. So again, it is a recommendation to authorize the department to proceed with the appeal to LUBA, Land Use Board of Appeals. We've offered a couple possible motions. Our proposed motion, which we again would encourage the commission to follow, and then an alternative. And that's my report, you guys. I appreciate your time and your patience, and I'll go back to hear. Are there any questions? What I would suggest is, Mr. Sheriff, is if there's any questions, I'll try to answer now, and then I think we can hear from the other parties and then come back and answer any more questions and see where we're at.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's exactly what we'll do. I really appreciate that. We did go over a couple of minutes, and so I'll be happy to afford the applicant a few extra minutes as well, given that we're well ahead of schedule this morning. I just want to make sure that we're fair to both sides. So we'll be happy to do that. Thank you again very much. Let me turn it over to our commissioners here in the room, and I don't want to forget Commissioner Boyer online. So Commissioner Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hadn't planned on opening my mouth, but I see that my learning curve needs some more support from you. The distinction between could, should, and must is the one that I'm trying to make in my own mind. Can you help me understand this commission because we have a locally elected body that says, here's what we want to do. We have a business that wants to do something and we're saying we disagree, if I understand all the arguments correctly. So help me understand the could, should, and must of it. Is that reasonable?
Maybe that's a question for me. So the way the way that the is constructed is the Department of Land Conservation and Development, like any other entity, may appeal a land use decision to the Land Use Board of Appeals. And but there's a statutory provision specific to this agency that says when the director authorizes the department to do that, that decision has to come before you as a commission to approve proceeding with that. So you're not, your only task is to decide under these 6 criteria, whether one of those 6 criteria that they were up a minute ago, whether those 6 criteria, one of those 6 criteria is met. And it's not, you know, it's not necessarily a second guessing of a local. It's sometimes a local decision has a component that here's what our rule says. Here's how it's been applied. You, State Land Use Board of Appeals, do you agree? So we're not always opposing a project, yes or no. It's the application of a rule that a goal, a rule, or a policy that we're interested in. Is that helpful?
Thank you. That moves me along.
Right. Yeah, no, and this is an interesting process. It truly is, because the temptation is to get into the fun maps and the underlying decision. And that's really not what you're called upon to do. So it's at times a frustrating process in my estimation.
I really appreciate your asking the question. I've been on the commission for over 3 years now, and I'm learning something new every day. So it's a continuous learning process. So thank you for jumping in and asking the question. Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lazo, please.
Thanks, Chair Lilac. I have some clarifying questions for you, John, about the underlying pieces that kind of get us to the appeal factors there. So one is, we know there are data centers out there, and I'm assuming, have there been other data centers that have been approved on run into the same, particularly the goal 3 and goal 11 exceptions? I mean, have we not come across these questions before?
So thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Lazo. What I say that we have in some regards. We haven't come across the goal 11 exception piece quite as prevalently, but there have been instances where data centers have cited inside urban growth boundaries, and there are also instances that have been cited through exceptions on rural lands. Exception to goal 14 and goal 3. I think that the situations were a little different in those instances. And also it's illustration, we don't chase every speeder. We don't do that. So there are many times when a local jurisdiction makes a decision and we live with it. I think that the instance here, with so much rural lands available for this use and being so close and having such similar features, coupled with the fact that we see this as a growth industry. We think there's going to be more of this, and we've already been approached by at least 1, perhaps 2 cities in this region saying we'd like to expand our urban growth boundary at some point to accommodate more of these data centers. So those things together is we thought this was, this is time we probably should weigh in. We probably should weigh in on this one and offer our thoughts and to the extent that we could get some constructive case law to help us and our local partners, that this would be a good one to do it on.
Yeah, so I know Prineville has a huge Facebook data center. Did we get involved Is there some sort of precedent for this?
So thank you, Commissioner Lilac and Commissioner Sandoval. So Prineville's a great example. There's multiple, data centers there. There's Facebook, there was Apple, also what I think they called the Fruit Company I think that was a code name for a while. Those are inside urban growth boundaries. And in one instance, the city actually did expand its urban growth boundary in response to one or the other of those. I know it wasn't for Facebook, but I think that they basically were able to say, look, we've got these large pieces of industrial land. We just retired one or more of those because they're occupied now with these large data centers. I think those projects are around 160 acres. And so they expanded the urban growth boundary to provide that 20-year land supply for other similar projects should they come about. And it's those cooler evenings and so on and so forth that lead these operations to enjoy locations of the desert.
My question, I think, maybe is more to summarize, I think, what I am understanding from the alternatives analysis question. It seems to me like there is a lot of rural industrial lands available that potentially could act as a site for this project. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that we're looking to have asked maybe under A or B is choosing this alternative or this current site based off of the desires of the company for placing it in this location, a reason for an exception. Is that correct?
So thank you, Chair Lilac and Commissioner Warren. Yes, that is correct. Now, the applicant will say, and they're right, that they need to be successful. And, we don't disagree that some of the lands in this vicinity probably don't meet that. The Old Mill site down by Hetmer probably doesn't meet that. Some of the lands that the Port of Arlington manages in Gillum County probably don't meet that. But some we do believe probably do meet those features, given that they're very close by and would seem to again have that proximity to this applicant is saying that they need. And we're not disagreeing that they need certain things. We just believe or having a hard time not believing that those activities could be available on lands that don't require exception.
I want to see Commissioner Lazo, you had another question?
No, I think that actually was similar to Commissioner Warren's. Thank you.
And Commissioner Boyer, I don't see, I just want to make sure, see if she has any clarifying questions.
Not right now. I'm gonna wait and hear a little bit more before I ask a couple questions. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. The questions I have, my questions revolve around criteria D and E. And since we're not the hearings body, we're not the ones deciding whether the reasons exception should be approved or not. I can understand the recommendation from staff that D and E are applicable because it could be natural, cultural resources. Economic resources could go both ways. I can see that. And I say this, I'm getting to the question. And then the question, I asked this because I'll be interested to hear what the applicant has to say, whether the case advances the objectives of the agency strategic plan. I guess my question is that depends on the outcome of the reasons exception process, right? Because if the reasons exception were to be approved, then it may not advance as part of the strategic plan, but does not succeed, then it wouldn't necessarily. I'm trying to wrap my head around kind of the reasons exception. We're not the hearings body, and then how it fits with the criteria in these two.
So thank you, Chair Lilac, and I think you've summed it up right. The A and B, I think we believe are the most pertinent, but they're not the only relevant cases. We do believe that the D and E apply, and that this instance, I think we would say, and I might turn to Councilor Shipsey for some help here, but I think we would say that the case that we're making, that there is we believe there's an alternative location that wouldn't require an exception somewhere out there in those thousands of acres, or through the expansion of one of the many urban growth boundaries or inside that objective, that position it would advance the objectives because of later future retirement of agricultural land or avoid not utilizing an economic resource represented by those industrial lands.
Great,
I
thank
don't
you.
know if that answers your question.
Yeah,
or
that's
not.
helpful. Yeah, good. That's helpful. Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners before we turn it over to Morrow County and the applicant team? None. Thank you, John. Mr. Jennings, we appreciate your
Thank you.
comments, and I'll be happy to turn it over to the team. And as we have welcome to the table and online.
I'm going to step down here, Chair, but I've heard some. I'm
You're
going
gonna
to do here.
wherever you are most comfortable,
We're
John.
bringing text.
And again, I just as we're looking at the clock, we're still fine with the schedule, and I would like this team a couple of extra minutes as well, since we afforded staff a couple of extra minutes to ensure a fair process. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to turn it over.
Great.
Happy to turn it over to you. And as we get set up, I'd like to welcome our participants online. See a couple of, I understand Morrow County, one Morrow County Commissioner and Morrow County Director Tamara Mabott. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Right. Good morning. I'm Elaine Albridge. I'm a partner at David. Do I no address for the record here? I am outside counsel and permitting counsel for Rowan Percheron LLC, who is the applicant in this case. We have today on the Zoom with us most of our team. So I wanted to take a minute, given I think we got 30 minutes, so we'll have plenty of time to introduce the team here today. And we also have board chair, planning director Mabott also, I saw was on there. So David and Rowan team, are you there? Do you want to introduce yourselves? I can't see. Let me see.
Dave Sykes, is that what you asked?
Sure, please. Yeah, please, County, jump in and introduce yourselves. We'll just
Okay,
get
I just
started.
heard David on there. I didn't know if there was another David you were speaking to, but yeah, I'm David Sykes, the chair of the Morrow County Commission.
Hi, good morning, and this is Martin Romo with Rowan Digital Infrastructure. I am the Economic Development Director for the team.
Great. And I don't know if they're having technical difficulties or not, but we've also got David Shiflett, who's the project developer online, as well as from Hubble Communications. And I believe we've got Scott Neal from 3 Mile Canyon Farm. We cannot hear the commission well. Audio is cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
There we go, David. Thanks. I can hear you now.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear in front of you. I'm Dave Shiflett. I am the Director of Development for the Rowan Percheron LLC project in Morrow County. We're very happy to be here today and hopefully plead our case.
Welcome to your entire team. Thank you for all being here.
Thank you. Thanks. We're dealing with our hybrid environment that we live in, right? So.
Hence the need for more data centers.
There we go. Okay, so today, overview of applicants, or our Rowan's presentation today. We wanted to introduce you to the team. Then we wanted to give you a quick project overview of the underlying land use application and the project. Recognizing that we're not going to the substance of the matter, but thought that context is helpful as you consider your factors of whether to support staff's request for an appeal. We'll spend some time working through those factors with you. And then finally, thoughts on potential pathway forward. It would be our goal to avoid litigation and pursue a non-appeal pathway to address any outstanding questions. So with that, wanted to provide some background. Morrow County approved the development of the data center campus on a parcel of non-productive agricultural land that's near utility and industrial infrastructure. So you can see, and this is similar to what John showed, the red highlights the location and its proximity to the Carty Reservoir and Carty Power Generation Center. I want to let you know that Morrow County undertook 2 hearings before the Planning Commission and 2 hearings before the board. The Morrow County Planning Commission and board has extensive experience with land use planning matters, including complicated projects, and it did a deep dive into the application materials, in particular the alternatives analysis of the property. Throughout the proceeding, DLCD staff participated as a neutral party, raising questions about the alternatives analysis and the availability of land within a UGB or unincorporated community, and providing its comments to the Planning Commission and the board for considerations. I want to spend some time on this map. As you'll see that some of the land that's zoned space age industrial is not all in agricultural production. You'll see with the pivots, the primary agricultural production in this area is pivot agriculture. And while much of the SAI and MG is in pivots, there's some land in SAI that is not. And I want to just spend some time explaining that adjacent to the project parcel on both EFU and is a Boardman Conservation. That 3 Mile Canyon Farm is a participant in, and it's held by the TNC, the Nature Conservancy, and it's for Washington ground squirrels. So that land through most of this area to the east is constrained by that easement for habitat. Next slide, we'll talk about the project parcel. So as Sean mentioned, we're talking about a 274 acre parcel. It's located directly off Tower Road and about half a mile, quarter of a mile from the Carty generation facility site. It's owned by 3 Mile Canyon Farm, which is, as you probably are aware, a large landowner and agricultural operator in the region. The parcel has no history of agricultural production and has been by 3 Mile Canyon since it acquired the property. It consists of class 6 and 7 soils that are shallow and rocky, and it has no history of irrigation. There's quite a bit of evidence in the record regarding the project parcels, soil characteristics, and suitability for agriculture to prove this point. Most importantly, and I think this is really the crux of what we're talking about here today as it relates to alternatives analysis, is half mile, quarter mile away from existing and planned electric and transmission infrastructure, and is located along a existing transmission right-of-way. One of the main factors that Rowan looked at with its siting considerations and conducting its alternatives analysis, as this area is extremely constrained when it comes to power supply and power capacity. And this area has seen growth in load, both from the data center development within the Boardman area, as well as the other industrial operations that occur at the Port of Morrow. And so this area is extremely constrained. It is particularly for this project parcel, an excellent proximity to new planned infrastructure that leverages off existing infrastructure. And given the location to that, it would require a very transmission line or upgraded line. So not creating a lot of new transmission lines across the county. Oh, but this is the whole presentation, Jim, just realized. Sorry, if you can just stop for a second. On your side? Yeah. If it's easier, you can just drive and I can say next slide. Okay. Okay.
Elaine, can you hear me?
I can, David.
Would it be appropriate? I think we didn't get a chance to introduce Scott Neal, the president of RD Offutt and the landowner.
Great.
Scott didn't get a chance to introduce himself, and I don't think he's included as a panelist.
Hi, good morning. Yes, I'm with 3 Mile Farms out of Fargo, North Dakota, and I'm happy to answer any questions I can.
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you for being here.
Go the right slide. I'm on the one right before that. That's still the old book, but you did? Okay, I'll keep going. Okay. We'll keep going. So as I was talking about on this slide, the most important thing is that the project parcel is located next to plan and existing electric transmission infrastructure. So one of the things I'll talk briefly just about how applicant conducted its alternatives analysis is applicant first identified 8 siting factors that are essential that must be met in order for a project to be successful. And those 8 siting factors were then applied across the sites that were included in the alternatives analysis. And then on balance, determined, how those alternative sites shook out with application of the 8 siting criteria. And ultimately, one of the main driving factors in that the application of those siting criteria was the availability of existing or planned power supply and transmission infrastructure. That is a really crucial part of this whole proposed project and this specific location, given that it's locational dependencies. So just want to really highlight that. Next, I want to move on and talk about the support that the project received from the community. Rowan engaged in a robust stakeholder outreach process on the ground and having conversations with area stakeholders and community leaders. This was a really important element of Rowan's project for our team. We have seen other data center developers oftentimes operate in stealth and not be transparent with the community in which they're looking to enter into and participate in. And that was something that this team felt very strongly about, was engaging proactively and directly with the community and decision makers. We took a lot of guidance from our property owner with 3 Mile Canyons Farm, deep relationships within the community, and worked together to really, in my opinion, build a really great coalition to support this project. And you'll see here from the emblems that are on this slide that these are all the stakeholders who participated and supported the project on the record. This is one of the things for the commission, is that through all these conversations and boots on the ground, Rowan continued to assess its alternatives analysis, particularly for sites that were in with urban areas or already zoned industrial lands. And the record contains the evidence of this and confirms that such sites were not available. I want to just highlight here that there are information in your packet looking at evidence from the Port of Morrow, directly responded to CD staff raised on the record about whether Port of Morrow sites could be available. We worked with the Port of Morrow to further explore that. The Port of Morrow sent in into the record at the end of the hearing process, confirmation that no, those sites aren't available. No, those sites are already committed. Similar conversations we had with the city of Hermiston about addressing the UGB boundary and whether that would be a potential for Rowan, given the siting constraints and timelines, showing that that's not feasible. So I just want to reassure that this really was a robust alternatives analysis, and I'll talk a little bit more about it as we move on. But you'll see in your packet, there's extensive discussion of the alternatives. We engaged ERM, who's a national consulting firm, engaged one of their land use planners to help us support, and their soil scientists and economists to really help us evaluate would be available. So I'll direct you to page 94 through 110 in your packet that contain a series of maps, as well as some tables that sort of demonstrate the steps that Rowan went through in performing its alternatives analysis and how it applied the siting factors. Okay, moving on. Next, this slide here, I just wanted to share with you some of the comments and support we received from stakeholders in the community for the project and the opportunity it offers to the area without impacting productive agricultural land. So this is kind of hard to read, but an assortment of comments that we see from different stakeholders and leaders in the community about the project and our support for the opportunities it would bring. Before I kind of change gears and look at the LT factors, I'll just pause for a minute. Are there any questions on this?
Thanks, Shirley. Like, I want to clarify, you used the term not available. Is that true for all of the alternative sites that you evaluated? That they were not available based on ownership or they were or not desirable based on the analysis?
Yeah, so some were not available. Some were site controlled, I guess you could say, or for another use. And some may be available, but they didn't meet the other siting criteria. So it was a balancing analysis, essentially, using the 8 factors. Yeah.
Want to just clarify, see if Commissioner Boyer is at this point, given your question.
Yes, I got a quick question. You had mentioned new planned infrastructure. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. The only new infrastructure that would be extended to the site via the Goal 11 extension would be potable water supply from the Port of Morrow's Boardman water facility. Would be the extension of public services, water services, that would be extended along Tower Road to the project site. And that was why Road 11 extension. Other infrastructure would be managed on site. So all stormwater and wastewater treatment, the site is capable of handling on site for on-site management. And then with respect to power supply, where we're talking about the proximity to existing and planned transmission and electric infrastructure and located along an existing road and a transmission right away. Does that address your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I have another one. Can I speak now, Chair Lilac?
Sure, and we'll try to keep it brief, just so that we return to the presentation, and then we'll have more time for questions and answers following the team's presentation.
Okay, I'll wait. I thought it was over. I didn't quite know what was going on. I'll wait till the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so switching gears, wanting to touch on the factors at play here. So in looking at whether to approve staff's request for an ALUBA appeal to proceed, LCDC looks at applying the factors that are set forth in your rules. So we're really talking a lot about factors 1 and 2 here. And it's our position that no, factors 1 and 2 really aren't applicable because existing case law already interpreted and clarified the alternatives analysis requirements for the Goal 2 goal exception test. And I want to talk through that because over the last several years, even like the last 5 years, LUBA has provided some pretty clear direction on the application of the Goal 2 exception test, including for how you look at the alternative site selection. So I think of particular importance is the case from 2000 and that involved the Port of Morrow. So this was the Port of Morrow was looking just very similar application to what Rowan filed. Sorry, was there a question? No? Okay. This was a very similar application to what Rowan filed. The Port of Morrow was seeking a rezone and goal exceptions to site a data center campus. The port sought exceptions to goal 3, 11, and 14, just as Rowan did. And in that case, LUBA gave considerable detail about the required steps of an alternatives analysis, particularly the factors that may be applied to developing reasonable alternatives, and then the steps that are necessary to take when someone raises other potential sites with more specificity, and how an more robust, deeper dive into those sites once it's been raised on the record. This case also stands for the fact that the county is required to discuss why other sites that were raised not requiring exception cannot reasonably be accommodate the proposed use. And so we use this case. Ultimately, the Port of Morrow got remanded from LUBA, telling it to go back to the county and do further work on the alternatives analysis. The Port of Morrow ended up not to the site, and I'll talk about what it did next. But really this case was an example for Rowan as we developed our alternatives analysis strategy, and also in working with the county to develop the proposed findings to ensure that we were, addressing with the right level of specificity, the alternatives that were raised by DLCD on the record. And so you'll see in your packet, Rowan's work. The county raised before the board for the first time specific sites that it wanted the board and the county to consider. And I think there are about nine sites. I can't remember. There's about 9 sites. But some of the sites had already been included in Rowan's alternatives analysis, and a couple of them were new. And so Rowan continued the hearing before the board in order to give it more time to do supplemental alternatives analysis on those sites and address the sites that DLCD raised with greater specificity in the level of detail that was, LUBA expects to be done on the record. So from our opinion, this case, this Morrow County case from 2020 really provides good direction on the interpretation and clarification on any of detail of what's required for alternatives analysis. Next, cases help address how to look at compatibility. These are, again, other port cases, the Port of Columbia County and the Port of St. Helens. These are go to, what is compatible with respect to alternative sites, as well as what amounts to a unique resource, and how an applicant look at the market to be served as a part of a reasonableness factor. And then I think also relevant to this case is the Schaefer case, which helps inform when a site is available, what it means for an owner to say a site is not available. And that one looked at, how do you go about looking at whether a site is truly available, and what steps does an applicant need to take to ensure that the site is not available? It's not an exhaustive process, but it is, somewhat of a deeper look than just, oh, it's not available. So we believe that these existing case laws provide the clarity for how the goal 2 exception test factors should work for the alternatives analysis that staff raise in their request. So next slide, thank you. Perfect. So with respect to the Port of Morrow case, that decision ultimately ended up resulting in the development of a data center on industrial zone land, but that was land that was in active action and pivots. And so it ended up removing high value agriculture production, even though it used a site that was zoned in industrial. And so the port had been attempting to do a trade to use EFU land in order to avoid this result, but ultimately the appeal pushed the port to use industrial zone land that was in production. And that's what we're trying not to do here. So other factors to touch on, we agree this decision does not involve an issue, with respect to the significant natural, cultural, or economic resources. We think that an appeal would actually undermine this opportunity for an economic resource and not further or protect it. So arguably, this factor could apply, but to the extent it doesn't, in our opinion, support appeal. And then finally, the factor that we don't think that this appeal would further the commission's strategic plan or objectives in the strategic plan. We don't, one of the objectives, I'm going to pull up what I raised in our letter. One of the objectives, in the plan is to, objective 5.1 is for farm and forest protection, is to conserve culture. We think the record is replete with content showing that this land is not suitable for agriculture. We have expert testimony, both from our soil scientists and from the owner operator of the project, that this parcel is not valuable to them for agriculture. And from a scientist's perspective, this parcel is really not suitable for agriculture. That was something that we explored in response to questions that we got from friends, 1,000 friends, about, well, could it be suitable for some type of agriculture? And really evidence in the record shows that it's really quite crappy farmland. It's a farm. And with respect to the strategic plan, we wanted to touch on the 4.12 related to jobs and housing and affordability, and 4.1 and 4.2 relating to then science, market, and equity base for jobs and housing, and that this project really does support a great opportunity in the community to put an unproductive piece of land that has little value for resource purposes to a higher, better use, and offers a significant economic benefit to the community and an investment. And I think that's part of a lot of support from community stakeholders and leaders in that this is a good decision. This is a good site for this, and it was well supported. And I think that that's shown on the record. And we understand DLCD's concerns about, the precedent of using ag land for data centers. And that's not, we don't think this case is precedent setting in that. And because each exception must, right? How many times have I heard you say that? And so we think this case and this site is exceptional. And it's unique in the sense of locational dependency and the factors that supported the selection of the site. And can you move to the next slide? And next slide. Thank you. So we don't think that the letting the Morrow County decision stand does not, not create a waterfall effect that we're going to see data centers start consuming productive ag land. I don't think any of us would want to see that. But what this decision did, and Morrow County was extremely diligent in how it went about evaluating this application, was look at, is there an opportunity to put a low land to a higher, better use that would have a community benefit without, impacting other surrounding uses or creating detrimental effects to ongoing high productive agricultural operations. And the answer was yes, this site makes sense. And so they did a good job. They evaluated the alternatives before it. And if you spend more time with the record and our alternatives analysis, you'll see that the required by LUBA is present there. So we would respectfully request that the commission deny staff's request for the appeal. We don't think an appeal is necessary to resolve any outstanding issues. We understand we have a disagreement about the use of ag land, but we do believe that this exception decision is truly exceptional for this site. And so with that, I would close and appeal, but alternatively, we do want to resolve this without litigation. And so as we proposed in our pre-hearing submittal, an alternative pathway to looking to find some type of compromise. And so I would present that to council or commission to for how we might be able to do that. One of the things Rowan's team has discussed with DLCD staff is about further limiting the impact on the project in a restrictive covenant to limit development even further. It would remove about 80 acres from future industrial use. So that was a proposal we put forward. That's something that we could implement, by working with the county to withdraw the county's decision and ask the board to hold another hearing to adopt a new condition to impose that requirement. And that's something that could be placed on the property, prior to construction or upon Rowan's acquisition of the property. So there's a mechanism there for enforcement. We think that's a workable pathway that helps balance the interests at play. Alternatively, maybe there's another solution that we could work out. So we would request that if staff or if the commission is not willing to just deny staff's request, that the commission would delay its decision to approve staff's request for an appeal and direct staff to work with Rowan and the county in coming up with a potential solution, and providing staff with some bookends too for how to engage in those discussions. Considering the limits of that, we believe that this decision stands on its own and does meet the applicable criteria. So appreciate your consideration and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And does that takes us to about 25 minutes. I think we had allocated about 20 minutes, so a few extra minutes. So that concludes your
yes.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and again for the entire team being here. We welcome everyone. With that, let me turn it over to commissioners here, and if I can make sure we can see Commissioner Boyer online, just so that I see her there for questions. Oh yes. Commissioner Boyer, would you like to ask your question now?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So I, like John Jennings, really love this piece of property. I've toured it when Marty Myers was general manager when he was alive. And it is an amazing operation. It is very productive. And it's a very well-run agricultural operation. So I am curious, you keep using the words non-productive, poor soils, but I'm really curious, is this particular piece capable of being irrigated?
Do you want to answer that question?
Hi, Scott Neal. Yes, I'm owner of 3 Mile. I appreciate the question, and there's a lot of evidence or items put into evidence. For instance, we had our farm manager, Greg Harris, testify that the ground is not productive. I think if you actually walk this site as opposed to any of the other parcels of property, you would immediately notice there's exposed basalt, very little topsoil. I mean, we're talking an inch or two of topsoil when we need at least 10 to 24 inches of topsoil. And so in short, we don't believe that property will ever be productive for anything. And in fact, the whole farm has basically been developed. There is no more irrigation available. And in fact, I think the staff's a little bit misleading in terms of saying you can convert some of the other colored parcels in that it either already has a conservation easement on it, so it can't be, or they're already in production. So this is really the only site on our farm, at least, that would even be available, that we already haven't developed to some extent. Does that answer your question?
Well, but could you get irrigation to it? Is it capable of being irrigated?
Well, I think you can always drive a pipeline somewhere, but it's not capable of being farmed. Maybe it's the different question. You can't, there's no tool, there's no way to dig at the ground, if you will. It's rock.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Well, just to finish the question, we don't have any more irrigation rights either. So we're fully appropriated in terms of water. So it'd be either being taking out production that's already under production and relocating it here or whatever.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyer, other commissioner questions? Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I think as you've identified, this boils down to the alternatives analysis, the A and B criteria, and sort of everything else beyond that. And so I want to make sure that I'm characterizing this, and maybe Mr. Jennings might have to weigh in on this too. It seems to me the question about the alternatives analysis here isn't whether or not it was performed, whether or not it was extensive. It's how do we judge the outcomes of an alternatives analysis, right? If your alternatives analysis tells us that these sites are not suitable based on our, is that what the law tells us about how to evaluate alternatives analysis, right? Where do we set the level of effort in what is suitable or not? Is that the question that we want LUBA to answer?
I don't know.
I guess it's unfair to ask you that.
mean, I guess
You don't think there's a question,
it's
right?
Mr.
Yeah.
Jennings's question
Yeah.
of what he wants LUBA to answer, because from our perspective, we think that the case law supports identifying citing criteria that then become the basis for the reasonableness threshold, and that you can develop citing criteria that then get applied to determine whether a potential alternative is reasonable. And then if it's reasonable, then it needs to be considered, right? And so that's part of analysis did is we identified all these sites across Morrow and Umatilla County that could potentially fit those 8 citing factors, and then applied through it was sort of like a screen, right? Like you dump them all in, see what shakes out, then the next level, and then you do a little more work and then shake it out. And so that's the of the alternatives analysis that you see in the record. And, our conclusion, and the county agreed, both the planning commission and the board, that yes, that alternatives analysis was adequate. You did not identify a reasonable alternative site that should be considered, and therefore they approved the project parcel.
So again, I guess that is the other way to frame it, right? Is whether or not the 8 citing criteria that you are using in your alternatives analysis ones with regard to the interests of the goals, for instance, right? That's the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Jennings, did I characterize that right? Yeah.
Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thank you, sir. Here I am again. And this probably is not for you because you've already told us you think that the case law, the legal precedents already exist and don't need to be clarified, but apparently disagree. So tell me when it's appropriate to ask that, because that's my fundamental question, because those are A and B.
Great. Are we comfortable just inviting Mr. Jennings up to the table and having a discussion so we can ask both questions? Is that acceptable? I understand it is. So Mr. Jennings, would you want to join us? And Mr. Gordon, Howard, welcome. Great. We can continue with our questions, and then we'll continue with it's 9:14. Maybe for another up to 10 minutes, we can have follow-up questions, and then we still need a few minutes for our discussion.
And before we jump into questions, do we want to let the county speak?
Well, we've exhausted the time that we had on our agenda.
They don't have their other separate 10 minutes.
We on the agenda that I see, we had the petitioner presentation was 10 minutes. The city or the county, excuse me, that was 10 minutes.
Great.
Afforded additional time, just given that we afforded staff additional time. So I'm happy to give them 2 minutes.
Can we just give them 2 minutes just to
quickly summarize, but then that'll consume some of our time. But if there was a miscommunication there, let's take 2 quick minutes and then move forward.
Chair Sykes or Director Mabott? you have anything to say?
I think Planner Mabott has something to say. I would like to make just a quick comment, though. Prior to being elected to this position, I was on the county planning for 10 years, Chairman, and I understand your reluctance on exceptions, but sometimes we also use them. Our planning department did excellent due diligence on this. They looked at every nook and cranny. And sometimes I think on this particular one, we've heard from 3 Mile Farms. We understand agriculture out here. We really do. It's all over. Everybody's involved. And they've told us, and the soils people have told us, that is not farmable. So I think at some point, maybe common sense might trump the fact that this is labeled as a piece of property. And we're also attempting, I don't want to get into the merits of it, we're attempting to diversify our economy in different ways. And this is one of the ways it's happening. So that's all I have to say.
Chair?
Um,
A minute left, please.
Perfect. For the record, Chair Lilac and Commission, my name is Tamara Mabott, the Morrow County Planning Director. I'll just say briefly that Morrow County believes we held 4 public hearings and fully vetted the record, and believe that the arguments on both sides were fully vetted, and the board unanimously approved the application. I'll defer my time to the applicant, but happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great. Okay. If we can return then to Commissioner Thompson's question, please. And maybe you need to restate it for the panel.
The adequacy of the case law, the legal precedent that already exists. Is it adequate or not? Apparently you thought it was not, and I'm curious.
So thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Thompson. One of the commonalities in the case law is that LCDC isn't involved in any of these cases, and so and what that means is that we didn't argue them, we didn't ask our questions the way that we would want to make sure that they're asked, which means we didn't get the answers that we might be seeking to get. We do agree that this case law does provide some guidance, but we don't a sufficient amount to help us understand these more pointed questions. Frankly, the Morrow County case cited here, I think, is an example of where we have deferred to local judgment. We didn't get involved in that case because the facts were different and the circumstances were different. Columbia River Keepers was an interesting one, and I have to confess I'm not as familiar with the Schaefer case, but I guess the question is that we appreciate that body of case law. We're not convinced that it answers the questions that we would like to have answered in this context and with these set of circumstances.
Yeah. I'm sorry, just to add, Gordon Howard, DLCD Commissioner Thompson, Chair Lilac. I just want to add that I think that when we look at this particular case, I think the question that we'd like to ask, from LUBA, or the applicant's citing criteria sufficient to disqualify the other sites that would be higher priority under our statewide planning program, whether they be inside an urban growth boundary, whether they be land that could be added to an urban growth boundary, or whether they be lands that are outside an urban growth boundary now, but are not farm and forest lands. And I think the situation here is that this there was such a plethora of such lands in the area, and the applicants and the county's eventual findings, essentially disqualified all those sites to choose this one. And I think the results call into question, what the proper standards are in this kind of a situation. And I think that's what we would like to. That's one of the reasons we'd like this to go to LUBA.
So I apologize, Mr. Chair. I've got a few notes here. Real quickly, or we can just answer questions, or it's the commission's pleasure.
You're good. Okay. Actually, I have a question, but I want to put some context to it first. I'm a former county community development director, planning director, on the east side of the mountains, so I certainly understand the circumstances and very well. I really appreciate the LUBA case law and the test and the applicability and what it means for this process. I also, this was a robust and I think a really solid application for a reasons exception, an in-depth alternatives analysis, clearly great work by everybody involved. But I go back to the fact that an exception isn't a clear and objective process. It's discretionary. And if there's discretion, then there's an interpretation. An exceptional exception even, there's still an interpretation. So I go back to that and I go, which we're bound by, and I go to A and I just, whether the case will require an interpretation. And it's not whether I think it's a good interpretation or a bad interpretation. I'm not the hearings body on this matter, but as a commission, we're asked whether the case will require an interpretation of state planning statute, goal, or rule. And then, of course, the second one then would clarify that as well. So my question is, any responses to that before we move into deliberations? Because that's going to be.
If I may,
That's just mine.
yeah, if I may, I think the question here is not a new question of law and whether a statute or a rule needs to be interpreted. I think what staff is asking is for LUBA to look at whether Morrow County got it right and correctly applied the law. Whether, so I think staff is going to, the county erred as a matter of law and how it applied the law, its findings. And so I think part of it, I get to Gordon's point about whether the factors are appropriate to apply, but that goes to reasonableness of some of the discussion that was talked about already in the Port of Morrow case. So I think we just have a differing of opinion.
I'm interested in the agency's response on.
So thank you, Chair Lulek. I'll take a crack at it. I have some notes here that I was going to cover but I'll try to put on that point first. And again, I think it's right. We have a difference of opinion. The company citing criteria are understandable that you'd have those, but those are really, I believe they're best. We believe they're best understood as an expression of preferences. So, there are companies that have preferences that say they won't cite, they won't locate at a site that requires climbing a hill with a 6% grade. That doesn't mean they couldn't cite there, or that somebody else with that same business couldn't or wouldn't. It just means they won't do it. That's their preference. And they, just like there are companies that don't want to cite near an at-grade railroad crossing. They could, somebody else could, but they won't. And so those sites are discounted. Those are their internal criteria. Your school zone is the same thing. So anyway, so I think it is a question of how to weigh a company's citing criteria and their preferences for locations with and how they reconcile with the legal standard for considering or not considering sites where an exception is not required. So I think that kind of comes down there. While I'm going through these, I would say again, I have to commend 3 Mile Canyon Farms. I mean, it's an amazing project, amazingly well run operation. We believe it's a fantastic story. Good job. I think there's 22,000 acres thereabouts that are in a conservation easement that were mentioned. Again, that's a accomplishment. These are not highly productive soils. Those aren't the tests.
I'm gonna
yeah, go ahead. Fair enough.
Respectfully cut you off just because I want to make sure that if there are any final questions, I just want the opportunity to respond to my question of this is, to me, it's a yes or no question, whether the case will require an interpretation. And so I appreciate the responses. I want to turn it over to Commissioner. And then I'd like to leave the last 5 minutes to thank the panel and just to turn it to Commission for any discussion before we have a motion, if that's okay. Commissioner Sandoval, please.
Something that the Commissioner Sykes had mentioned was about the the county trying to diversify their economy. Now, is that something that we can look at, or is that beyond our scope of decision making?
Yeah, Commissioner Sandoval, certainly there's diversification of the economy is a reason to grant an exception. This is a reasons exception. So that's certainly a fundamental factor. I think we're looking at a different aspect of this, whether, the alternatives analysis of the location is appropriate. I think, the department's position is that the county it's perfectly reasonable in wanting to diversify its economy and grow its economy with things like data centers. The question is the location of this particular one. I wanted to emphasize that to make sure that there's no issue there, as John said, that the county doesn't have the right to, or the responsibility to diversify its economy and grow its economy.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to take too much time on this. A slide that had some alternatives to it. Those alternatives to me are moot because they're about the site itself. They're offering alternatives about what you would do at that particular site. Given that the question here is alternatives analysis, is there a way forward with regard to the question about the location of the alternatives analysis, the siting criteria, or there's just a difference of opinion, again, because there's a desire for it to not go to LUBA. So is there a way forward at all?
Yeah. Commissioner Lazo, Chair Lilac, the department is always willing to have further discussions with the county to see if we can resolve these issues. In fact, we have precedent, a couple cases recently, the Yamhill County case and the North Plains case. We have had further discussions with applicants, and they led to us withdrawing the appeal. And those, that doesn't require your commission to take any further action. And we are certainly willing to discuss with the applicant and the county alternatives that would result potentially in the appeal being dropped.
Thank you very much. Just given the 7, I want to thank everybody for your presentations, for your conversation, for your responses. I really, really appreciate it. So I'll thank everybody now, and then I'd like to turn it over to the commission, including for any discussion and any motions that commissioners are prepared to make.
Thank you for the time today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
A lot to digest, and I can certainly appreciate that. And as you and think about this, just again, we're making the decision and the evidence, testimony, comments presented.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question?
Please, Mr. Thompson.
We're looking at possibly avoiding litigation. Willing to confer with the department to avoid further litigation. I thought I heard a commitment to that. I see a nod.
I'd like to turn it over to Steve Shipsey for a response.
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to clarify, and thank you, Chair. One of the suggestions that the applicant put on the screen was to delay your decision today, and that isn't an option for you. The way I read ORS 197.090, we have to take the director's request up at if it isn't before we file, and we've already filed, it's the next commission meeting after that filing date. So we do need to make a decision today. The decision could be that, if it's approved, that doesn't foreclose having further dialogue with the applicant and the county.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Mr. Shipsey, I think I was going to ask that question about whether there was a time factor in this, and it sounds like there is for a decision today. But as you said, it doesn't preclude the opportunity for further discussion. It's close to me. I think, as I've stated during the questioning, it hinges on this alternatives analysis and the area and how that's used in this case. I think there is a question there that meets the criteria for item A for the first of the criteria. And I think also then probably supports all the way through A, B, D, and E. So that's kind of where I'm leaning towards at this point.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions or a motion by commissioners?
I'd like to keep people talking and avoid the additional expense of litigation.
I certainly see that there's a bigger question that needs to be answered here, and I don't feel like we got that today. What the department is really talking about. So I'm comfortable with making a motion at this time. I move the commission authorize the department to appeal the subject decision from Morrow County to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on the information included in this associated demonstration that OAR 660-001-0230 sub 3 sub A, B, D, and E apply.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. I'll just say again, I really appreciate everybody's testimony on this. This is a tough case for sure, a robust application. It boils down to the question I asked. It's a yes or no question that whether there's an interpretation of a state planning statute, goal, or rule, and there isn't. And that's in my consultation with our attorney on separate matters as well as this one. I mean, that's a pretty low bar. And it doesn't mean that we agree with the interpretation or disagree with the interpretation, but it is an interpretation. And so for that, while I may not support including D and E, I won't oppose the motion because I do see it as being an interpretive matter. So any further comments or questions, discussion among commissioners? Seeing none, Jan.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson. Chair Hilova has an excused absence. Chair Lilac.
Aye. Thank you very much, everyone. This was a really, really great process and discussion, and I'm glad we had extra time to discuss it. So with that, based on my notes, I believe we're going to move into a break and we will reconvene at 9. Thank you very much. Give me a start.
Welcome, everyone. We're returning from our break to agenda item number 5, our 2023 Goal 5 Rule for Cultural Areas. And I'm happy to turn it over to our staff team. And I understand we have a lot of people joining us. Welcome, everyone. It's great to have you here. So Deputy Director Green, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Lilac, members of the commission, Director Bateman. We're really pleased to be here. My name is Kirsten Green, Deputy Director and Tribal Liaison. I wanted to recognize the guidance of the federally recognized tribes in this work and just introduce a bit of history. We're very pleased that executive staff from the State Historic Preservation Office and also the Legislative Commission on Indian Services are also here with us today. I want to thank also Commission Liaison Sandoval for being with us throughout this process, and certainly the work of Amanda Punton and Casaria Taylor, who've been staffing the process throughout. So just a bit about the timeline. In August 26th of 2020, this is a bit in your staff report as well, but just a high level, at a cultural resources cluster meeting of the 9 federally recognized tribes, Stacy Scott, who was then staff with the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians, spoke to the gaps in Goal 5 for the protections of cultural areas, which we hope to now correct today. So for 3 years, the commission has given us direction to work with the tribes and staff. We've met with the members of the Local Officials Advisory Committee and briefed them on this work, as well as our internal teams at DLCD. In January 2021, representatives of the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Sayusla Indians, the Coquille Indian Tribe, the Klamath Indian Tribe, the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla Indians, and staff from the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, then Director Danny Santos, appealed to our commission. Some of you were on the commission at that time to undertake rulemaking in this regard. Commissioner MacArthur, then chair, directed staff to further explore the scope through the work group. We were right in the middle of COVID then, as you might recall. Our agency was taking deep budget cuts, so it did take us a while to get organized. I'm sorry about that. On August 16th, 2021, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, at that time, and Commissioner Sandoval met with representatives of 5 of the federally recognized tribes, LCIS, the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, and State Historic Preservation Office's staff, to really kick off the work group process, which has led to our meeting today and the charge that you have in front of you. So with that, I would just love to turn over to DLCD's Natural Resources Specialist Amanda Punton for the bulk of the presentation, and we'd be pleased to answer questions. Ingrid has promoted members and representatives of federally recognized tribes who are on the Zoom with us today, as well as LCIS and SHPO staff. We won't necessarily call on anyone, but we always feel better when they're in the room. So I want to thank them for coming on and taking time out of their day to be present with us here virtually. So folks may want to testify after the staff presentation, but they also may not if they think we're on track and still consistent with the work. So thank you, Amanda.
Hi, good morning, Chair and Commissioners, and my turn to thank Kirsten for your guidance and support in doing this work. Do I introduce myself again? Amanda Punton, Natural Resource Specialist for Department of Land Conservation and Development. So in addition to the draft charge that we are bringing to you today, in your packet, there's a overview of the rulemaking, which has some more of the detail that Kirsten just highlighted, and then potential scope of rulemaking and examples of what is meant by landscape areas of cultural significance, which will be important as we move forward here. So, which is so down arrow, side arrow, or maybe I just have to exit this first.
Yeah, it's on her way.
That's it. All right. So, so we're talking about statewide planning goal or land use goal 5. And just a reminder, so goal 5 is kind of a big bucket that holds a variety of different resource categories. Within that bucket is specified cultural areas, and cultural areas are one of the resource categories for which the goal envisions or directs local governments to maintain inventories of significant sites that fit within that resource category. So the reason why we're here today is because what did not happen back in 1996 when the department took on kind of a full rewrite of the set of rules that implemented Goal 5. And at that time, there were advisory groups that were formed prior to the rulemaking to kind of outline how rules for each different resource category would add some specifics, because there were problems previously with how the goal was implemented at the local level. So we needed some more specifics. And at that time, the people that were asked to consider what should be done with cultural areas suggested that the effort to write a rule be postponed for cultural areas. And there were two primary reasons, is my understanding of what happened here. So one, you saw on the previous slide, Goal 5 for some resource categories says it's required that local governments have inventories. Now, inventories of culturally significant areas are kept confidential for a lot of very good reasons. Looting being one, sacred sites, not necessarily other people's business until it has to be. And so the concern over how to manage inventories was recognized at the time. And then also right around that time, the governor issued an executive order directing state agencies to improve relationships with Oregon tribes. And that has since become codified in statute. So what happened in 1996 was that Division 16 was retained to cover cultural areas, and Division 23 was adopted with a rule specific to the rest of the Goal 5 resource categories. So 27 years later, we're here, and tribes continue to experience loss of culturally significant sites and impacts to archaeological sites which occurs in violation of existing state law. DLCD, the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO, and several local governments have worked to improve relationships with tribes. And tribal representatives have come, as Deputy Green has mentioned, to come and request that this rulemaking begin. So when the LCDC in January of 2001 directed us to start preparing for rulemaking, took a little while, but we did a couple things. One was we started up a tribal advisory work group, and that work group has met 6 times since November 2022. The other thing that we did was we conducted a survey of city and county planners. And, we have 300 plus cities and 30 something counties, right? And we got responses from 45 cities and 12 counties, which in this land of surveying is actually pretty good. So some of the takeaways from that was that more than half of the respondents stated that they don't have existing mechanisms to coordinate with tribes on cultural and natural resource issues. 1/4 of the respondents said that their staff was not aware of existing state statutes and rules that protect archaeological sites. And several of the respondents said that they appreciated the opportunity to be asked, to participate in the survey, and were interested in participating in the wider rule writing effort. So the overarching intention of this rulemaking is to improve communication and coordination between Oregon's federally recognized tribes and local governments, and to increase efforts to minimize impacts from development on sites of cultural significance. So that's what we want to do. And then the question is, how do we do that? And that's why we need a Rules Advisory Committee to work through the details. So first, I'm going to talk about the Goal 5 process, because this rule that we're interested in writing would fit within the Division 23, which is our set of rules for implementing Goal 5. And so generally, the Goal 5 process includes first identifying sites that are within the stated category of the Goal 5 resource category, but then figuring out thresholds for what constitutes a significant site within that larger category. And then considering allowed uses that are allowed through the land use permitting process or other land use actions that are taken by the local government, how those actions could conflict with significant resource sites, and then figure out what approach should be taken to protect and or allow some limited impacts to those significant sites, and then adopt a program to make all that happen. Now, within the Division 23, there are several different ways that this Goal 5 process have been applied. So we have situations where some of the rules have safe harbors. So a city or county could adopt what we call a safe harbor inventory, or they could develop their own inventory. We have safe harbor protection programs that the city or county could adopt, or they could go through a process to describe their own protection program. And then we have a couple rules that apply completely at the state level. So the inventory exists at the state level. And actually, I guess we just have, well, every rule is a little bit different, but we have inventories that are at the state level, and we have examples where the protection mechanisms of the process to review how a proposed development would impact these resources, that's all defined in the rule, and then that rule is applied directly by the local government at the time that they're making their land use decision. So for cultural resources, the additional considerations that we have are that inventories that exist right now of archaeological sites, which are maintained by tribes and are maintained by the State Historic Preservation Office, are confidential. And the location of other culturally significant sites, and when I say other, this is when we're talking about the landscape areas that are not necessarily archaeological sites. So the location of other culturally significant sites is also sensitive information maintained by tribes. And then we know that archaeological sites are already protected by state law, but on local and so locally owned property like city or county owned property and private property, the existing state laws don't require any proactive measures. So a good example is how we deal with wetlands in the state. So we have our Department of State Lands that requires a permit if you're going to be filling or removing material from a wetland. But their rule doesn't kick in until that actually happens. So if somebody does not get a permit in advance, the Division of State Lands doesn't have authority to do anything until after the problem has occurred. So we have in our rules systems set up where local governments do better inventories, local wetland inventories, adopt that so people better know where those wetlands are. And there's also a requirement that when a development permit is proposed or requested within proximity to a wetland that's on the state wetland inventory, then notice goes to DSL. So that's how our land use program kind of intersects with the state wetland protection program. So I think that the idea that we could have a rule that somehow did something similar, that our rule just kind of flagged problems and then maybe required some steps to be taken before somebody stumbles upon an archaeological site and does damage. So for commissioners that have been on here since we started in 2021, we've been working with this kind of potential scope, like kind of layers or facets of what the scope of this rulemaking could do. And throughout the conversations with the tribal work group, the members of the tribal work group were all very clear that they would like the rule writing effort to address all of these components of the scope. So one here is supporting implementation of existing state law. The second one here is, this kind of additional recognizing additional sites that aren't necessarily archaeological sites. There could be archaeological components to them, but the reason for protecting them is not so much about the protection would become before whether you're going to dig in the ground. It's a landscape feature that's important to the tribes or a tribe or more than one tribe, and they've been using that landscape feature continually, and so it's a significant feature for them. And so the work group or the RAC could look at these additional landscape features on public lands and what might be done to better protect them, and then also identify these landscape features on private land. And then the last point here is that even though we don't have participation at this point by other cultural groups, we have done some work to inform people that we are doing this work. We anticipate that once we get into the rule making, other cultural groups might step up and say they have some interest in helping us define what a significant cultural site would be. And in your packet is examples of landscape features of cultural significance to tribes. And just a couple examples I'll just say here are, so skyline landscape features that are important to traditional stories or wayfinding, sites that are used for gathering foods or for materials for making baskets, and sites that are sacred for reasons to the tribe. So it's a lot, and I'm condensing all that down into 3 bullets here of the approach that we might take. So one is using local development permits as a point of contact to inform the public of existing state laws. And 2 is requiring proactive measures in some situations, and we don't know what those situations would be yet, to protect archaeological objects and sites. And those sites of significance, that actually also exists in state law for archaeological sites. There are archaeological sites of significance. So requiring proactive measures to protect those sites. And then this last part is the landscape area issue. So define and protect landscape areas of cultural significance. So I guess with that, actually, let me go back, because what I'm about to do now is go into the charge, the draft charge, which you have in your packet.
Please, and just given that it's 10:03 and we have time for public comment, and then for commission discussions, maybe we can just summarize these.
Okay, yeah, no, definitely. And yeah, initially they weren't in here, but figured might as well have them in the slide presentation as well. So yes, just summarizing. So we are not there yet. So here, yeah, the first 2 bullets just establish a basis for creating the protection program. The 3rd bullet on this page is about using information held confidentially by State Historic Preservation Office and tribes to know when to avoid incidences of known human remains on a site. And these next 2 bullets are very similar to that first one about human remains, but just separating out, that human remains are not objects generally. And so this first bullet on this slide talks about using these inventories, figuring out how to use these inventories to inform decisions to protect archaeological objects. And the second one is about these landscapes of significance to tribes. And the next bullet, we're on 3. Did I do that right? No, I think we're here. All right, so these 2 bullets are focusing on supporting awareness and compliance with existing laws that protect archaeological sites. And the RAC will advise on when and how potential risks of impacts to sites will be considered in land use decisions. So it's jumpy. Okay, the first bullet on this slide, sorry, yeah, it's similar to the previous two bullets, but it's again focusing on these other elements of the rule writing. So on the focus on landscape features of cultural significance and impacts from development that would not trigger that would not trigger existing state laws for archaeological sites. And then the rest of the bullets on the draft charge. The first one here is talking about how to incorporate input from other cultural groups. And second bullet on the slide is potential overlap with other Division 23 rules, which we anticipate there will be some there. And then the last one is kind of one sentence that tries to capture the challenge that we have balancing the various interests in this rule writing with goal of protecting significant cultural areas. And then lastly, this is the list of interests that we are suggesting be included in the Rules Advisory Committee. Ready for questions.
Thank you very much. Such incredibly important work. What I'd like to do is I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Sandoval, who's been our liaison to this work. And then based on my agenda, we're going to turn it to public comments, and then we'll come back to commissioners for questions and direction if that's if that works. Great. So Commissioner Sandoval, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Yeah, first I'd like to say that it was an honor to be the commission liaison to this really important critical work. I'd also like to say it's about time that this kind of work be conducted. It's way overdue. I think about the land acknowledgements that we do at the beginning of every meeting, and sometimes those could be real performative. But I think this is an example of where the department really, uses kind of the land acknowledgement in a very kind of substantive way and in a practical way, changes some of the policies. So I think the tribes have a really important and unique relationship to place and land, in terms of they're the original stewards of that land, in terms of displacement issues, and in terms of their efforts to gain sovereignty over their land and their spaces. And I think this is an effort for doing that. Now, during the discussions of this group, I think two things kind of stood out to me that I thought were really important. One is, so how do you regulate confidential spaces, right? That seemed to be like a key kind of question that I think the advisory group is going to have to keep on thinking about. And then the other aspect is how to incorporate other culturally significant spaces for other marginalized groups. My recommendation was to actually focus on the tribes itself, but the group felt they should be more open. And so, those are discussions that we're going to have in the advisory committee. So I think here we're actually making history. I think we could be a national example for other states on how to create land use regulations that respect tribal cultural sites. And I wanted to thank the staff for their really diligent work on this, and especially the participation of the tribes as well. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your service on this incredibly important work. And I really, really appreciate your comments. Thank you. Before we turn it to commissioners, we're going to turn it to the public comment. I see we have 10 minutes or so allocated, and I'll turn it over to Jan first to see who who all we have signed up for public comments?
We don't have any public comments signed up for this item.
And Chairly, like if I may, I don't see any hands up. I would invite any representatives of the tribes or staff to raise their hand and make comment, but if they don't say anything, I feel assured that they're in the room with us and would say something if we're off track. So I just want to thank them for being here.
And I want to extend my thank you to them being here. I don't see them, but I assume they're watching. So welcome. Thank you for being here very much. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions and discussion on this important item. I just want to say, in my day job with Deschutes County, we had exactly this discussion yesterday at our Board of County Commission meeting about how important it is to address cultural resources as part of Goal 5, and that we don't have the direction on how to do that and what the work looks like. So it's very fresh in my mind. Not just preparing by reviewing the packet, but by what I heard in my community in Central Oregon. So I just want to start by saying that. With that, most importantly to me now is to turn it over to our commissioners for your questions and comments and discussion. And I'm going to continue to look this way for Commissioner Boyer and this direction for comments here. Oh, great. Thank you. Commissioner Boyer, please.
Thank you for bringing this forward. It's really, to me, I'm complete support of this, and I love taking it to this level. We're dealing with this a lot at the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. A lot of the tribal issues. I really appreciate Commissioner Sandoval's comment about how to regulate this. That's really thought-provoking for me. And I'll continue to roll and marinate on that. So being part of the conservation world, this is an important step in a lot of our projects at the conservation district level. And NRCS requires a cultural resource study before any project is taken on. So I'm very familiar with some of the steps. I would like to actually say it is hard to find somebody to do cultural resources, and it can hold up a project. So in this rack, I would, maybe help identify some avenues for the cultural resources. And then I would also encourage maybe somebody from NRCS being on this rack, because they have a whole cultural resource steps to take for projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warren.
I think this is great. I'm really looking forward to it. I just want to make sure that we're really clear and I'm understanding the scope of this correctly. That we're not asking local jurisdictions to do any of the inventories, or are we?
Where I think we can safely say no, we are, because the inventories are the kind of propriety, is that the right word, of the tribes, and then SHPO has information as well.
Chairly, like if I may, Commissioner Warren, I don't disagree with Amanda. It would be folly for me ever to do so, but I think we're very mindful, and the staff report mentions it, of the work of local governments right now and the limited resources. So we've made rulemaking, and according to House Bill 2001 and 2003, climate friendly and equitable communities, and looking at rulemaking on Oregon housing needs analysis as well. So, one of the corrections I personally hope to make, being a longtime fan and practitioner of community engagement, is actually to correct a gap in notice requirements to the tribes when a variety of development activities occur. Right now, state government is compelled through statute to consult and coordinate with tribes. Local governments generally are not. So this rulemaking would provide a communications avenue at a very base level for tribal members, tribal representatives, tribal governments to participate, be noticed, and then communicate directly without our having, the state having to broker or communicate or adjudicate that relationship. Having said that, you know, Amanda just also described how inventories can happen, and they're quite varied in their nature. Once a resource might be identified, perhaps it is incorporated into a comprehensive plan by way of inventory. So I would say small I inventory, use a small I inventory there, but no, in the charge, you don't see a direction that we would look to compel local governments to initiate inventories as the initiator of the inventory, but something may end up as an inventoried resource through these processes. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you for clarifying that. Just to be clear, I'm not opposed to asking local governments to do this work. My main concern there is consistency across the state and how we approach what these places are and how they qualify for this protection. So I think that consistency is really key coming from state rulemaking. The other thing I would like to encourage is us to focus on the tribally significant areas first. But I would also love if we considered other culturally significant areas, like areas with condensed cultural significance, including neighborhoods containing like higher concentrations of federally protected classes or immigrants, farm workers, because I think that there's a clear nexus there too, especially when we think about protecting affordable housing or just naturally occurring affordable housing, and just consider how we could maybe consider like move that into this rulemaking conversation as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Chair Leland. Yeah, thank you for this body of work. This is fantastic to be moving forward. Appreciate it. There's a couple things that caught my eye in the presentation. One, and it builds on what Commissioner Warren was just talking about. This sense that we have an opportunity to open it up to other groups that have cultural or culturally important resources. I think that as you go through rulemaking, you're going to want to pay some attention to what the sideboards look like, right? So that they're, for lack of a better way of framing this, there's not an opportunity for somebody to hijack that process for a nefarious purpose, right? And that's happened in other public processes, and even in the historic preservation process, right? It can often be used in ways that are not what we intended. So I think it's a cautionary tale at times for that. The other is, my question is actually, I think, a process question about the RAC. And there's a list of kind of draft interests. And then in the table below, in the column that has RAC implications, there are other folks that are listed there that aren't listed in the draft RAC members. And so I don't know if there's is there like an intention for tax or like, so for instance, in the archaeologic sites, it says, you know, other implications might include private property interests and state police and interested racial and ethnic groups, but they're not specifically called out in the RAC above. And so I just was curious about how those might be included. And then the other one I would add there is potentially, I think the specific expertise of archaeological and cultural resources might also point us towards academia to some degree. And then the other resource that I sometimes think about in this area, and I don't know how common it is, City of Portland has it, a tribal liaison in their government work, but I don't know that too many other local governments have that position. But that might be another interface that would help connect to the local planning effort. So that was kind of like 3 or 4 different things right in there.
Chair Lilac, Commissioner Lazo, I know, thank you. You're referring to attachment B.
Yeah.
And this, boy, you'll see the date in the footer there is November 2022. So this was about a year ago, early brainstorming about folks that should be consulted in each of those areas. So maybe not end up right on the rack.
Okay.
Unless you see an omission, but these are folks that would be certainly important to be represented, including is it state police? The folks who investigate archaeological and other related cultural crimes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. In Clatsop County, the Chinook people had been granted tribal recognition. That recognition was withdrawn. They've been seeking to have it reinstated. Does the scope of these activities include peoples like that?
Thank you, Chair Lilac, Commissioner Thompson. Thank you for raising this. And our coastal staff are long and consistent in reminding us of the Chinook people. Recently coming to the state myself just now for 5 years, and then in the deputy tribal liaison role, I really sort of looked to the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, which in our statute and the executive order, which has state agencies, which compels state agencies to coordinate and consult with federally recognized tribes, not to say we should not engage with other indigenous people and unrecognized federally recognized tribes. So I don't think it would be harmful to extend an invitation to other indigenous, peoples that are not federally recognized if they had time and capacity to also serve on our Rules Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Just since there's a moment, I'll jump right in. I saw the purpose is to improve communication and coordination, and it keeps going. And I can imagine that for some, it's actually beginning that process. It's not improving and coordination, communication and coordination. And but overall, just improving it just doesn't seem like it's enough. It's like we need to directly involve. We need to. It just, to me, I would hope for something just a lot stronger, because there's so much more that we must do. So that's my first comment. And since I expect adoption of the rules and implementation will occur at some point after my service on the commission, I have to plant the seed right now and I think I can probably speak on behalf of all local governments. Please fund implementation. Please put dollars toward implementation, because that will be essential, critical for cities, counties, everybody to do this really, really incredibly important work.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions from commissioners? We do have a charge before us, but I don't want to rush to completion.
Truly, like if I
Please.
could respond to the funding just real quick again, Kirsten Green here. We've long imagined that a policy option package request would probably accompany the results of the rulemaking. We, of course, receive our funding from the Oregon legislature, and we have a limited technical assistance program for cities and counties throughout the state. Gordon, Community Services Manager, Gordon Howard is often wary of me trying to raid that fund for other resources, because the local were already so overextended, but I could definitely see a request subject to the director's decision to, if and as the rulemaking proceeds, to fund implementation. I'm not sure, Director, if you have anything to add, but thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Yes, as we are putting our budget together and starting to sketch out what our request might look like for 2025, we have identified a number of efforts like this where we'll be in rulemaking and we'll be sort of in process during the time that we're supposed to be turning our requests in. And we have left placeholders for efforts just like this, assuming that there will be concrete projects, programs, and ideas that come out of this work that will need to be funded. So yes, there's already a line in there for Goal 5 work. Thank you. At the local level.
Questions? And I'm not seeing any. We do have any final comments by staff? Please, yeah, go ahead.
I'll add one thing, Chair. Thank you. That just what we were talking about had to do with funding that came through our department, but this, in order to work, will need to be coordinated, hopefully with the State Historic Preservation Office and LCIS. And those are also places that, we're not we don't have power to do this now, but we recognize that additional staff, additional archaeologists, additional management of databases to be able to move information in a respectful manner in the timeline that works for local governments. Yeah, that whole structure, I think, will need to be considered and hopefully at some point supported with funding.
One last thing, Chair, if I may, I'm struck that, our Western terminology, and I have no training in anthropology or archaeology, I just have to confess, so I'm always learning, talk about nascent. But when we talk about human remains, I just want to recognize we're talking about indigenous, what we now call Oregonians ancestors. And it just is a different language when I'm able to listen into conversations at, for example, the Legislative Commission on Indian Services Cultural Resource Cluster. They don't say human remains, they talk about ancestors, representatives of the nation. So it's very deep, it's very close. It's very long, thousands of years of history in Oregon we're talking about here. And I, as a newcomer to Oregon, just 55 years here, born here, but still very recent. I just want to respect that long history of people who care for this state, lived in the state, thrived off the natural resource and cultural resources of this state, and do appreciate the commission's direction. You're about to take a vote, but to proceed with this work. It's quite reverent, and our responsibility is great in that regard. I'm also just proud of our sample size of the questionnaire. I know that Amanda said that we have over 300 communities in Oregon. It's actually 241 cities and 36 counties. So it wasn't a bad sample size, and the local governments in Oregon did say that they needed help, and many of them, did say that they need help in this regard. So we're trying to respond to that as well as all the other things that we do. So thank you for your direction and support.
Much. Commissioners, I think we're ready for a motion and as we proceed. And again, I just have to conclude as we started. Commissioner Sandoval, your comments are just very inspiring to me. Thank you for your work getting us to the point where we're at right now.
I can make a motion, please. Okay, I move that the commission initiate rulemaking to prepare rules for Goal 5 cultural areas to be added to OAR Chapter 660, Division 23, and authorize the director to appoint a rulemaking advisory committee to develop proposed rules consistent with the charge included in Appendix A.
Do I second that?
Please, thank you. And Commissioner Thompson seconds it. Any further discussion, comments by commissioners? I'll just say I wholeheartedly support this. And so thank you to everyone. Jan, please call the roll.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson. For the record, Chair Halova has an excused absence. Chair Lilac.
Aye. Thank you. And before we move into agenda item number 6, given that this is Commissioner Sandoval's last meeting and we're moving forward with the Goal 5 work, we'll have a commission liaison to serve in that capacity. And if it's okay, I may share that Commissioner Thompson has agreed to serve in that. Well, thank you for volunteering and for being here and taking on this important work going forward. Yeah, thank you. We will now transition to agenda item 6, solar renewable energy siting conforming rulemaking with John Jennings, our community services specialist. We will accept public comment during this agenda item. We have a lot of presentations and involvement and engagement today with Mr. Jennings. So thank you for being here. And I see Gordon Howard is joining us as well. So welcome both of you. And as soon as you're able to get set up there again, we almost just need to have a station for you today on that side of the table. And we have a new handout. We have information that has been submitted. And John will summarize it by 1,000 Friends of Oregon. I didn't see who it was from. I've in the past mistakenly assumed who I knew it was from 1,000 Friends. But I will just say I will thank them for contributing to this discussion item already. And John, as soon as you are ready, I will turn it over to you.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's working. Thank you, Mr. Dunsmore. Well, excuse me. Well, I guess settle in here a little bit. So again, I'm John Jennings. I'm the Community Services Specialist. And back in front of you today, we're going to talk about revising on one of our administrative rules, one of your administrative rules. And this is a project that was directed by the legislature as part of House Bill 3409. We'll talk a little bit about kind of what this means and how we recommend going about it. But I'm sure if we need to do this. Audio. So let's do this. Okay. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Well, I apologize for getting off to a little bit of a rocky start here, though. So this was a large bill, many pages, many sections. A couple of them are particularly relevant to LCDC, and that's why we're here. That's why we're here this morning. In section 35, sub 1, it directs LCDC to revise the exceptions rule, and we'll talk about that. Section 2, it directs LCDC to consider and adopt a more holistic and thorough administrative rule within the next 18 months or so. I only mention that because it's a little bit relevant in what we'll talk about with this agenda item. But again, where we're really at is the looking at revising the exceptions rule as it relates to and is included in Division 4. This is a language straight out of the bill. You'll notice it includes a time constraint. Says that LCDC will adopt these provisions on or before November 3rd, 2023. We're a day ahead of that, so we're very proud to be to be a little ahead of schedule. And it includes some specific direction about making sure that photovoltaic power generation facilities can be considered a rural industrial use for purposes of a reasons exception, and kind of here's why. We'll talk about the order of operations here. There's a number of exceptions. There's 3 particular exception opportunities. We've spoken about the reasons exception opportunity a little earlier this morning. There's also an irrevocably committed opportunity, and as well as a physically developed opportunity. I think the staff report speaks a little bit about them. We won't go into that. The reasons exception is distinct and unique from those, and it really requires application of 2 areas, 2 sections of Division 4. The first section to be addressed is in subsection 0022, and that's sort of the indicator if a application can successfully demonstrate compliance with the provisions of 0022, then it can move on and be measured against the substantive criteria in 0020. I don't know why we arranged it in quite that order, but that's kind of how it works, right? You have to go to 0022, and if you're successful there, then you go to 0020. All successful exception proposals will successfully address both of those provisions. Successfully addressing 0022 does not guarantee that you'll be approved. So all successful approvals successfully go through 0022, but not all proposals that successfully go through 0022 are ultimately approved. If that makes sense. You see a puzzled look on my face of my counsel, which I don't like to see. So he's shaking his head. So in 0022, again, where you go first, if you're proposing a reasoned exception, you go to this area first, and there's a certain series of use categories to describe. There's the partial list here, and I didn't include all the language here, but you'll see that there's a category for rural residential development and a category for rural industrial development. above that, there's a category for uses that are not specifically provided for. This is really kind of a catch-all opportunity, and talks about that there are some reasons. So if it's not accounted for or provided for in another area, that's where you go. These provisions of rule have been interpreted by the courts. Specifically, there's a Jackson County case, it was a solar case, a few years ago that was ruled on by LUBA and then ultimately by the Court of Appeals. And I won't go through all the ins and outs, all the details, but the applicants in that case recognized that there was, maybe some uncertainty about what the best way to proceed was. And so they addressed a kind of a belt and suspenders approach, which is reasonable, and said, well, we think we can go under sub 1. We're making our case under sub 1. There are reasons of why this exception makes sense. But if that doesn't work, we're also providing findings for sub 3, that this is rural industrial development. And the upshot there was that the court said, no, it's not either one. There's no need under goals 3 through 19 for rural development. And is contemplated in sub 3, this is an industrial development. So that created a dilemma, right? I mean, that really established that there was an awkward fit for proposing an exception for photovoltaic solar power generation facilities. So this is the language in sub 3. It's just all of this. So you'll see that there is, in addition to the kind of introductory language, there are 3 tests. You don't have to meet all of them, just one. Tests that say, okay, here are some reasons and facts for why it's appropriate to consider rural industrial development. And so you have to satisfy one of these, and if so, then you can move on to 0020. So this gets you through the door, but it doesn't get you all the way home. But that's what we want to do. We want to at least give people their day. That was the policy objective in our interest, was to create an identifiable pathway for projects that needed an exception, because they're large enough that they can't be approved through conditional use proceeding at the local level, but not large enough to trigger an FSEC review, Energy Facility Siting Council review. And we want to have an identifiable pathway. This is how you do it. It's not a green light, not a get out of jail free card, but you can be confident that you're addressing the right criteria. And so that led to the language that we got. And so we were thinking through, I'm gonna kind of bounce back here, but we're gonna do it. So again, we're thinking through how to accomplish the directive in House Bill 3409. Specifically says that, basically we need to figure out a way to ensure that your administrative rules provide for consideration of these larger, but not real large, but larger photovoltaic solar projects have an identifiable pathway and fit them into this rural industrial development opportunity. And so we were, kind of thinking, how do we do that? The first blush said, well, it's real simple. We'll just fold it into the language right there, which we think would work. We think that is legitimate, a legitimate way to do it. Pull it into the language here. But there leaves some things unanswered. I mean, he leaves a few stones unturned, so to speak. And we began thinking about that. We began to realize, well, it's not all photovoltaic solar that requires an exception. It does not categorically require an exception. It's only those projects that exceed the acreage thresholds under the eligible rules. And there's also we began hearing things and getting questions and realizing that the zoning implementing an exception has some questions regarding it. We had one person ask, not on the record, but one question was, does this mean that where we've approved conditional uses for photovoltaic solar, does that mean they can be converted to industrial land? And of course, is no, it's not. That's not what it's about. But again, there was maybe some uncertainty about what the outcome would be. So we looked at how people are doing it now. There are exceptions being taken. They've been taken, we think, with some risk. And the order of operations, the accepted order of operations seems to be that they relieve a project from the acre thresholds, but retain basically the farmland provisions. And we think that's a good practice. And so that led us to this language. Okay, we thought, well, we wanted to try to do a couple of things. We want to corral some truisms, I think would be one way to put it. And we don't want to unnecessarily clutter up one particular area of our rule. We also want to, if we can, clarify that industrial use and development are primarily synonymous. So we came up with this notion of creating a definition of rural industrial development. We felt that just saying, photovoltaic solar would be too solar centric, and that this would be a better vehicle. And it could be the home of future changes if we needed to do that. But so we did it. We felt what we offered a pretty understandable and simple definition or some language about what rural industrial development is. We borrowed that from existing language in Division 9 with a caveat that that these uses are generally less intensive than those which would be allowed within urban growth boundaries or an incorporated community, which is true. That's how this works now. We just talked about that in the last agenda item. But just as importantly, maybe more importantly, we included what we believe is a clear and unambiguous, unquestionable identification that this definition and therefore those provisions in 00223 include a photovoltaic power generation facility. We've kind of hitched our wagon a little bit to the definition in our Division 3 rule because we believe that's the best one that we have. We've clarified that the necessity for an exception is for those proposals that would use occupier cover more land than otherwise be allowed, and that a facet here is that the other provisions that protect agricultural land or forest land will continue to apply. So for instance, you can be relieved from, rather than be limited to a 320 acre project on non-arable land, you can go above that. You can have a 1280 acre project through an acceptance process, but that the other facets to protect and guard against introduction of weeds and soil compaction and things of that nature would be retained. And I'm going to break this down and package just a little bit. Another piece here, we thought we would touch up the language here in 00223. And again, with this, we think some clarifying language that could be helpful. I don't think it's necessary, absolutely necessary, but I think it could be helpful. So unpacking the definition that we have here in rural industrial development, again, these couple of paragraphs or sentences, really borrowed from existing language that are not specific to something that's rural. So we wanted to kind of clarify that it's different. It's not that it's a data center that makes it urban so much as it's a data center that's 1.125 million square feet. That's really the difference. And then the second part, again, which we believe very clearly, very unambiguously identifies that photovoltaic solar power generation facility falls into this category, and that it falls in this category in these ways, and that the certain protective measures that are being applied now, really become the not just the accepted way of doing it, but the legal way. We've heard recently that some folks have some anxiety about this approach. We'll hear more about that. We have some written comments. Thousand Friends of Oregon has provided some written comments. I believe since Oregon Land Watch, I've provided some comments, and there are some comments on behalf of New Sun Development and a coalition of other interested parties. There were emailed here recently this morning. And so this is some of the language that I think that folks have gotten some anxiety about. You know, we think it's okay, but we appreciate that there's some anxiety, and to the extent that we can resolve that, we think it's worth doing that. One option would be to simplify. We basically keep the same arrangement, but that we would specify, basically just say it's on rural lands outside of, rather than the generally less intensive, so on and so forth. And then another way, which kind of getting back to the beginning, would be to just insert language into that subsection of 0022. I think all three of them would work. I think that the first two are a little well-rounded and more thorough. But be that as it may, I think that they would all work. So we proposed 3 motions, or possible motions. Yeah, I see people squinting there, which I understand. It's a lot to get on one slide. Maybe this wasn't the best choice on my part. But the bottom line here, folks, is that we believe any of these 3 options provide a legitimate pathway forward. We think they would all work. And we have some preferences, but they would all work. And furthermore, should this issue deserve more attention, we can give it that attention as we get into the larger rulemaking that I identified earlier. The second one, we'll hear more about that after we get done here. And so the point I think that I would like to leave you with is that it is necessary for the commission to make an adoption this meeting to comply with the directive of the statute, the bill, and that we believe that we presented 3 legitimate options. And you'll hear testimony as to why folks might like one or the other better, and that once we get that accomplished, we get that under our belts, so to speak, should there be a need for additional conversation, we can have that. We're teed up to be able to do that. So I think that's my presentation. I know, how boring was that? That was really, I'm sorry for being that was so dense.
John, you said anxiety and rural land uses. That's never boring. Yeah, many of us live that on a regular basis.
So I'm gonna try to I'll be happy to try to answer any questions, or I'm sure there's some folks that may want to offer some comments or testimony in addition to the written stuff.
So let's do that. We had 20 minutes set aside for you, 20 minutes for public comments, and the 20 minutes for us. We're a couple minutes ahead of schedule, and I think we have 5 people that are testifying at this point, which gives us ballpark 15 minutes. So we have a few minutes now. If commissioners have clarifying questions for John, the team, before we turn it to public comments. And if we can just make sure to see Commissioner Boyer on the screen as well, so I can be sure to recognize her as well.
I'm going to hold any questions or comments until the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see Commissioner Sandoval? Please.
Yeah, just real quick. So the difference between this case and the one we just heard about the data centers, I guess that the difference would be generally less intensive. Is that kind of what makes?
I think that was, I mean, I don't want to go too far afield here. Chair Lilac and Commissioner Sandoval, but in that context, yes. I mean, so that was the thought, that was the process. You know, the applicant in that case, the Morrow County case, went through and said, look, this is a pretty big use. We don't believe that this is something that could ordinarily be cited on rural lands because it's more intensive. It's not less intensive than what you would ordinarily see inside an urban growth boundary. So we're going to apply for a Goal 14 exception. And we agree with that. We think that they're right. So they basically went through that iteration already, and that's customary for applicants moving forward with an application for reason exception for one use or another. Do they need a Goal 3 exception, or do they need a Goal 3 and a Goal 14 exception? And so if it's generally less intensive, then they would say they would not need a goal 14 assessment. That'd be correct. So I don't want to get too far afield, but that's a process that really needs to be involved in every application for an exception. I want to be very clear and square on the record that we do not believe that photovoltaic solar energy power generation facilities
commissioners. Seeing none at this time.
Can you guys hear me?
Commissioner Boyer, I can hear you.
Okay, I totally lost audio, so I don't know if anybody was talking to me. I can't hear what's going on in the room.
Right, same, and it looks like the commission table may have disconnected.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're ready to begin our public comments. I'm not sure if you have a timer or how we're going to manage that, but welcome to our participants who are testifying. We have several that are virtual. Perhaps I'm not sure if we have anybody in person, but it appears Andrew, and the screen is a bit dark. Mulkey.
Angela Crowley Koch.
Sorry. For you to.
Thank you for your patience. We are back. Angela, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me? My audio is going in and out, so I'm not sure.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for having me today. My name is Angela Crowley Cook. I'm the Executive Director of OSEA, the Oregon Solar Plus Storage Industries Association. We represent stakeholders in Oregon that care about solar, including the solar industry. And I'm here today to strongly urge the Commission to vote for option 3. I think when you see a case where most stakeholders disagree with the first option that was put forward by staff, I think that's a good signal that it's a better idea to pick a different option. So we support option 3 because we're concerned that the original option 1 definition goes beyond the statutory directive of what was laid out in the legislation. The new use intensity test really goes beyond the scope, and we prefer that this be narrowly defined as was directed in the statute. As proposed, this could change decades of precedent, and we're very concerned about that. We'd like to stick just to the issue directed.
I'm sorry,
Uh,
Angela, you're cutting out.
Okay, where did you lose me?
Angela?
Yes, can you hear me?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. You cut out.
Okay, where did I cut out at the beginning, or can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Angela, those of us on Zoom can hear you. There seems to be some technical difficulty in the room.
Okay. Okay, can folks in the room hear me now?
Thank you for your patience as we try to figure this out. We are back.
Okay, can folks in the room hear me right now?
Yes.
And we're getting reestablished now, and we have a little feedback.
Okay. Can someone give me a hint as to where you lost
ready?
me? Should I
We
start
ready?
from?
Okay, we're ready to begin. And I just suggest, oh, there we. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Did you hear?
How about if we just start from the beginning?
Okay, that would.
Give you a fresh 3 minutes, and we'll start over with a new computer.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So my name is Angela Crowley-Cook. I'm the Executive Director of OSEA, the Oregon Solar Plus Storage Industries Association. We represent members of the solar industry in Oregon, as well as other stakeholders who are looking to increase access to solar around the state. OSEA strongly supports option 3 and recommends that the commission adopt that option. I think when you have a situation.
Angela, I'm sorry, you're cutting out again.
Okay, I'm not sure what to do. The folks on Zoom can hear me, so seems like an audio in the room issue. Can folks in the room still hear me at all?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll try this again. Thanks for your patience. So OSEA strongly supports option 3. And that's because we believe option 1 and 2 go above and beyond the scope of what was directed in the legislation. And when you have a situation where a number of diverse stakeholders oppose those 2 options, I think that's a pretty good sign that something else should be considered. And so we're asking that the commission look to option 3, which we feel is the most simple and clear directive, which focuses really strictly to the solar issue, which is what was directed in the statute. We're also concerned that the other options could change decades of precedent. And we're really, like I said, only interested on focusing on the solar issue that was brought up by the legislature. We also are concerned that the small business impact was not properly addressed. The first 2 options are a significant change to policy. And so if option 1 or 2 are the options being considered, that really should, small businesses should be engaged and more properly, the impact more properly assessed. And there should have been a rules advisory committee to discuss options 1 and 2, because that new use intensity test really creates new policy. And so there should have been a rulemaking advisory committee on options 1 or 2. And so again, we recommend that these concerns about not having a rulemaking advisory committee and going into other territories not requested by the statute, the best way to avoid that is just to go with option 3, which again is more simple. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you very much. We did hear your entire testimony, which is great. We are going to take a brief break now to address ongoing technical issues. Thank you. We're ready. Great. We're going to continue with
Welcome back and thank you for your patience. We'll continue with public comment. Up next, we have Andrew Mulkey representing 1,000 Friends of Oregon.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Mulkey. I'm staff attorney for 1,000 Friends of Oregon. And I'd like to start off by stating some general principles that I think apply to LCDC's rulemaking process that I don't think have been followed or complied with in the suggestions provided by staff in this case. So rules should certainly be consistent with state law. I think they should provide certainty and they should provide clarity. And that's what Mr. Jennings was talking about when he said he wanted to provide an identifiable pathway. Unfortunately, I don't think any of those goals have been achieved by the amendment, the options 1 and 2 proposed by the staff. And so, and actually, I also think that option 3 also suffers from some of those same faults, and that you should consider at least looking at and then adopting the suggestions provided by 1,000 Friends in their comments, which they've identified as option 4 and option 5. And I just want to point out some of the real concerns I have about options 1 and 2 that staff has provided. They've created a generally applicable and I would say generic definition of rural industrial use, and it really creates more questions than it answers. And so it suggests potentially that, you know, an Amazon warehouse or a factory might be rural. I think that is the wrong thing to suggest outside of a UGB. And so I think that really those options invite legal challenges, and it will be very difficult for LCDC to potentially show that they conform to state law or are consistent with state law. Option 3, which amends OAR 660 Division 4, Section 22, that provides a pathway, but I think it's internally inconsistent. And it's at least better because I think it's more targeted to what the legislature is asking LCDC to do in this case, but it still leaves a large number of uncertainty. And the biggest issue that I have with that, and I want to point out, is that it implies that all of the pathways under subsection 3, A, B, and C, are all potentially appropriate for solar development. And if you look at the criteria, they really don't match up. And the other thing that is left out are acreage limits. The only criteria in that provision that has acreage limits is potentially subsection 3C. So the fact that there aren't in the others, I think also creates a really large problem and potentially creates a problem of inconsistency with state law. So I suggest, I'll leave it there, but I suggest that option 4 that 1,000 Friends has suggested does not have those same problems and is potentially a better option. And option 5 is actually the best because I think it provides clear criteria that are directed at solar facilities.
Great, thank you very much. And we did receive the letter and it's been handed out. And we've had an opportunity to review that this morning. So thank you very much. Just given in the interest of time, I don't think I'll entertain follow-up questions at this time. We'll just continue with our public comment. Thank you, Jan.
Up next, we have Max Yoklik representing New Sun Energy.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Max Yoklik. I'm in-house permitting counsel for New Sun Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this rulemaking. A letter was submitted this morning from some of the state's foremost solar permitting experts, and that includes the Oregon Solar Plus Storage Industries Association, the Community Renewables Energy Association, Davis Wright Tremaine, Obsidian Renewables, New Sun Energy, and Sunstone Energy. I'm not sure whether that was printed and circulated, so I'm going to run through some of the major points. I think that the staff proposed definition of rural industrial development is very problematic. That's options 1 or 2. Others have already spoken to those issues, so I'm not going to repeat them. I'll just say that we think a use intensity test is a vague and subjective standard that will be difficult to implement and subject to legal challenge. And as Angela noted, I think it's notable that on that issue, we agree with 1000 Friends that a proposed definition of rural industrial development isn't the right approach here. Option 3 is the simplest and easiest way to accomplish the legislative directive. It responds to the narrow and specific purpose, and it doesn't create new land use tests or standards. So I'm going to push back a little bit on the language that Andrew proposed for option 4 and 5. No additional language or standards are necessary or justified by the statutory directive. The legislative directive is to allow solar facilities to attempt to seek a goal exception under subsection 3 and the reasons outlined in subsections A, B, and C of that subsection. Any of those paths might be applicable to a solar development. A county would need to adopt an exception that's based on findings of fact and conclusions of law supported by substantial evidence in the record. And if there are issues related to those reasons, project opponent could appeal and LUBA would examine whether the reasons are sufficient. But further limitations on the language would undermine the legislative directive by limiting the reasons that a solar applicant could attempt to justify an exception. Legislature didn't state or intend to create a new standard or scope of reasons that solar facilities could rely upon. They could have done that and they didn't. All they said was that solar facilities should be allowed to be considered rural industrial development for the purpose of seeking a goal exception. So at minimum, there'd need to be a lot further discussion about the language that 1000 Friends proposed, but there wasn't a rack here, so we don't have that opportunity. So we'd request that the commission adopt option 3, which is John's alternative motion B. And our final request would be that the commission's notice of adoption of the rulemaking include language that clarifies that this rulemaking doesn't in some way replace the ability of a solar applicant to seek a reasons exception under OAR 664-22-1. All of the other standards and current existing approval criteria will still apply. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you very much. And next we have Carol Macbeth, is that correct?
Yes, up next we have Carol Macbeth representing Central Oregon Land Watch. And Carol is by phone. Carol, can you hear us?
Hello, this is Carol Macbeth. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Lelock and Commissioners. My name is Carol Macbeth, and I'm a staff attorney for Central Oregon Land Watch. On behalf of Land Watch, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I would like to echo earlier commenters in saying we recommend you adopt option 3, but we do recommend a slightly edited version of option 3. We respectfully request that you adopt a rule that faithfully implements the enabling legislation. While LCDC has great authority and great latitude in adopting rules, your authority does not extend to either allowing something that the enabling legislation prohibits or prohibiting something that the enabling legislation allows. For this reason, we recommend that you slightly edit option 3, because what the enabling legislation allows is for a county to make the choice whether it will choose to identify a solar facility as a rural industrial use or not. And the as written option 3 imposes that choice on them. It defines it in a rule which would bind all counties alike. But that is, again, that is prohibiting something on the county's behalf that the legislature allows, which is to allow each county to decide for itself. And for that reason, we have put in a slight addition to option 3 that would reflect what the legislature said in this one sentence legislation. There can be hardly any question about the intent or scope of the enabling legislation when it is only one sentence and 45 words in length. The legislation uses the words rural industrial use. It doesn't use the words rural industrial development. And it does allow a choice on the part of the counties or local governments. It does not impose this definition on them. And with that slight addition to option 3, we recommend that LCDC do choose that option to implement HB 3049 section 35. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have one more person signed up to testify.
Yes, we have Emily Griffith with Renewable Northwest.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Commission. For the record, my name is Emily Griffith. I am the Oregon Policy Manager at Renewable Northwest. Renewable Northwest is a nonprofit that advocates for the responsible decarbonization of the electricity grid, and we have a membership that ranges from renewable energy industry and supporting industry and services and other nonprofits, including environmental and consumer advocates. Renewable Northwest supports DLCD language to implement Section 35(1) of House Bill 3049 from last session. Specifically, we support language of option 3. This rule is a result from House Bill 3409, which was amended from a bill originating from discussions at the siting table. The siting table was co-convened by Renewable Northwest, Thousand Friends of Oregon, and Verde to bring together a large group of stakeholders to discuss opportunities and strategies for energy siting processes that reduce conflict and balance state energy goals with communities, natural resources, and the environment. Incorporating photovoltaic solar within the definition of rural industrial development will provide clear guidance and criteria for taking an exception. Without photovoltaic solar facilities listed as rural industrial development, and with the fact that we have dated statewide planning goals that don't reflect the state's need for photovoltaic solar facilities or any energy generation type, it leaves the exceptions process without the benefit of clear criteria or guidance. So put another way, without today's actions, reasons to justify the exception must be constructed from scratch, which leaves applicants and decision makers in uncertain territory. So by incorporating PV solar into the definition of rural industrial development, we're encouraged that Oregon will have a clear path for an exceptions process that accounts for a new energy reality while also still valuing other land uses. Renewable Northwest looks forward to continued discussions within the Rulemaking Advisory Committee as proposed in the next agenda item 7. The intent of the bill was to have each of these agenda items presented today, items 6 and 7, as a package. And for this draft rule to add some near-term clarity while we have a more thorough conversation in the RAC to figure out long-term solutions. Siting of renewable energy is needed now, as well as shorter-term interim consensus solutions that can help projects move forward in support of meeting Oregon's renewable energy mandates and targets. That's what this rule update and this language option 3 achieves. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And that concludes our public comment period, and we'll close the public comment period today. What I'd like to do is, I'm sorry. Oh, there's somebody in person. Great. Great. My apologies. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Elaine Albridge with Davis Strait Tremaine for the record. I'll try to be quick and appreciate the comments before me. I just wanted to share with you that I have spent over a decade working on rural resource land issues and siting renewable energy projects, both through county jurisdictions and the State Energy Facility Siting Council. Some of my clients include Avangrid Renewables, Obsidian Renewables, and One Energy Renewables. I'm an active member both with the Oregon OSEA and Renewable Northwest, who you heard from today, and work a lot with John on policy issues facing rural Oregon. I've permitted over 2,000 megawatts of renewable energy, much of which are in operation today. The rulemaking you have before you today is supposed to be a prescriptive surgical fix at the direction of the legislature to address one policy issue that we're facing with renewable energy siting in Oregon, but you will be doing much more of the legwork with your agenda item number 7 that you're going to be talking about. And so the commission is on a deadline to address the legislative directive that was included in the bill. And so we support an option of a simple fix, set aside the rural industrial development discussions for later as a part of the larger rulemaking, where you'll have a robust RAC and more discussion there. And so we would support staff's motion B to just do that surgical fix. And I think, if needed, I don't have the exact language up in front of me, but with respect to the consideration of the local governments, you can always add may to that language rather than shall if necessary to accomplish it. So I think there's a simple solution here, relying on staff's recommended motion B to get you to action by the required deadline. So thank you for your consideration.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here and offering the important comments. So with that, we'll close the public. We'll close the public comment period. I really want to thank everybody for your comments and the specificity of your comments. We really are all committed to getting this right, and we have various staff working on just exactly that issue. And there's a potential that we might want to hold this over to tomorrow if we need to get it right. But we still have a few minutes. What I'd like to do is to turn it over to commissioners for questions and any comments you have at this point before we make that decision.
I guess just a clarifying question for my colleagues is that this is, conforming rulemaking basically, and we'll be going through another rulemaking process to clarify this more. So what we're passing today is just to make sure that we're within the statute, and then we'll go through a rulemaking advisory process, which we can have a lot more, community input.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Boyer.
Thank you. I really appreciate the effort to do some language update, because in my original packet, I was one of those people with anxieties. So thank you for providing some alternatives today. And I would be fine with taking this to tomorrow, depending on my fellow commissioners. So we could kind of marinate on the new language.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? I'm not seeing any at this point. I'd like to turn it over to staff, our team, to see what your thoughts are at this point, and to see what your comfort level is, and if your preference is that we do give it a day and come back, since fortunately we're meeting on this today with the statutory deadline tomorrow.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman of the Commission, John Jennings. And, I first of all, I want to thank our folks who testified. I want to thank our folks who testified. No, collectively, that's an all-star team who you just heard from, and so I really appreciate that. And I know Max was pretty sick earlier, so it's impressive that he is able to summon the energy to appear before for you. And again, I think there's three legitimate options on the table. We I guess respectfully disagree that a use intensity test that doesn't exist already. First of all, I think that may be a little bit of an overstatement in our estimation, but we don't that it's a test, but it's certainly not a new concept that we talked about before. This is sort of an iteration that all projects should go through. But we respect that folks have different opinions, and that some folks are more comfortable in one way or another. So I think that the bottom line here, I'll just put it bluntly, is that the commission adopt a rule by November 3rd, 2023. And I think there are some legitimate options to do that if we need to take a little more time, or if it's felt to take more time to contemplate one or the other, or smooth that out. I think that's fine. I'll be also honest, it's my preference that you do it right now. But that's for personal reasons. And of course, it's up to you, and I'll be happy to assist in any way that I can. So I'll let's leave it at that. And again, if there's any other questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Great. Thank you, John. Any other comments from staff before I turn it back over to commissioners? So we decide if we have John all day and tomorrow, or if we have John just today.
Well, just in case, if I'll be available today and tomorrow as well, so we'll get this done.
We will indeed. Thoughts, commissioners?
I was able to work with staff during our technical break to come up with what we think is probably an acceptable motion. So if commissioners are comfortable with that, I'd like to propose it. And then it's long, so it's going to be hard to follow. And that's unfortunate for the folks who are following us online, but it sounds like there's been a lot of discussion over this.
So we might have a slide.
I don't know if I've access.
Go ahead, Commissioner Warren. I'm sorry to interrupt. Please proceed if you wish. We might have it on a slide as we were contemplating potential revisions based on input.
So those are so thank you. And thank you very much, Jan. So these are the proposed motions. And the first are the possible motions. And the alternative A and B we've kind of taken some of the material pieces out of there for shortening, for brevity's sake, but these are the language. This is the language that we have contemplated, and again, if this isn't what this is what we want.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. And the one that I have in front of me is alternative motion A. And so I'll read it and then clarify what we removed and added. But I move that the commission adopt the proposed revisions to OAR Chapter 660, Division 4, identified in this report and included as attachment A to allow a local government to consider a photovoltaic solar power generation facility on rural industrial use for purposes of justifying a reason for an exception and comply with the directive provided by the legislature in Section 35, Sub 1 of House Bill 3409, 2023, but with the following modifications. Sub 4, rural industrial development means the establishment of a use or uses that result in employment activities generating income from the production, handling, or distribution of goods on rural lands outside of unincorporated communities or urban growth boundaries. Rural industrial development includes, but is not limited to, manufacturing, assembly, fabrication, processing, storage, logistics, and warehousing. Rural industrial development also includes a photovoltaic solar power generation facility as defined at OAR 660 033 0130 sub 38 sub F that will use, occupy, or cover more acres than would otherwise be allowed under the applicable goal or goals, and that continues to be subject to the remaining provisions of OAR 660 033 0138 38 if proposed on agricultural land, or OAR Chapter 660 Division 6 if proposed on forest land. And just to be sure that I did this correctly, I struck out that are generally less intensive than those which may be allowed within, and added on rural lands outside of unincorporated communities or urban growth boundaries. Whew. And I'm looking to staff to ensure that I got that correctly.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Warren, I believe you got that exactly correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. So, commissioners, do we have a second?
Oh, I'll second. I'm the newbie. I get to, right?
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Chair, I was actually leaning towards I think where a lot of folks have of the trimmed down version of response to the legislative mandate around just including solar in the definition of rural industrial development. And so this went the other way, right? This went kind of the original recommendation, is my sense. But I heard the change because I heard that I think that the opposition to this was this the intensity use test piece that was removed, but it still makes the bigger change.
So thank you, Chair Commissioner Salazzo. Yeah. So what this language is, or what the motion on the table includes, would be to adopt this alternative A. Yeah. So it's a modest revision of the original proposal or staff report. It is not this simpler, language that would be, revisions to 0022 subsection 3.
Yeah, section 3.
Thank you. That's helpful. And just as we discuss this motion, just maybe a clarification as well. If for any reason there's disagreement or this doesn't work for some reason, the next process for item number 7, that if I understand correctly, that could correct this. Is that an accurate statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's an accurate statement. And I think it's even broader than that. I mean, so we believe that this will work. We believe it does, any of these 3 work and comply with the direction of the legislature. If it is felt like it deserves more attention, whether or not it works or not, but it just deserves more attention, then we could address that for those reasons alone, if the RAC saw fit to do so.
Thank you. Any further discussion by commissioners or comments by staff before we proceed to a roll call vote? Okay, seeing none, Jen, please call the roll.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Nay.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Abstain.
Commissioner Lazo,
No.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
For the record, Chair Halova has an excused absence. Chair Lilac.
Aye. The motion carries, and we will move forward from here. I think at this point, thank you everyone for that discussion and for the input. And we will look forward to discussing. I'm not sure if we'll dive into this issue in particular with agenda item 7, but we're going to now break for lunch. We have a relatively short period to break for lunch as we again are on a compressed schedule today. We'll meet back here at noon for agenda item 7. The commission initiation of renewable solar energy facility siting in Eastern and Central Oregon, again with John Jennings, our community resources specialist. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you at noon.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone, from our lunch break. And I certainly encourage all of you to continue to eat and enjoy as we begin our agenda item number 7. But before we begin our agenda item number 7, we need to revisit the vote that we took just prior to the lunch break. We're very thankful that our attorney threw a challenge flag there on the vote, read the rule, 4 votes to pass with 6 here in attendance today. We had 3. And so we are going to take this afternoon, to revisit the motion to make sure we get it right. And then we will re-vote on agenda item 6 tomorrow, Friday, November 3rd. In the afternoon, we convene meeting at 1 o'clock. We don't have a specific time at this point, but we will reconvene at 1 o'clock in our business meeting tomorrow afternoon to finalize that vote again per the legislative direction. Any further comments?
Yeah, I would just add that the public comment period on that item has closed, though.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, to confirm, the public comment item on that has closed. And so with that, if we're in good shape, we'll turn to item number 7, commission initiation of renewable solar energy facility siting in Eastern and Central Oregon. Mr. Jennings, I will turn the meeting back over to you and to Gordon Howard to lead us through this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lelak. And again, I'm John Jennings, the Community Services Specialist for the department. And I'm very happy to be here before you this afternoon on this item. I'll try that. And so this is the second piece of the responsibilities dedicated to LCDC by the legislature as part of House Bill 3409. We just went through one of them. This is the second piece. This is the bigger piece. This is a more thorough, more holistic piece, adopting rules that carry out the title of this section about finding opportunities, reducing conflict, and solar siting. This really kind of got started about 14, 15 months ago, I think. And there was a broad coalition of interested parties that was assembled by a couple organizations, Thousand Friends of Oregon, Public Lands, the Nature Conservancy, I believe, and Renewable Northwest, and it was facilitated by Verde, and really investigated a lot of items around solar siting and other renewable energy and transmission siting, and that culminated in ultimately in House Bill 3409, which included this direction. The purpose today, we're here today, right, is staff is asking the commission to officially initiate this rulemaking that's necessary to comply with the directive in the bill. Approve a rulemaking charge. We provided a draft rulemaking charge for your consideration. Direct the department to appoint the diverse rules advisory committee indicated in the bill. We'll talk about that. And then you may also consider appointing a liaison to the RAC process. I don't know if that needs to happen today, but I think it's something that has been helpful in the past. So kind of starting at the beginning a little bit. This is an interesting slide to me. It's an older slide, so some of the information is probably antiquated, and that the installed capacity there is probably different now. But to the left, an indication of the utility scale capacity factors, which is the numbers you see there on the bars graph there. And what that means is basically the higher the number here, the better the solar resource is, the more return, so to speak, that you're going to get. You're going to receive the energy, the built capacity, a higher percentage of the time, and that's part of the puzzle with renewable energy, right? They're not as efficient as baseload plants, like let's just say Carty generation, which is hammering out 400 plus megawatts as long as it's operating. With solar projects, you're getting a percentage of the nameplate capacity, but you'll see there's pretty broad. California's pretty good. New Jersey's much less good, but they all support commercial solar facilities. This is what Oregon looks like. Again, you'll see the up here is the lower productivity is Astoria, Clatsop County area, 16-18%. Down here, South Central and Southeast Oregon, up above 20, even 24-25%. So this is New England or New Jersey perhaps, and this is Texas perhaps by comparison, but they're all able to support commercial solar development. And we'll talk a bit more about this later. As you guys have heard about already, there are thresholds under which photovoltaic solar can be approved as conditional uses through conditional use proceeding on agricultural land or forest land. And these are the 12 and 20 and 320 on farmland, and then the straight across the board 10 on forest land. Projects larger than this require an exception. And we just talked an awful lot about that. And then moving into kind of where we're focused today and this afternoon is really kicking this off. And again, we're excited about this. We've been hoping to get to do this work for several sessions now. I think it was Emily with Renewable Northwest mentioned in her testimony on the last item about the state's outdated energy goals. We think that's on point. So being able to have a conversation that results in policy choices on better locations to site projects that avoid certain things while being able to deliver a successful project is really important. And these are, there's a variety of things to consider. One of those is we tend to hire some staff. We didn't hire a staff person to take on most of this work, and we're directed to hire a consultant that would moderate or facilitate the Rules Advisory Committee discussions, and probably, I think, write a report that kind of summarizes what we did, and that would be presented to the legislature. That's a pretty high level, but that's kind of in essence what we're looking at there. I know this is a really busy slide, and I don't usually like to, believe it or not, I don't like to use slides that have an awful lot of text. And this is some of the most important elements of this section 35, and I get just used to illustrate the kind of the broad level of considerations that the legislature has directed LCDC to consider, and conflicts and public feedback and suitability for the state's clean energy goals, and really around lands in Eastern Oregon, avoiding negative impacts on natural resources things, considering proximity to transmission, all sorts of things that lend them a site's suitability for a successful energy project, while also avoiding values and resources that we would just avoid if we can. Again, here's another busy slide, but this is an illustration of the RAC membership that's required. This is a minimum, it's not a maximum, but it's at least 17 members, including representatives from all of these disciplines. Our expectation is we're probably gonna need a few more than 17, to make sure we've got a well-rounded group. We're assembling, we've gotten some ideas from folks, kind of assembling a list. We'll probably offer application format soon, and we're all for the purposes of assembling a Rules Advisory Committee and hopefully starting meetings in early 2024. This is excerpts from a letter from Representative Pamela Marsh. Representative Marsh represents District 5, so and we think this does a nice job of kind of expressing certain expectations for this rulemaking, and it talks about adopting as needed revisions to maybe a number of rules, highlighting that the Goal 5 rule is really the centerpiece, and that rule will include a safe harbor as well as another optional piece, and that they're voluntary. We're not mandating that this is how a county has to do something, but it provides opportunity should they be interested in doing that. That was one of the things in at the citing table that our friends with local government said repeatedly, don't force us to do something. Give us a chance, give us an opportunity. And we heard that very clearly. And that we also want to consider items of community priorities and benefits and some other resource items. And with regard to the Rules Advisory Committee, again, that's a diverse group that we will initiate consultation with tribal governments. We've taken strides to do that so far, and that again, county should be a central piece of the process. And we wouldn't. I'm glad this is in here, but we would not think about engaging in this type of rulemaking activity without our local partners. And so that's frankly, that's probably one of the areas where we may have more than one or two folks from county government. We'll see how that goes, but we want to get a good complete representation there. I just put this together to say this is kind of the expectations, the rules that are likely to be revised. I think certainly Division 23, which is our Goal 5 rule, but particularly we will revise the 0190 section about energy sources, and they will create a safe harbor for citing solar, as well as some companion direction for a county that may elect not to take care of the advantage of the safe harbor, but still wants to do some planning on that front. And we're going to need to adjust some of these other rules, particularly our Goal 4 rule, Division 6, our Goal 3, because is the expectation that should we be able to identify sites or characteristics of sites, that strike that balance, that are legitimate candidates for successful energy projects while avoiding or subsequently avoiding or being able to mitigate some of those other things. We want to relieve them from some of the regulatory burdens to encourage developers to land on those sites. And with that, the shorter piece would say the acreage thresholds that currently are included in forest land and agricultural lands are going to be adjusted upwards for areas that fall into these categories. Not across the board, not for everything, but for these sites that are special because of what they have and what they don't have. And we think it makes sense to be able to allow a larger site, project site. We talked about it. We may take another look at the exceptions rule. There may be some other things that we talk about too. We just want to be open-minded and realize that it may take a suite of rulemakings to ultimately accomplish the goal of the legislation. Again, we're excited to do this. This has been a long time coming, and we expect to use the renewable energy siting assessment, the RESA tool. You may remember we had a presentation on that a year and a half ago, which was the online tool that we built with funding from the Department of Defense and in conjunction with our partners at the Department of Energy to help understand the landscape. That's really a neat tool. This is an example of how that could operate. And these are just illustration, right? These aren't recommendations. They're not meant to be any position or anything, but just an example of how that tool could help. So this is a 230 kV line owned by Idaho Power. This is the Snake River, so it comes up out of the dams on the Snake River. Baker City is over here, and we buffered it 5 miles from each side. So it's a 10-mile transmission cord, what we have right there. And you'll remember that some of the direction in the legislation is to consider proximity transmission. Well, this is one way to do it, right? We can map it. We can see what it looks like. When you overlay other features, this is what you can get. It's a lot of stuff there, right? There's land ownership, land tenure, soils, wildlife habitat, a bunch of different things. And that's not meant to do anything but illustrate that there's a lot of stuff that the Rules Advisory Committee is going to need to work on, right? They're going to talk about what the capacity power lines do we want to focus on. What's the right distance? How do we account for the presence or absence of some of these items? We're going to ask the Rules Advisory Committee to help us with. So, after following that, this is a language that we've come up with for the charge, for the rulemaking charge. So we're asking for your approval, and this is a tool that helps gaps between what the legislation says and kind of legislator expectations, as well. Commission to put some of your fingerprints on how the rulemaking comes together and the types of things that we make sure we do, and maybe some of the things we don't do. I'm not going to read these, obviously, but you'll notice that first couple deal with public participation with tribal governments and others. The next couple talk about how we would revise Division 23, and again emphasize that these are these would be voluntary. We talk about how to identify something that's considered significant, and which is the term that really identifies these special sites. And that would be a combination of things. Again, combination of the ability for a site to be a genuine candidate for legitimate development, as well as being able to avoid some of the other things. And you'll notice that we folded in some of the language that Representative Marshall letter includes, considering community priorities and benefits, connectivity with agricultural, forest land, and wildlife habitat. We've again inserted language that say, we're going to be adjusting our farm and forest rules to allow for larger projects through a conditional use proceeding under the right circumstances. And we're probably going to be amending other rules as well. And finally, that we're going to talk about mitigation, how we mitigate certain things. We have a lot of experience, or biologists do, in mitigating for wildlife habitat. We don't have as much mitigating for agricultural lands or for other things. And that's one of the features in the bill that I didn't choose to highlight here, but it's important to talk about mitigation, how we do that. So that's pretty much it, you guys. These are the proposed motion, as well as an alternative motion. And really, this is an approval, right? You're not adopting or approving or adopting anything, I should say, but you would be directing the department to initiate this rulemaking, to also approve the draft charge we just covered, or amend it if you feel that that's the right thing to do, and to go ahead and appoint get the Rules Advisory Committee appointed in the manner described in the staff report, which is consistent with the legislative direction. So I'll say, is any thoughts or questions, comments, or observations?
Great, thank you. Let's open it up to Commissioner questions initially, and then we can get a list of how many people we have signed up for comments. We have 3 signed up, which is great. So we'll aim for those comments here in just a few minutes, but let's open it up to commissioners first. And Commissioner, good, actually, Commissioner Boyer is there as well. But Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, this is to clarify. I'm just interested in why we would consider photovoltaics in forest lands. That to me, like, I have a hard time seeing that connection. Is that part of the bill?
It is, but it's a very good question, I believe. And first of all, thank you, Chair Lelek and Commissioner Warren. Thank you for the good question. Here in Oregon, we haven't seen very much interest in developing forest land for photovoltaic solar projects, but we're starting to see some more. Particularly in the dry east side forests, particularly in those forests owned by industrial forest landowners that have burned recently. They might be looking at 100 years or more, and so they're, right or wrong, they might be considering different options. So what we're seeing is an interest in possibly developing more photovoltaic solar on forest land, and we wanted to account for that in the kind of inquiry and the scope of consideration. We felt that, honestly, we thought we'd be remiss not to consider that. And this is again, to make further distinction is that, we're not talking about Columbia County forest land or Western County forest land, or some of the nation's best forest land in Western Oregon. We're really looking at, based on the direction of the bill, Eastern Oregon lands, which are a little bit different productivity, a little bit different management style and pattern.
Commissioner Thompson.
I see that the Rep Marsh's letter says that this is permissive for counties, but then when I look, it's, I don't know, page 2 of 5 on item 7, it says which local governments may be permitted or required to allow the siting. So I'm confused at what appears to be different approaches.
So, thank you, Chair Lilac and Commissioner Thompson. I'm going to try to find that language because it's a really good question. And let's see here.
World 2, A, B, then 2, establishing criteria through which local governments may be permitted or required to allow the site.
There you go, right there. Okay, thank you for that help. I was you had my other screen was covering that. So I believe here's how the department interprets that language. And one, we think that is clarified through Representative Marsh's letter. Of course, she was an important sponsor. That we're not mandating something to happen. It could be that through a local program that is constructed based on these rules, the local government identifies a set of circumstances where solar generation would amount to somewhat of like an outright use. So like under those circumstances, which would have to be fashioned and understood, we could get to something like that, where the circumstances identified in that program, compel local government to approve a project. We do not understand that to mean that LCDC will adopt rules that will obligate a county to make an approval under certain circumstances. So that I know I kind of walked around there. It was a little bit of an awkward answer. I apologize for that, but that's how I believe that language should and is intended to operate. But LCDC won't say you have to say yes here, or you have to say no there. But that we could get to something similar should a county choose to construct a program that furnishes those aspects.
Additional clarifying questions before we move to public comment? I'm not seeing it. The only question I have is there a reason to include? I just didn't see anything about airports or aviation. I just don't know in terms of these facilities, particularly with solar. I mean, is there any reason or thoughts to include airports? I recall in the county that I work in, when we had a couple proposed many years ago, there were concerns about reflections and glare. And things of that nature.
So Shirley, thank you for that. And I think that's something we will consider. It's not necessarily stated, but it's among those things, some part of the universe, right? There has been concerns that disturbance for aircraft. I've also stood on the flight line at Kingsley Field with the pilots down there, and they said, "Nah, it's not big." They're flying F-15s and say, "Yeah, it's like a lake." But again, there's two sides to that. I will say that we will have already made overtures to the U.S. Department of the Navy be involved in our Rules Advisory Committee, and so I think that again, that's among that's part of the compatibility piece. That's one of the pieces that I believe the universe that we'll get at.
Great, thank you very much. Let's turn to public comments. Oh, I see. Before we do that, I see Commissioner Boyer has her hand raised.
Thank you. I was intrigued with that a consultant is going to run this process. Did I hear that right?
Chair Lilac, Commissioner Boyer, yes, you did.
Okay.
Well, let me back that up. Run the process. Maybe a little bit of an overstatement, but they will play a pretty pivotal role in facilitate the RAC meetings.
And so who will appoint or is it an appointment, or would it be DAS, or would it be the agency that chooses the consultant?
So thank you, Commissioner or Chair Lilac, Commissioner Boyer. My expectation is that we would go through an ordinary recruitment process or proposal process, and that the department would select and hire the consultant. But I've got my manager here that'll correct me if I'm wrong.
This is Gordon Howard, Commissioner Chair Lilac, Commissioner Boyer. Yes, we would be putting out a request for proposals and go through the contracting process to choose that consultant. However, we also will be hiring a limited duration planner to work specifically on this project during the 2023-25 biennium. So there will be a dedicated DLCD staff to this as well.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions? Not at this time. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the mitigating impacts. So there's supposed to be mitigating impacts on farming and forestry, and so are those mitigating impacts like well known in the industry? Because they're not really spelled out here.
So surely that Commissioner Sandoval, that's great. No, I don't think they are well known. I think that's an area that we will be exploring. We have been in contact with some organizations. A staff member with the Oregon Agricultural Trust has done some critical thinking on this front. So we're not starting from zero, but we have done an awful lot of this. So that's exciting. I think that's exciting to kind of figure out, or have a chance to sort of really study and figure out some best practices for how we go about doing that.
Okay. Again, if we can turn to public comment, please.
Yes, we'll start with Max Yoklik.
Great, welcome.
Max did not want to be promoted. I'm not sure if he still wants. Oh, there he goes. Sorry.
Thanks, Ingrid. Hello, commissioners. Nice to see you again. Just a few comments on this. I wanted to read into the record, because it's not here now, the other legislative testimony that was provided by Representative Helm in the third reading of this bill at the Oregon House of Representatives when this bill was adopted. I'm just going to read a snippet which says that I wanted to add this legislative history to be clear to the agencies that we involved in this task. This effort is about finding land for renewable energy projects. This effort is about finding land for renewable energy projects. And one more time, this effort is about finding land for renewable energy projects. And then later he goes on to say, the Department of Land Conservation and Development's mission is to preserve natural resource lands for agriculture and other natural resource values. Finding renewable energy projects is just not part of their mission, and it's easy for them to retreat into their agency practices. So I think that legislative testimony is very important to guide the decision here, which is that the purpose of this bill is to locate locations that have lower conflict, where renewable energy facilities should be sited, and therefore should have an easier permitting pathway under the DLCD land use regulations. So I just have a couple comments on the charge. For bullet 5, which identifies areas that are considered significant, it includes the words that have an adequate estimated annual solar utility capacity factor, et cetera. And then later, to entirely or substantially avoid other important resources or values. The legislative language on that is a little bit different. And I just want to point out that the capacity factor in Eastern Oregon, where this effort will focus, everywhere in Eastern Oregon has an adequate capacity factor to build solar right now. The statute also says that the consideration of impacts on land resources and uses should be the ability to readily avoid those negative impacts or readily minimize or mitigate those negative impacts. So I would, request consideration of changing that bullet a little bit to more accurately reflect what is stated in the statute itself. And then on bullet 8, I'm not entirely sure what that bullet says. So if staff would be so kind as to kind of go through that bullet and explain in more detail what that is proposing, that would be great. We agree with the concept that the 17 members identified in the bill may not be adequate to fully capture the scope of expertise. And so we support the idea to allow additional members to join the RAC. And lastly, based on Representative Helm's testimony, it would be great to add a charge that clarifies that the intent of this is to locate lands to facilitate renewable energy facilities. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Let's defer a response on bullet number 8 until we move through all of the public comments. So we'll move to our next and public comment.
Angela Crowley Koch.
I think it's Emily up next, Jane.
I'm sorry, Ingrid, can you repeat that?
I just thought Emily was up next, but either way.
Okay, we can have Emily go and then Angela. Thank you, Angela, for your flexibility.
Thank you. And thank you, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. For the record, again, my name's Emily Griffith, Oregon Policy Manager at Renewable Northwest. Again, Renewable Northwest is a nonprofit that advocates for responsible decarbonization of the electricity grid, and we have a membership that also works towards that. Renewable Northwest also supports this rulemaking. This rulemaking is another result from discussions at the siting table that Renewable Northwest co-convened with Verde and 1,000 Friends of Oregon over several months since August 2022, with a large group of stakeholders to come up with bill language that eventually became sections 35 through 37 in the Climate Omnibus package, House Bill 3409. The rulemaking, by establishing a rulemaking advisory committee to find solutions to siting solar, proposes a comprehensive and inclusive approach that can accommodate a statewide look at the balance for the critical need for siting solar in conjunction with other critical state goals. The intent was to find solutions to siting solar. We cannot move backwards on renewable energy policy when we have a constrained timeline to not only meet our state's clean energy goals, but to provide reliability to our electricity grid. So we support this approach because we believe that the diversity of interests at the RAC will move us closer to a durable long-term solution for balancing the complexities and trade-offs in siting renewable energy in Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll then move to Angela.
Great, thank you. Hi again, commissioners. Angela Crowley Cook, Executive Director of OSEA, the Oregon Solar and Storage Industries Association. OSEA supports this motion and going forward with the rulemaking. It's very critical that if we are to meet our state's climate goals, especially in a way that actually benefits Oregonians and Oregon counties, that the rulemakings be taken up with the legislative intent that Representative Helm said that was referenced earlier in testimony. The goal here is to find places to site renewables. Otherwise, Oregon is just missing out and renewables are being sited in other states. Oregon would miss out on jobs and counties would miss out on property taxes, along with other benefits that come from siting renewables in our rural counties in Oregon. I'd also like to mention that we support we agree with others and with the agency in that there should probably be additional folks added to the RAC, to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. renewable energy is a very technical issue, and there's a lot that goes into citing renewable projects. So we want to make sure that the RAC is balanced and has balanced voices. In addition, because it is such a technical issue, we would support the creation of a technical advisory committee, a TAC. And again, there's so many different things that go into the siting and building of a renewable energy project that it's critical to have experts in the room. Otherwise, there could be serious unintended consequences if we don't have the right people in the room to really share with folks that expertise. For example, John mentioned the siting table that happened where we met for almost a year. There were many presentations given by experts and by folks in Oregon that had developed projects. But still, it was a lot of information and not all of it was absorbed. There were many questions throughout the process that folks didn't soak in that information that was given to them 3 months ago because it is just so densely technical. So I think a technical advisory committee would be very appropriate for this rulemaking so that every member of the RAC has all the information they need and technical expertise and support to make sure that we're going about this the right way. And lastly, I'll just add, I agree with Max Yoklik's comments about the impacts and avoiding impacts. I think minimize and mitigate is more appropriate to include. We already have solar projects that have mitigation as a very important piece, and those mitigation efforts have been very beneficial to the community and the land. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Angela. And clearly there's solar where you're at. Unlike what we have here right now, but that's okay. Do we have anybody else signed up either online or in the room that I'm not seeing that would like to provide comments? I'm not seeing any. We'll close the public comment section on this. And so with that, I'm glad to see Max, Angela, and Emily back for this agenda topic. And as we started this topic, we mentioned that the vote on the previous item number 6 did not pass, so we will be revisiting that tomorrow. So I'm glad you're here to see that, and then perhaps we can reach out to Andrea and Carol just to let them know that we will revote on that tomorrow. But with that, let's turn the conversation back for comments, questions, and then ultimately motion with direction to staff on this item. I'm sorry, I needed a topic there. And as we do that, John, you are certainly welcome to also address the question of what does bullet item number 8 reference to OARs and specific divisions as well as the goals, if I see correctly which item number 8 is. But we're welcome to address that, or we can turn it over to Commissioner for comments, questions, etc.
So thank you, Chair Lilac and members of the commission. And I'll just be real quick, and we get to turn to you guys. I want to thank our folks that testified. Obviously, there's a lot of people that really have a lot to say and know an awful lot and are deeply committed to doing the right thing. I'll cover real quickly. Max mentioned, and I'm sorry, I'm terrified of mispronouncing Max's last name. That's why I'm not saying that. But I hope he'll be okay with that. And his point about in bullet 5 about areas that are significant. He's right. Eastern Oregon, all of it has an adequate annual solar capacity factor to support utility scale development. The question, I think, and this is what we want the Rules Advisory Committee to help us with, is should there be broader, or should we really try to focus on those areas that have the best utility factor? And again, we're not weighing in on that. We're just identifying that as an item. And so I hope that everybody will be interested in helping us understand that, as long as the other factor, other features here, as I mentioned, when we're looking at the what is reasonable proximity to transmission mean? So again, we want these to be present and identified in the rule, but we want help in understanding what the right way to do that is. And so I guess that's my explanation of why we kind of chose language arrangement. So 6, 7, 8. Again, I think this is continuing and elevating this expressive understanding that when we identify areas or characteristics of areas that strike the balance, that are good sites for commercial solar development, and also allow us to reduce impacts to other things, that we will necessarily adjust the thresholds in Division 6 and 33, so that these larger projects could be considered in those areas that are larger that would otherwise be allowed without an exception. And so that's what we're going back to. I'm gonna apologize, it's getting boring again, but on that slide was an expression there, but so these are the provisions, the 12, 20, 320, or 10. So I think what we're saying here, I think what that bullet signifies is which is consistent with, I think, the testimony legislative record, is that when areas that are deserving of special treatment are identified, they get some special treatment. They're rewarded special treatment, and that would be that that these thresholds in those areas would be elevated in some way. Again, I don't think we know what the threshold should be. Should it go from 320 to 3840, which is the threshold for an FSEC review? Should it go from 320 to 480? I don't know. But again, that's what we want the Rules Advisory Committee to help us with. We want to come in with a clear understanding that, yeah, we're going to be looking at necessarily revising a number of rules, but we need help to get it right. So, again, I apologize for going on and on and on. I just, for some reason, I thought that would help.
That's fine. Thanks, John. I'll turn it over to commissioners and just remind everybody that rural land use is never boring. At least not in Oregon. Commissioners, for comments, questions as we think about the charge and we initiate rulemaking.
I just have a quick procedural question, Chair Lilac. There was some talk about, and it sounds like from some of the questions that are being asked, that there'd be benefit to a technical advisory committee. Do you need direction from us as part of the charge or the motion for attack? Understanding of the rack.
Chair Lilac, I see my manager reaching for his microphone. But I will say, Commissioner Lazo, we've talked about that. I'm really glad that was brought up. I don't think the department's adverse to that at all.
If we would have no objection to doing that. I think that's a great idea. It's a good idea to look at some of the more technical issues as opposed to policy.
So to the question, I'll be happy to stand to be corrected, and I'm looking at Councilor Shipsey. I don't know that we need the direction from LCDC to do that. I mean, I don't think it would hurt, but I don't think we need to do it. We have to do it anyway.
That's a great idea. Great, thank you. Yeah, great comment. Other comments, commissioners? Commissioner Thompson.
Then we had this morning the Morrow County case, and I'm trying to balance I would call it the mandate or the imperative to get busy on solar power, and yet we didn't want to this morning.
Well, if I could try to answer that, Commissioner Thompson, Chair Lilac, I think the point here is that renewable energy, and the state has set a goal for, forget exactly 2040 or 2050 for, complete renewable energy. And how do we meet that goal? Solar is clearly a key part of meeting that goal. And in a sense, what the legislature has said is there may need to be, we need to balance that with the other attributes of the statewide land use system. But as Mr. Yoklik stated, we need to get to the goal of having adequate amount of solar renewable energy to meet our renewable energy goals, and how to balance those. And so it's kind of a special legislative mandate. And I think what we saw this morning was a more general issue involving economic development and the term, what was being proposed, the data center, that's the word, which is also an important issue, but I think it's under a more general discussion of alternatives or countervailing issues versus this, which has become, because of the legislative priority, such a key policy aspect for the state of Oregon.
So distinct, there may be a relationship. It may be moving to a different kind of economy, but distinct considerations that require different approaches, or at least distinct approaches. Is that it?
Commissioner Thompson, Chair Lilac, yes, I think that's a good way of putting it, that this is a special case.
It is. And so truly that, Commissioner Thompson, what I would, I certainly agree with Mr. Howard's assessment, but I mean, maybe to turn the corner a little bit more, hopefully not confuse things anymore. In the answers this morning, I think we have had lands, the county had identified lands for certain purposes. And then when a use came along that was fit in those lands, they elected to try to go somewhere else. I think the comparison could be something like, if we were to go through this and a county were to identify areas that deserve special consideration, and then a project came along and didn't want to go into one of those areas, but wanted the special consideration, that would be the tension. That'd be more apples and apples comparison.
I'll just make one comment. I was glad to hear your statement that, of course, counties would have to be involved in this, because there was the statement in the legislation that it was either tribal governments or a county at the table. And I just think it's essential that they're both at the table. Great. Yeah, thank you. Just so that that's clearly on the record. I was kind of surprised to see the or even in the, because that was in statute, I believe, which was the direction. So hopefully going forward that will be an and, or they're just separate line items. Great. Commissioners, any other questions or revisions to the charge, or we can proceed with a motion when you're prepared, but a few more minutes.
I guess I have one clarifying question on bullet number 5, the use of significant in there. Is that in line with the direction we're getting from the legislature?
So thank you, Chair Lilac, Commissioner Warren. We believe it absolutely is. And I say that because significant is a term that has meaning in the context of statewide planning goal 5. So, and because we've gotten clear indication that that's the vehicle, our goal 5 rule division 23, it's important to, I think we believe it's important to recognize that we're going to need to be dealing with terms like significant, and it's those areas that meet that definition that are deserving of some level of accounting for. So that's a long-winded saying is the legislative direction and the legislative record steer us towards a goal 5 and our goal 5 rule, which deal in terms of significant sites. That's what we're talking about, that particular term.
I'll just ask another question. I appreciated the legislative history from Representative Helm, a representative from the Portland metro area, and I know he has a lot of history in Deschutes County, where I live. I appreciated that. Do you feel like the legislative history, the comments are adequately addressed in the charge as it is, or does anything need to be added?
So thank you, Chair Lilac. We believe it is. That's why we presented it. as a draft. We think that, it's clear that, we're trying to find those special significant sites, that have the ability to support commercial development while balancing the other things. We think it's clear that, we are talking about, being able to provide for a elevated project threshold in these areas. We certainly appreciate all the testimony we got. But we think we're in keeping with where we need to be.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions or discussion among commissioners, when you're prepared to make a motion to initiate the rulemaking, we will certainly be interested in proceeding. Commissioner Lazo.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I move that the commission officially initiate rulemaking required pursuant to section 35.2, approve the draft charge included as attachment C, and direct the department to appoint the RAC, and I'd add here, and attack as needed in the manner described in this staff report.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. Seconds. Any further discussion? Did I miss, did Commissioner Thompson beat you to the second? No. Okay. Okay. I saw her leaning forward. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, commissioners? Seeing none, Jen, we'll turn it over to you to please take the roll. Thank you.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval, Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
For the record, Chair Halova has an excused absence. Chair Lilac.
Aye. Great. Thank you very much. The motion carries unanimously. And do you want to make a final comment?
I would say thank you very much.
Great. Oh, yes, great. Thank you. And we do need a commission liaison for this agenda item, and I'm certainly happy to serve in that capacity, given that it is the rulemaking is targeted towards Central and Eastern Oregon, the region that I represent, through the end of my term, June 30th of 2024. And at that point, my successor would likely then continue that work forward if that sounds okay to my colleagues. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, Commissioner Boyer, please.
I was going to be on a different topic. So are you complete with this one?
Certainly. As long as we're good with that, I'm complete with this one. Commissioner Boyer, let me turn it over to you.
Thank you. So, process question, the vote from item 6 did not pass. So I'm curious why we're revisiting it.
Yeah, thank you. Would our council like to address the question? Thank you.
So the question is why
it did not pass.
So it did not pass, and then I'm just curious why we're revisiting it. Because it didn't pass originally.
Yeah, we have a statutory deadline of tomorrow to take action on this item. So we need to pass something by tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Are we going to get anything overnight to look at?
That's my understanding.
Thank you.
Either tonight or first thing in the morning, before we convene for our business meeting at 1 o'clock. Just I'm not certain what the time might be this afternoon and this evening, but just as soon as staff can provide that alternative motion or motions, then we'll have time to review that before we vote on it at 1 o'clock or in the afternoon tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's great to have that clarity on the record for everybody. Great. We have 5 minutes before we begin our next agenda item, number 8, the petition for enforcement against the city of Bend. Do we want to stand up for 5 minutes and begin? I'm seeing a quick yes. So we'll convene for recess for 5 minutes and be back at 1 o'clock.
Ready to, or not yet? Take your time. I'm not. Great, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. As we're taking our seats from a brief break, we are prepared for item number 8, the petition for enforcement against the city of Bend. As occurred I think it was in July. I will recuse myself from this matter as we have my employer relationships with both the petitioner as well as the city of Bend on various matters. And so I won't go any more into that at this time. Commissioner Warren will chair this next agenda item. Thank you, Commissioner Warren. I will step out of the room and notify me when we're prepared for the next topic. Thank you very much.
And I'm assuming I'm just turning this straight over to Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Chair Warren and Commission. And to give the presentation today for staff, well, first of all, this is the petition for enforcement in the city of Bend, determination of whether to issue an enforcement order. But the staff presentation will be given by Angie Brewer, who is with us remotely from Bend this afternoon. Angie, if you could go ahead, and I'll handle this. Just let me know when you need to forward a slide.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, Chair Warren and Commissioners, good afternoon, and thank you for having me virtually today. For the record, my name is Angie Brewer, and I serve as the Central Oregon Regional Representative from the Department's Community Services Division. As Mr. Howard noted, and as you'll recall from your July meeting, the Commission held a hearing to determine good cause for a petition for enforcement filed against the City of Bend. The outcome of that hearing was a Commission order finding good cause to proceed to a contested case hearing with the assistance of a hearings officer. We're here today to share with you what has happened since your order was issued, summarize the hearings officer's proposed order, provide you with an opportunity to hear from the parties prior to deliberating and ultimately voting. Next slide, please. So here is a brief schedule for today. It includes a few more meetings of this presentation on behalf of staff, some time for the Commission to ask questions of staff, time for the petitioner and the city to approach the Commission, and some additional time for Commission questions, deliberation, and voting. And just to be clear, the purpose of this item is for the Commission to determine whether an enforcement order is appropriate against the City of Bend, and if so, what the terms of such an order should be. Next slide, please. Just some background from the last hearing. The requester is Mr. Kine, Larry Kine from BCL LLC, represented by attorney Christopher Kobach. The requester alleged the City of Bend had engaged in a pattern or practice of decision-making that violates ORS 197-307-4, preventing a clear and objective process for the development of housing and causing unreasonable costs and delays. Next slide, please. And this is, we have 2 timeline slides for you. The first is the timeline, a series of events that happened up until your good cause hearing in July. And it culminates, as you'll see, it culminates with the Commission's order finding good cause to proceed to a contested case hearing. Excuse me. Next slide, please. And this is what has happened since. This provides a summary of events since the Commission's issue was ordered. Following your July meeting, Director Bateman obtained the services of Hearings Officer Ann Davies to host a contested case hearing. And as you can see, staff, the hearings officer, and the parties have been in regular contact over the last several months. And significant milestones are highlighted here for you. But the most significant ones would include a pre-hearing conference to determine the scope of the contested case hearing, and that was held September 20th, and our receipt of the hearings officer's proposed order on October 2nd. Also of note, the requester has filed a timely exception for your consideration today, and they'll be able to speak to that later in this hearing. Next slide, please. So the commission's order specified 2 threshold questions, specifically seeking guidance from a hearings officer for the commission's authorities to rule on these matters, and whether the commission should pursue the specific land use cases cited in the petition or review the city's compliance with cited statute from a more programmatic perspective. Next slide, please. The Commission's order also specified 6 specific areas of concerns, including misaligned department review timelines resulting in the expiration of tentative plats, unreasonable delays in engineering reviews for required public improvements, a requirement to extinguish private easements, arbitrary fees, unreasonable delay created by redundant review of condominium plats, and finally, an unreasonable cost and delay resulting from the city's underground injection control policy for stormwater facilities. It's a mouthful, so apologies, but there were 6 specific concerns. Next slide, please. So the hearings officer provided, I should say that the hearings officer's proposed order is attached to the staff report in your packet and contains findings and conclusions and recommendation for the commission's consideration today. The requester's exception is also attached to the staff report, and you will have an opportunity to hear more from them following this, as I noted just a moment ago. The hearings officer provides findings for the threshold issues and each area of concern. And as you can see on the slide before you, the hearings officer proposed order finds that the commission has the authority under ORS 197-32010 to address the jurisdiction's compliance of approval standards and special conditions on approval of specific development proposals or procedures of approval with ORS 197-3074. It's very focused. As a result of the pre-hearing conference, to determine the scope of the hearings officer limited her review to the programmatic compliance of the city and did not address individual cases in the original petition materials. Next slide, please. And this is a very condensed summary of the findings for each of the specific concerns. Concerns 1, 2, 3, and 6, the city's programs and practices were found to be reasonable, and concerns 4 and 5 were found to be mooted by city actions and changes to state law following the filing of the petition. Next slide, please. So given these findings, the hearings officer concludes the requester has not demonstrated the city is operating in a state of noncompliance with state law or its comprehensive plan. And because demonstration of noncompliance is a prerequisite to an enforcement order pursuant to ORS 197-32010, the hearings officer recommends the commission not issue an enforcement order against the city. Next slide, please. So staff has reviewed the proposed order and the requester's timely exception. And we the department officially recommends to the commission that you adopt the hearings officer's proposed order without substantive modification. And next slide, please. And we have a few recommended motions and options for you here. We're here to answer any questions you might have about the order and the report, and we can bring this slide back to you during commission deliberations following the presentations of the parties. And then one more slide, if you don't mind. Thank you. This is just the schedule again. I appreciate the time. Chair Warren and commissioners, thank you very much. This concludes our staff presentation, and I think we may want to leave this up to guide the rest of the hearing. But unless there are questions for staff, the next step would be to hear from the requester directly regarding their timely exception.
Thank you, Ms. Brewer. Gordon, anything from you to add to this?
Unless you have any questions at this point, we'd go to the petitioner and then the city. I should note that only the petitioner or the requester and the city are allowed to participate in the hearing. There are no other parties involved.
Can't see Commissioner Boyer. Okay.
Mr. Chair, could I ask one question of council? Council, I am coming to this now Do you see any problem or issue with my participation in a vote?
No, if you've had the opportunity to review the materials that were in the packet, you would be able to vote today. The prior action of the commission was simply a good cause determination. It was kind of a threshold, whether or not to refer this to a hearings officer to make a recommendation. So that recommendation is now in your packet, including the materials. So if you chose to participate and you've read the materials, I believe you could.
Let me ask, if I abstain out of an abundance of caution, do we still have enough members present to pass a motion?
Yeah, we would have 4 of 7 commissioners, so it would take a unanimous act of the commission, but we could do that. Thank you.
Okay, this time I'm going to turn over to Chris Kovac for a presentation. Mr. Kovac.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear
All
you.
right, great. Thank you, Chair Warren, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Thank you on behalf of my client, the requester, BCL LLC, and its principal, Larry Kine. We'll start out with a little introduction. We'll have 10 minutes. So, as we said in our objections, the governor has declared a major crisis in Oregon, something we all know about. There's a housing crisis. It's affecting many, many people who can't get affordable and needed housing. And my client is doing something about it. 2 fronts. One, as we've set forth, he's been very active in the local community in developing needed and affordable housing. In fact, one entity he's working with was awarded $23 million recently by the state to put towards his work in affordable housing in Central Oregon. And it's in other jurisdictions than Bend, but it is in Central Oregon. And the second thing he's done is he legitimately saw a problem, a documented problem, and how long it takes applications for housing to get through the city land use process after the final decision has been made. It's the special conditions of approval that require certain reviews, and then the procedures the city employs for undertaking compliance with those conditions that causes these, what we believe will demonstrate are well-documented delays, unnecessary delays. I'm not going to talk about the authority. I think the hearings officer already decided that as to the issues we've raised, the commission has the authority. And I think clearly it does under ORS 197-320-10. If the commission finds that the city's conditions and procedures are inconsistent with the state housing law, not 197-307-4, causing unreasonable delay that discourages housing, that is the trigger for the commission to enforce and order corrective action. In fact, it has an obligation under the statute to do so if it has that finding. The hearing wasn't about challenging whether you have the authority. The hearing really was about, does the evidence support a finding of this non-compliance with 197-307? And so that's where I want to focus on, is the findings. And for a little context, this is in all of our material, and I hope you've read it. If not, I hope you do read it. The land use process deadlines. But in the land use process, the city puts on housing applications these conditions that the applicant has to complete public improvements. And then they have to, in these other conditions, they have to submit their plans, private engineering plans, to the city for review. Now, the city doesn't have to review them. The state statute says the city may review them. And in our position is, once the city requires that in the special condition of approval, that invokes the requirement under ORS 197-307 to do that without unreasonable cost or delay, because that's the delay that impacts needed housing and affordable housing. And so what happens in the process after that condition is imposed, these privately prepared stamped plans go to the city, and they have to get reviewed by the city engineer. And the hearing officer in the findings approached the issue, we believe, incorrectly from the beginning. The findings characterize our complaint as, or criticize the evidence as saying, we didn't present evidence that other jurisdictions do not do this review. Well, that was totally off the mark. We never complained about that. What we showed is other jurisdictions, in fact, undertake review, but they complete that review in 6 weeks completely. One, I think, went out to 8 weeks. Now, if you look at that, 8 weeks is, I think, 56 days. So the other jurisdictions complete it in 56 days. The findings suggest that this delay is commonplace. We believe the evidence is 100% contrary to that. It's not commonplace at all. It's very unique to, unfortunately, very unique to the city of Bend to have this unreasonable delay. Redmond, Medford, Eugene, Prineville, they don't have it. So we never asserted that this is a commonplace problem or that the mere review by jurisdictions create this unreasonable delay. What we want to focus on is the evidence that documents the delay. The hearings officer in the findings characterized the city's data as hard data, and it characterized our data as rough data. Well, if you look at the figures, and these are just the city's own figures, they have figure 3, which is something called review cycle. That's how many times these engineering plans come back and forth between the city and the private engineer. We show that many of these needed housing applications have 5, 6, 8 review cycles. Now, the majority of, here's the first problem with the city statistics. In figure 3, the review cycle, they have 116 applications. Then figure 4 is the total application time. That's the total time it took the city to finish its review of private engineering. They have 260 applications. So the first question with the city's data that the findings don't address is, why is it different? Those numbers should be the same. So did the city take out certain applications when they were doing the review cycle from the total number to make it look better? Those are that's the kind of analysis of the evidence that we found very lacking in the findings in the proposed orders. But if you focus on figure 3, the majority of the applications go through more than 2 reviews, the majority. If you look at figure 4, the total time it takes of 260 applications, and we have to assume they're all needed housing applications because that's the only relevant issue. It took over 151 days to review 162 of the 260 applications. That's 62% took over 151 days when we know the other jurisdictions are taking 42 to 56 days. That's a huge problem. In fact, 80 of them took over 250 days to review. We had, we went to the figure 5 and 6 are these site improvement plans. This is a review the city requires of purely private improvements on private property. 76 of those took over 151 days. Those are simply private, like stormwater plans. There's no reason it should take 151 days to review those plans in 76 of the instances. Building permits were no different. The same statistics we found in building permits, it took over 150 days in the majority of building permits. So what this is hard data from the city. And then the findings criticize the survey we did. We think the survey is 100% consistent with the city's own findings. The 5 of the 7 top engineer firms in Bend said 100% of the ones who responded, 5 responded, 100% said it's harder here than other places. It's more expensive here than other places. It's getting harder and more expensive here than other places. They're having 100% of them said it takes on average 12 months or more to get through this engineering process. Those are the private engineers who have to deal with this. They need to, and they have no incentive to come up with soft numbers or rough numbers. This is their personal experience. So we believe the statistics here, when really evaluated, the data really evaluated, are directly contrary to the findings that you're being asked to adopt. I want to talk a little bit about the city standard on removing easements. That's a huge issue for housing developments because these private easements and encumbrances that the city now requires to be removed, the developers of housing don't control them. Third parties have to be involved. We've documented for you lawsuits over this, where neighbors who oppose development fought the removal of easements. Now, the hearings officer found that because the city has a legitimate interest in removing easements in its right-of-way, all the delays were justified. That's not how ORS 197307 works. That says even legitimate, clear, and objective standards cannot be imposed if they cause an unreasonable cost or delay that discourages housing. That's exactly what that provision does. And if you look at it, it's new. It came in 2023, and we posed this at the hearing. What documented problems did the city have for the many, many subdivisions approved before 2023 that showed a need for that imposition on housing? Zero. It was never a problem before. That is a standard that is highly discouraging of housing. It should be removed. We've suggested a number of corrective actions. If you focus on 1 through 6 and 8, if you give the city deadlines for reviewing these engineering plans, they'll figure out a way to do it. That will cure the housing problem that we're facing in Bend. That will get these applications through the system timely. It'll get housing on the market. It'll get people in housing. Now, this is a difficult thing maybe for some people to tell the city you must do this within a certain time. This is the commission's obligation, we feel. The legislature has already spoken. When they adopted ORS 197307, the legislature gave you a clear directive. This has to happen. The governor recently spoke profoundly. This has to happen. And this is the body we believe that has the authority and has the obligation at this point in time to do something. If you agree with the hearings officer and you find that the Bend's procedures and conditions are fully compliant with state housing laws, the message you're sending to every jurisdiction throughout this state is, if you don't like a housing project, a needed or affordable housing project, you can kill and delay it as long as you want through your engineering review. You never have to let those houses get built. And so with that, unless there are questions, let's see, my 10 minutes is up, and I'll let the city respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kobach. I think we're going to reserve questions until after the next presentation. Next presentation's the City of Bend, and I invite them to do that now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ian Lighthizer, one of the attorneys at the City of Bend. I have Russ Grayson, who is the city's chief operations officer and one of our assistant city managers in the room too. To the extent there are questions, Russ can answer, but until that time comes, I'll offer a couple of points. And at the good cause hearing back in July, I think I even said, I'm sure I can be done in 10 minutes, and that was a struggle, but I do think I can do it today. I'll start with something Mr. Kobach mentioned in concluding his comments. He said something about a message that if the city is allowed to keep doing what it's doing, and I'm paraphrasing, or what it's been doing, that the message that will be sent to opponents of projects, including but not limited to affordable housing projects, is that they can kill a project and delay it as long as they want. And that's important for a couple of reasons. One, the case that the petitioner has brought to the commission is largely based on a contention that the way the city does things puts developers, applicants for development, in a position where their projects expire. Part of their argument, in essence, is the city does things in a way that takes too much time, puts projects in peril of expiration, puts land use approvals in jeopardy of expiration. That is boiled down the essence of petitioner's argument. I want to respond to that with some facts that the city introduced into the record before the hearings officer. And these are not the facts and figures that Mr. Kobach was challenging, which is a part of this process. I understand that. These are facts that the city has introduced into the record that have not been challenged because they're unchallengeable. The important one is that since 2015, from January 1st, 2015, not a single approved application for a subdivision or site plan has expired. So the city, through its Office of Performance Management, went back to the beginning of 2015, longer than the period at issue that the petitioner has tried to focus the commission's attention on, but we wanted to be thorough. We went back to the beginning of 2015, almost 10 years back in time, and determined, and again, this has not been challenged, not a single application that was approved for subdivision or site plan has expired during that time. That I would submit to you is a very, very strong piece of evidence that the city's processes, including engineering reviews for infrastructure permits that come after the land use approval, are not happening in a way that kills projects or introduces the kind of delay to projects that causes approved land use applications to expire. There simply haven't been any. To the extent any applications have expired during that time period, there are three. There are a couple of small property line adjustments, and there's one 3-parcel partition. The reasons for those are different. They were outlined to the hearings officer. They essentially boil down to the applicants for each of those land use approvals, letting them expire because they had their own reasons to. The projects that the petitioner has presented to the hearings officer and by extension to the commission all concern subdivision and site plan applications and approvals. Again, worth noting, petitioner obtained approvals for all of those, but it's alleging that the way the city does business means those are going to expire. No evidence of that. And again, going back to 2015, not a single one has expired. So to the extent that letting the city keep using the processes that it is constantly developing and improving to get approved projects to construction is going to hurt projects or let somebody else kill a project, it simply hasn't happened, has not happened for at least the last 8 or 9 years. Very important. I then want to highlight something from the proposed order from the hearings officer that I think does probably a better job than I could of boiling all of this down. And this is on page 12 of the proposed order, and I'm going to read it. It's only 2 sentences, but bear with me. Hearings officer wrote this: the city has made a concerted effort to reduce city-caused delays in processing applications and completing engineering plan reviews. And this sentence is especially important. The city has been experiencing a housing boom for many years, and there is evidence in the record that the city has accomplished the provision of housing that is at least proportionally equal to the amount of housing constructed in other cities. That is one of the hearings officer's conclusions. I would say it is the central conclusion for this case. The city of Bend is doing, for all intents and purposes, pretty well in a challenging environment for getting housing on the ground. There is always going to be some degree of tension in systems where there's a regulator and somebody who's regulated. The hearings officer essentially concluded through that finding and the rest of the order that the city of Bend is doing an at least reasonable job in managing that balance, getting housing from the concept stage to where it's actually approved, then the infrastructure is approved, and then it's built and on to the market. That's the central conclusion. Last point I'm going to make is you heard from Mr. Kobach what I would call maybe not comparisons, but allusions or comparisons to other cities. It is true that Mr. Kobach and his client introduced some content from 3 other Oregon cities. They are Redmond, Prineville, and I believe Medford, into the record related to how those cities handle infrastructure permit reviews, engineering reviews after a land use approval. The written submissions from the petitioner related to that evidence, which are a few emails from the petitioner to various staff people at those cities, suggest that those cities do a limited number of reviews and somehow do less or fewer reviews of engineering drawings in the city of Bend. I would offer to you, I don't think that's an accurate characterization of these emails. What they essentially are is the petitioner writing engineering or planning staff at these 3 other cities and saying, hey, how long does it typically take you for the first review of engineering plans? The responsible staff in those cities, including city engineers, planning people, et cetera, said essentially, and this was consistent in all 3 answers, it depends. And I'm reading here from the answer from the engineer at the city of Redmond. The overall duration largely depends on the completeness and accuracy of the plan provided, as well as the engineer of records turnaround time. So, other cities run into the same issues that the city of Bend does in processing engineering plans, which is we take what we are given, we take what is submitted, we respond to it, it goes back over the net to the engineer of record, and this process goes back and forth until we have something we can approve. We want that to involve as few exchanges of information as possible, and we want that to happen as quickly as possible. But just like everything isn't within a developer's control, not everything is within a city's control. So to the extent the petitioner is saying there is evidence in the record that other cities do this better or in fewer reviews, I would contest that and offer that other cities are in essentially the same position as the city of Bend in that it depends. We are all trying to get this done as efficiently as possible, but this is a partnership with developers and their engineers, and there's always give and take, and everyone is unique. So that's really all I have. We're certainly here for questions. Interesting process. I'd say the city put a ton of time into this. Not the lawyer is the least of them, but we had engineers, planners, our data and analytics people trying to present the best information we could to the hearings officer, not only about how these processes work, but what the results and efficiencies and areas for improvement exist within those processes. We're confident that the hearings officer had the information that she needed to render an order. We did not submit any proposed exceptions to the order. We would urge the commission to follow the staff's recommendation to adopt the hearings officer's order without any substantive changes. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Over to commissioners at this point. Do you have any questions? No? Any discussion? Commissioner Lazo, you look like yes, discussion?
I think that the comment I'd make is, I think there's no doubt that we all recognize the housing crisis in every community in this state. I'm not sure that that's what this discussion is about fully. I think I'm not sure this is the right venue for to address some of the systemic issues that cause a housing crisis. Certainly delays by a city could be one of them, but I'm not sure this is how we approach it. Meaning by trying to counter what the hearings officer has evaluated and what we brought to them. Right. Again, removing delays in reviews and other things, without a doubt, has to be part of the answer in our housing crisis. But this, from what we've seen in the documents, it doesn't seem like that's part of what we're talking about here.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Boyer, please.
So not so much discussion, just I really appreciated the information given to us today from Good Cause hearing to today, to the proposed order that's before us today. That was a great timeline, and it looks like some great effort was made, and I really appreciate all the information we received in our packet to get us to today.
Please.
I move the commission adopt the proposed order as recommended by the department and explained in the staff report.
Second.
Commissioner Lazo. The motion was made by Commissioner Sandoval, seconded by Commissioner Lazo. Further discussion? Jan, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
I'd like to abstain. Thank you. I would, I'm late to this game and I just want to step back.
For the record, Chair Halova has an excused absence and Vice Chair Lilac has recused himself. Chair Warren?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much, everyone. Would someone be willing to grab Chair Lilac, please? Let him. And I think we're gonna take about take a 5-minute break while we come back around. Thank you, everyone.
Great, welcome back, everyone. And I see Commissioner Boyer is here with us as well, which is great. We're well ahead of schedule right now with our next agenda item scheduled for 2:45. Agenda item 9. We may move that up if we have our participants arrive early. What we're going to do is we're planning to move up a partial agenda item from that's scheduled for tomorrow, Commission Business, which is agenda item number 14, to begin now. So with that, Director Bateman, shall I turn it over to you to begin this, or where shall we begin this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair. I think if we are able to start with the relatively new piece that we have introduced in recent months to Commission Business, which is asking the commissioners themselves to take a few minutes to reflect on their experiences over the past couple of months with your LCDC hat on, or land use relate. Oh, actually, literally with the LCDC hat on. Okay. To just take a few minutes and let us know what you've been hearing as you've been, in your district, what you're hearing from folks or what you're observing and thinking about. That would be really helpful for us. And it would be nice to spend a few minutes in those reflections.
Yeah, thank you, Director. I think that's a great idea to begin there as well, since we have not met since July. It's been several months. So I don't want to put any commissioner directly on the spot immediately, unless somebody would like to offer to go first, but I certainly want to make sure we capture Commissioner Boyer's comments at some point in this agenda item. So let me just open it up to see if any commissioner would like to begin first. And as we welcome Commissioner Thompson, we generally just share high level perspectives from whether it's from your county or your coastal region, whatever you would like to share from various areas. So I'm just continuing to talk to give people time to think about what they might like to share. Commissioner Lazo on the
Sure, thank you, Chair Lee. I'll go and relieve you of having to continue on. So for me, I think I want to go back to I was reminded in the comments I just made about the Washington County or the City of Bend order. In the comment I made about that wasn't actually the right venue for addressing what can be some systemic issues around delays in processing development of needed housing. And so and the piece I wanted to add to that was that we also know that it's a priority of the governor, and that the governor's office is also pursuing those efforts and looking at that and encouraging everybody along that pathway of developing housing to look at how we can do that better and more efficiently. So there are efforts underway to make sure that we are doing that in the best way that we can. And I'd say also that that's also occurring in the area that I represent up in Portland, where particularly with the city of Portland has started to convene folks to take a look at how they can better process housing development applications. What can they do to remove barriers? And they're coordinating between the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability and Bureau of Development Services for folks that follow the Portland metropolitan area. That they have shifted their form of city government that will come into play within the next 2 years, I think by 2025. And I think that part of what they're trying to do in that is also align some of those efforts so that we see the folks that are, from the planning to the permitting to the infrastructure services are more in line. So it's the bottom line for some of that is, and the piece I'll get to next also is, it's great to see the process in process for all these things we've been talking about, trying to address the housing crisis. So we're starting to see that movement. And the other thing we see in Portland is the city of Portland also is working on its housing needs analysis and then its subsequent housing production strategy. So they are engaging folks around the city in, tell us what we need to know about the housing need in Portland. So again, it's just great to see these pieces of process that have been filtering down from the legislature through the state agencies and now down to our local partners, and particularly, as I said, an area like the metropolitan area where there can be some significant movement and changes to the things that are happening there. And I think we'll see the same thing as we move forward with CFAC and then with ONA. So, you know, the things are moving along and coming along.
Thank you very much. Would like to continue next. I don't see on the screen. Oh, Commissioner Boyer on the screen. I just wanna make sure. Oh yeah. Oh, and Commissioner Boyer has her hand up. Please, Commissioner Boyer.
Sure, I'll go next. So a couple of my reflections since we've last seen each other, just kind of piggybacking on Deputy Director Green's presentation to us today on the cultural resources focus. On the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, we're doing a lot of tribal, sorry, I got a fly, tribal work. And we're actually going to have a presentation from tribes to help us understand better the government to government relations through their lens. So I'm really looking forward to getting educated sometime in the beginning of next year on their perspective on the government to government relations. And then also it's kind of fun to sit on here long enough to have seen a whole process go through from a good cause hearing to conclusion today. You know, it was amazing when I was reading the staff report, just the swift and solid work it took to get to today. And I was pretty thrilled that I got to see a process from start to finish so far. And then one other thing around my area that and talking with people is, why can't the department offer some incentives? So I don't know what that looks like, but it is what I'm hearing out there. And what I've been reflecting on with that comment is, you know, kind of like, here's what we want and here's why, and then here's some money to help you do it. So I'm kind of reflecting on that. And I think I'll sit with Director Bateman while I think all that through, but it is one of the things I'm hearing out there while I'm just pounding the pavement.
Great, thank you very much.
I'm happy to go next. So as many as you know by now, I've moved to Eugene permanently and took a job as an associate planner with the city. I'm working on their long range planning team, which is exciting. And so I am vacating my seat as the Southern Oregon representative. And I'll be taking over Commissioner Sandoval's position as the Southern Willamette representative, which I'm really excited about. But I've been trying to stay in touch as best I can with Southern Oregon and what's been happening down here. And I think as we'll learn more tomorrow, the Alameda fire recovery efforts and rebuilding efforts are still happening. I sat through a conference Monday that discussed those efforts in a larger extent. They're still facing lots of challenges. There's still quite a few folks in temporary emergency shelter. And so I think it's just a good reminder to all of us that, you know, rebuilding cities, even a significant, like a 25 to 30% of a city is a significant effort. And I don't think that the state, and I'm not just referring to this department, but the state in general, was ready for it because we've never had that sort of thing happen in Oregon before, where we had a significant portion of cities and towns destroyed. So I think that's good for us to be thinking about as we move into tomorrow. Ashland adopted its first housing production strategy and the department approved it from my understanding, which is exciting. Ashland is one of those cities in Oregon that is a kind of a tourist economy and it gets a lot of tourist attention. So there's lots of secondary homes there. There's lots of more wealthy folks who end up living there. And it's really kind of pushed out a lot of the more middle and lower income community members, which is an interesting thing considering that Ashland kind of depends on those folks to work in its restaurants and it's, you know, it's wonderful Shakespeare Festival and all those things that people love and appreciate about Ashland. But the folks who make those things happen are really struggling to afford to live there at this point in time. I think with that, I'll stop, except for I do want to make one comment kind of based off of to kind of dovetail, I should say, to Commissioner Lazo, is a lot of what I'm hearing with regards to housing production is that a lot of city staff and city government understand the complexities that we have in our development application processes. And the city staff, I think, are generally supportive of removing a lot of those barriers as best they can. But I think the one barrier to us doing that often lies with our elected officials and getting them on board with making these large changes. And I think that's just a good, important lens for us to remember. That's it.
Thank you. To step in here, being an elected official, I prefer not to think of myself as a barrier. Here I am, a coastal commissioner living in a tourism economy. So I really appreciated your points about the impact of people wanting to come to a desirable area. What happens in my part of the world, and then they want to close the doors so that other people can't come. Then what? How do people live who actually support the economy? And there are a variety of narratives about causes and cures. One of the hot button issues in my area is transient occupancy. It is also a matter of the widening gap between rich and poor, because there are people who have not just one house or two, but multiple homes. And then how do we have policies that, I want to say, compensate for those economic realities that don't violate law and still nourish and sustain positive community? And because I hang out at the Association of Oregon Counties with other elected public officials, I think we are your allies, not your barriers.
I didn't mean to imply that you're the barrier. I think I should clarify with that is that a lot of times when proposals come up to that level for decision making, that's where the proposals get oftentimes either turned down or changed a lot. They lose their ability to remove some of the barriers that our development community faces.
We're going to have so many interesting conversations. I can hardly wait.
Can't wait. Would you like to continue with issues you'd like to share from?
We have other kinds of things that impact our economy. 87% of Clatsop County is forest, but we are now looking at a habitat conservation plan that, in response to lawsuits and the concerns raised by those lawsuits, we're looking at a 35% reduction in our revenue from forest product sales, which affects not only county government, but also special district funding, and then the whole derivative economy from that. We're looking at a FEMA buyout. Again, the results of that will weigh heavily on, someone said Warrenton, which is built on a floodplain. So we have a variety of constraints and challenges that continue to develop, because that we see, there is the increased danger of wildfire and the oceans coming up onto the land more. I mean, so there are all of these other concerns. Here we are as a body that wants to do, I would call it, generally speaking, administrative practices. There's a lot to adjust to, and balanced with needs all over the state. So as we continue to explore each other's realities and develop both individuated and common solutions, really, we're going to have some excellent conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sandoval.
Yeah, well, I'm on my way out, so I think that the thing that I'm really kind of proud of with Eugene is the development of the riverfront. You're starting to kind of really see a lot more development around there, more housing development, and that's being connected to the development around the Fifth Street Market, and then there's actually affordable housing that went into some of that development as well. So all that is all, it's taken off. One of the things I was reflecting on just the other day is I was walking at the university, and there's a lot of housing being built around the U of O. And the university's plans are actually to increase the amount of students, because that's how we balance our budget. And so in order to build all that housing, there was a lot of other housing that had to be kind of torn down, or restaurants that had to get torn down, and some of them were quite quaint. Like there was this hotel, the Excelsior, that nice little quaint hotel with an Italian restaurant, so that's gone. And there was a Glenwood restaurant. So then I just kind of took a pause and said, okay, dude, are we doing the right thing? Like, is this really, the more density, more connecting to, well, it was more like a reflective, kind of a reflective moment, kind of for me. I think we are doing the right thing, mostly, but I also think that it's important that we not try to make every city like a cookie cutter city that looks like Portland. Every city has their own little idiosyncrasies and so forth.
Great, thank you. I'll share from Eastern Oregon, which includes Central Oregon, some of the big themes, of course, that I've shared in the past that I'll continue to share. Housing is absolutely critical. And yesterday, our Board of County Commissioners approved of the Stevens Road Tract, which was authorized by the legislature. The city of Bend had approved it, and our Board of Commissioners did as well. 274 acres or something of that nature. I can't remember precisely the size, but it'll provide for significant housing and a variety of housing, some deed restricted housing, but a whole variety of housing, which is really, really great. And it's been really fun to be a part of other housing groundbreaking activities over the last several weeks. And it's most are include affordable components. Some include some market rate components, but the key themes is just, it's so expensive in so many regards that it takes all the partners coming together. It's the county was a partner in discounting the sale of land. The city is a partner. Nonprofits are partners. It takes all of these entities together to really make these projects work. And we've done it many times. We'll continue, and we're going to continue to do it. So a related issue to housing is infrastructure, in the inability to even serve some areas in the city of Bend that are flat, that are in the city, but it's just millions and millions of dollars of infrastructure funding is required. In part, it's our geography and geology. It's solid lava rock to get it there, but it's also sewer, gravity sewer. Transportation is always an incredibly expensive and necessary component, and we just need to continue to extend and fund infrastructure projects. And we're doing it all over the county. For those of you that haven't been to Deschutes County, the next time you come in, especially if you come in through Sisters, you're going to experience 4 new roundabouts on the highway. It's not just what you're seeing in the cities, but they're actually on the highway. So if you haven't been there, that'll be and they've, thanks to ODOT, they've constructed them very quickly and at the same time. And that's not all. There's more transportation improvements coming in Terrebonne and Sisters. And that's Deschutes County, but I think the infrastructure and the transportation extend across our region. One issue I heard loudly and clearly at the Klamath County, at the Eastern Oregon AOC, Association of Oregon Counties meeting in September, there's a lot of concern about the new wildfire maps that are going to be coming out. And there's a lot of interest in what element of local control can counties have in that process, if any. There's a lot of issues around that, and we're going to be watching and monitoring that very, very carefully and very closely. And I expect we being Eastern Oregon, our region is not the only one that's going to be very concerned about and interested in what those maps are. And then what does it mean? What are the impacts on properties and property owners? Another topic, and there seems to be a theme here. Some of these address state agencies, and we're actively engaged and involved with them. Another one that has gained significant interest over the last couple of months are the Oregon Water Resources Department's groundwater allocation rules and the amendments. If you're not aware of those, The city of Redmond applied to obtain additional groundwater to support urban development, and they were notified that they might not be granted those. Well, that's a huge. I can't even begin to explain the magnitude of that issue. If we're aiming to meet, I wanted not only our own housing need, but Governor Kotek's need, and we're not able to provide the most basic of urban services, water. We have a real problem. And so we've mobilized, we're together. I understand the Water Resources Department has paused the rules, and we're asking that we work collaboratively going forward to make sure that whatever those are, they work for everybody. We have a lot of success in our region for collaboration and addressing water together, because we don't have a lot of water. So, we have a lot in the ground, but it's deep and the wells are going dry. There's a lot of issues. So it's a very complicated issue. Key is we have to continue to work together to address water. Another issue, and how much time do I? Yeah, I'm just, another issue I do want to highlight that counties are required to do, and this was the subject of the Washington County Enforcement Order this morning, are the counties are now required to create clear and objective standards for development in rural residential areas within urban growth boundaries now, but in all rural residential areas by 2025. Well, as Washington County shared with us not long ago, they had retained consultants for, I think it was up to $250,000 to create those clear and objective standards. Well, that's issues not on all counties' radar. It's certainly on ours because we have a lot of rural residential. And so we're going to be allocating significant resources to that. I get why we're doing it. Everybody gets why we're doing it. We want more predictability. We want more clarity. What your conversation, Commissioners Thompson and Warren, you were talking about earlier, it's the end goal makes a lot of sense, but it's getting there. And with the mandate and the timeline are going to be creating a lot of challenges for us, but we're committed to it and we'll get there together. I've only just touched, I haven't even touched on homelessness, houselessness. That is a very, very significant issue in our region because we have a lot of rural houseless and a lot of rural homeless. We have some urban, but we have with so much public land around Bend, 80% of Deschutes County is public land. We have a lot of houseless there, and we're looking for every option possible. We're allocating millions of dollars towards it, and we know that's just a drop in the bucket for what's going to be necessary to adequately address that very, very significant issue. And of course, we know housing is just part of it. There's mental health. There's a whole series of other issues to tackle at the same time. The final piece is just because that's not enough. In Deschutes County, we're aiming to site a new landfill. We're going to be the first local government to do so in over a generation in Oregon. And so we've identified 2 sites after a long, long process. We hope to identify a final site. Both are on the eastern side of Deschutes County, but of course we can't get too close to, and this is where it ties into land use, of course, sage grouse habitat. But then we also have to be close to transportation facilities. So a lot happening in our region and across the state. So that'll be my update from Eastern Oregon this time. So that concludes our commissioners' updates. Perhaps tomorrow we can have our chair share from Portland when she arrives. I'm going to turn it back to Director Bateman. We can conclude this part of our commission business, and then we can return to the agenda topic that we had originally scheduled. Our guests are here. We welcome you. I need to turn back to the appropriate place on my agenda as I had other notes as we transition to agenda item number 9. Commission consideration of Director Appeal of Josephine County. We welcome Josephine County to our commission meeting, and we'll begin with our regional representative from Southern Oregon. I will come on up here. Turn it over to Josh Lombard. Thank you for joining us.
Let me sit here because I need to board this. Yeah.
Just a moment, we're having technical difficulties.
Who has a picture guest?
Mm-hmm. Talk nicely to it.
We're here.
Think we're good.
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having us and thanking you for giving us this opportunity to lay out the situation we have in Josephine County.
Commissioner, if I might just pause just for Commissioner, correct?
Right.
The last time
I was coming to it. I was going to identify
That's
myself.
the last time I was going to say the last time I was before you when you were a legislator.
Oh, a senator, yes.
But I was just confirming, Commissioner. So if I may start with Josh to set the table for us, and then we'll turn right over.
Okay.
To you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Lilac, members of the commission. I'm Josh LeBombard. I'm the Southern Oregon representative for the department. Make sure this is going to work here. There we go. I've got something right where I need to see. All right. So we're here, DLCDs before you today to ask for your approval to appeal a Josephine County decision, which was a board order that happened in September. I won't go over all of the appeal factors that are set forth in an administrative rule in depth because we've already had a hearing on those today to go over those. But I'll touch on those in reference to this case in a second here. So these are the, can we change the screen to maximize the PowerPoint? Thank you. So these are the appeal factors. Once again, I won't go over those right now, but at the staff report, we obviously went into detail on what we think were met, and I'll touch on those in a minute too. So on September 12th of this year, Josephine County Board issued Board Order 2023-064, which was essentially to suspend Section 19.76.060 of their Land Development Code pertaining to wildfire protection or fire protection. So this particular provision of their code requires a property owner as a condition of development to either one, provide proof that their property is within a fire district, two, come into contract with a fire protection service provider, or three, develop an on-site fire protection plan. As I illustrated in the staff report, I provided a map, and I believe it's the same map that the commissioner brought for you today. So that's probably a better place to look right now. The substantial amount of the county falls outside of or outside of fire districts. There's only a few fire districts in the county. And the vast majority of the area of the county, though, falls under a private service provider. There used to be two private service providers. I don't know if there were more than that at any point in time, but now there's only one private service provider providing service to the areas outside of those fire districts. In the board order, they essentially said that they wanted to suspend the section of the code because there's currently only one provider, and they wanted to use the opportunity to negotiate a price agreement with the service provider. Essentially, we have two concerns. The first concern, and this is more the technical concern, is that the way that the board went through and made their decision was through a board order. So no notice was provided to DLCD as required in statute 197-610, as we illustrated in our staff report. No notice was also given to any other affected jurisdictions, agencies, residents. We also believe that the action increases the wildfire risk for residents in the county and also potentially impacts state and federal resources. In regards to state resources in particular, as we know, the Oregon Department of Forestry provides wildfire fire protection in a lot of the state. It does so in Josephine County, but its mission is not to protect structures. Its mission is to protect forest resources. And I cited the statute that provides their direction in the staff report. It's also backed up in Josephine County's comprehensive plan, which I provided a little blurb of as well in the staff report. We believe all of the factors we only need to meet one of the factors to trigger an appeal, but we believe all of the factors are met. In particular, the one that I think we think is the most relevant is that it doesn't appear to be clear case law on a situation like this where a board is using an order to make a decision that's outside of the normal land use process. We believe obviously that a clear opinion from the courts on this topic would be of broad benefit, not only to Josephine County and DLCD, but other jurisdictions as well that would be potentially contemplating making such a move. But we also believe it's particularly relevant when it comes to something that affects the health, life, and safety of people, which this we believe clearly does. So I'm keeping my presentation very short. I think, as I pointed out, there's the technical issue. That's really the focus of this. We believe that this does constitute a land use decision and it wasn't done through that particular channel. So really that's the first decision to make. But Mr. Jennings left, but as he the analogy he used earlier, we don't pull over every speeder, right, in the state when it comes to land use speeding in this case. We're trying to pick out, say, the most egregious or the most obvious ones, or the ones in this particular case where there's not a case law to substantiate which direction to go here. We believe it's pretty clear, but once again, there's no case law to fall back on. So I'll conclude my presentation. We obviously have some proposed motions up there for you. I'm here for any questions, but we might want to turn it over to the commissioner and council to hear their perspective first.
Yeah, thank you. And I'd like to do that. I'm sure we all have questions, but I'd like to give you the floor first. And Commissioner, I'll be happy to turn it over to you.
Well, again, thank you. My name is Herman Bertschiger. I'm the chair of the Josephine County Board of Commissioners. Prior to that, I was Oregon State Senator for 2 years. And I sat on the governor's fire council. I've also, a little bit of my background is I've spent my entire life in the wildland fire in the management part of it, and I'm still currently a wildland fire instructor. So, and I also worked as a personal, believe it or not, is a counsel to Governor Brown on wildland fires. So her and I worked together. So a lot of these issues that you're seeing in the state of Oregon that has come out of the fire council, a lot of those issues that I have worked on. But you always have to remember that the legislature always doesn't get it right on the first. Okay. So you do your best and see how it plays out on the ground. And if there's things that just aren't working, then you make adjustments. And that's just how it is. That's just the nature of the beast of legislating. I strongly disagree with your position. I don't think you understand why we made it a board order. We made it a board order so it can immediately take effect because our citizens could not comply. They just couldn't comply. And so because they couldn't comply, they couldn't continue building their house or making altercations to their house or their lands improvements and stuff like that. They were stuck like we were because they can't comply. So if you look at this map of Josephine County, you can see there's a city of Grants Pass here. And then there's a few little fire districts, Illinois Valley. You made a statement that the rest of the county was covered by a private fire company. You were incorrect. Just a very small portion here. That's not the rest of it. So that's the first. We've always had 2 fire services that you didn't have to, but you could contract. Okay? One of them bought out the other. So now we have to. And because of the risk of being sued when you're a government and saying you have to pay this private company or you will not get a building permit. That's gonna do nothing but hit you in a lawsuit very quickly. Okay. So we have three ways to get that building. Is one being in the fire district. Okay, you're in one of those, piece of cake. Two, contract with somebody. Or three, create your own fire suppression system. Now, I don't know who dreamed that up in Article 76, but Joseph County was a leader in the state of drafting some county ordinances to help prevent the spread of wildfire. We were. And this kind of got in there, and it's clumsy and it's very dangerous because we make these ordinances and statutes, like he said, for health and safety. Well, you tell somebody to get your building permit, you've got to put a tank or a pond and a pump and a fire, you know, so if your house catches on fire. And then we're going to expect an average citizen with no training and no personal protection equipment to run into a burning house because they have a fire hose. That's the most crazy, ludicrous thing I have heard in my life. So that was one of the first things. We were just going to get rid of that. That is dangerous. That has nothing to do with say that is dangerous. So now we're down to two: fire district or fire company. I just told you the problem with one fire company. Up until then, we were doing pretty good because we gave the citizen a choice. And there's all kinds of federal antitrust laws and monopolies and stuff like that. You gotta be very careful. As long as there's two, you can kind of, you're okay. As long as they have a choice. Okay, now we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We've tried to get a fire district for these two areas. So a majority of the population in the rural still live in these, but they're still scattered around. And it was defeated by the voters. I can't do anything about that. It was defeated by the voters. We're having conversations in town halls again. I'm leading those to try to resurrect the idea of fire districts/districts because they do have value to rural Oregon. But the misconception that people get just because I'm in a fire district means everything is hunky-dory. Well, not all fire districts are the same. Some fire districts have 24-hour people on call, ready to go, just like in the urban areas. Some fire districts are totally volunteer. So they're not, whether it's Oregon or Minnesota or Georgia or whether rural America is rural America. It is not urban. And you can't expect to have the same services with the same response times if you live in a rural area compared to if you live in an urban. And in Josephine County, in a lot of parts of the state of Oregon, so then we're one of those 7 western states that always have a threat of wildfire. It's no different than living in Florida. You always have the threat of hurricane. There's a known factor when you live in these rural areas that these are some threats that you just are facing. If you go into the Rust Belt states, the threat of tornadoes, you know you do the best. You do the best you can to prepare. You hope it doesn't happen. Most of the houses in the Rust Belt states all have basements, and now they have notifications of, you know, they have the technology to be able to predict to a certain point that these tornadoes are people. But what am I going to do? So those are some of the knowns. But what we have to also understand is, got to look at the statistics. Even in a big fire district like Illinois Valley, they do very good. They've got a few people that are full-time and then everything else is volunteer. But you know what the statistics are? Your house catches on fire and your home, it's most likely to be saved for 2 reasons. 1, it's identified right away. 2, you get adequate instructions to whoever's coming to help you. In a lot of rural places in America, it's the neighbor. It's not a fire department because there is no fire department. So it's a neighbor. And three, you're taking some sort of suppression why it's small. But if you live in rural America and your house catches on fire and you're not at home, it's most likely it's going to be a foundation. That's what. If you don't have response to a fire when it starts in your house, and the statistics are, she has it on her screen, 8 minutes is the industry. If you're not there in 8 minutes, so you can make all the laws you want, you can do all the things you want, but if a house catches on fire, in 8 minutes, it's gone. And I will tell you, there are places in this fire district that they are not gonna get to anything within 20 or 30 minutes. So we have to live in reality. We have to live in reality. We have to do the best of what we can do, and it has to be affordable. There's no way in rural America that you can afford to have the coverage that you have in urban America. It's just not there. And if you're worried about, I've told people this, and I've been on fires all over this country. And if you're worried about a fire, move somewhere else. Because and I'm talking about in fire-prone areas. When you live in an area that has fire history, there's a strong possibility you could have a fire and it can threaten your house. So that's why we were very proactive about it. And I was part of Article 76 back then, working with the commissioners. And we did a lot of great things with vegetation and certain ways to build your house. We were leaders. And in fact, there's a lot of things that come out of these that the state is starting to implement statewide. But there's going to be some tweaking along the way that are good. Make sure it has access for fire departments. Make sure the bridge load limits are good enough for fire engines, stuff like that. Those are all good. But to mandate something from the citizens that they simply can't do and say, well, then you can't build your house, or you can't add on this, or you can't build a shop, or you can't do anything to get it done with it, is simply wrong. Now that's why, remember, we haven't eliminated this part of our ordinance. We've suspended it so people can continue doing things till we figure this out. And one thing we're thinking of doing with the private company that's left is do some kind of arrangement like a concession, so we can at least put some controls on how much they cost. Because think of this, now I'm gonna give you an abstract. I want to build a garage under my house. I go into planning, pull a development permit, they say this is, and you gotta show proof of fire protection. Well, I don't live in a district. Well, you have to get the company you have to sign up. Okay, so you go to the company says, well, you wanna build how about $1,000? We'll protect your house for $1,000. You don't pay that $1,000, you don't get your development. See, that's the problem with one company. When you have two companies, that won't happen. And for years, it's like one of the only places in the United States that have private fire service. I think there's another in Arizona and one other place. But this is really interesting. That's why I've been pushing for a fire district for a long time. When I was in the legislature, I actually got an appropriation for $1.5 million, which is still sitting with the state fire marshal for fire. But even with those districts formed, we're still going to have a lot of people around the edges here and there that still can't control. So we need to change the language, and that's what we're looking at. And I'm starting to talk with people at the state level because there's a problem with these AUVs that are coming up. You've got to show fire protection coverage, and we won't qualify it. So we need to change the language, like if there is you live in a fire protection district or something. But the private company thing is just a real interesting way of doing things, and it could go away. Let me ask everybody, what happens if the corporation's a very large corporation owns this little fire company in Josephine County? What would happen if that corporation says we no longer want to be in the fire business and they just went away? We had nobody. Could happen. In fact, it's talking about happening. Because the same company that we have in Grants Pass They had in Scottsdale, Arizona. They're no longer in Scottsdale. That's why we have all these new fire trucks that goes in. That part of the company is gone. What happens if they say that in Josephine County? Now we don't even have a company to contract. Are we gonna stop people from developing their property? I actually think that's a taking and wind up in a lawsuit. So we have to be very careful of how we do this. We are dealing with this at the county level. We're not eliminating it. We think the direction we're gonna go is we're trying to figure out the legal remedy where we can make sure that this one company can't gouge people. And we don't know how we can do that because it's a private company. You know, we're talking about a concession. We're talking about some other, but we're not there yet. And I don't know if we will get there. We may be restrained because of legal matters. Now, how do you tell a company how much they can charge somebody? So I don't know where that's going. So I just wanted to tell you why the urgency. I understand what you're talking about. We didn't go through maybe protocol would be the word. And that was because we have people that were stuck that are trying to get on with their lives and developing their property in accordance with the land use laws of the state of Oregon. And we wrote an impossibility. We wrote something that made it impossible. That's not fair.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're a bit over time with this piece, but that's okay. I appreciate your testimony. I certainly expect we're going to have questions among commissioners and then discussion. So thank you very much. And would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
This is Stephanie Nuttall. She is one of our legal counsels at Josephine County. She joined us here a couple months ago, and she's been awesome. Let me tell you, she's done an awesome job on this stuff.
welcome. Thank you for joining us as well. So if I may, I'll turn it over to commissioners for questions. Clarifying questions, and this can either be to Josh or to the county, either way. And I don't see, oh yeah, there's Commissioner Boyer there at the bottom. Great. So. Commissioner, go ahead. Either Commissioner Sandoval.
Here's a question for the commissioner. In terms of fire prevention and in terms of actual like workers being out in the forest, working on fire prevention, can you just describe the situation in your county? And is that something that you're kind of relying on in terms of fire mitigation?
Well, you have to also remember most of the folks that we're talking about that can't get their development permits, most of them live in Oregon Department of Forestry Protected Lands. That's the largest fire department in Oregon. I was an incident commander for Oregon Department of Forestry. I know that really well. And they all pay to the Oregon Department of Forestry, and they will be the first responders. So you have to there's two conversations here. Okay. There's a wildland fire conversation and there's a structure conversation. Okay. So the wildland fire folks, they get concerned if you have a house fire that can spread to the wildland fire. Okay. And the structure folks, they have a concern if the wildland can spread to the house. All right. So, but there's two different conversations. All right. Fire district personnel play a very small role in wildland fire protection. Unless they are involved with a Conflagration Act where you take many fire departments, structure fire departments, and you put them into a setting where they are protecting. But on initial attack, they play a very small role, where Oregon Department of Forestry plays the huge role. One, they have patrols. So during fire season is determined when ignition can be sustained by the fuels. So it's only certain months out of the year. Let's say that's 5 months. When that happens, ODF will have, let's pretty much talk about Western Oregon, because Eastern Oregon, there's some more complication there, but Western Oregon, they are the lead fire department. They have patrols out. They're not just at the station. Plus they have access to all the other resources like dozers and and air tankers and helicopters and all that stuff you hear about. Fire district personnel don't have that. They don't have access to any of that. Okay, only ODF. So wildfire is pretty much set with Oregon Department of Forestry. And in Josephine County, during fire season, structure fire, almost 9 out of 10 times ODF will be on scene before the fire district. Because some of our fire districts aren't manned. I have a fire station a half a mile from my farm. There's nobody there. There's a fire engine there. There's nobody there. They come every Saturday morning and they start the fire engine up and make sure it starts and make sure all the lights work. And then they shine it all up and they roll it back in there and nobody else is there for another 6 days. Okay. So that's kind of how it works. So if you're worried about wildland fire, that's what ODF. We're not really talking wildland fire. Of course, remember what I said, the wildland fire folks don't want the house to catch on fire and spread the wildland fire. So ODF will take some suppression on structures because their mission on any fire is not to let it spread into the wildland fire, whether it's a vehicle that's on fire or whether it's a house on fire or a barn on fire. Their mission is not to let it spread. So they may put water on the house or on the barn or on the car. They will not go into a structure because they're not trained for that. That's the structural firefighting. And that gets complicated. And it's getting even more complicated to the point where it's making our fire districts less effective because the regulations and the training requirements and insurance requirements and everything are making it so hard to get volunteers. And that's not a good thing either. It's another rabbit hole to go down.
A lot of them it's certainly a very complicated issue.
Yes.
I'm gonna go down the technical rabbit hole because I think that's partially where we're at. I'm not familiar with the suspension of code. You didn't propose to modify your code to remove it or something of that nature. And so I guess, I don't know if any of the legal perspectives or any perspectives, is there any precedent for suspending code and not applying it? This is certainly one circumstance, but I'm sure, I mean, we have a housing crisis. Let's suspend it and build more. I mean, housing, I'm not familiar with what that process. I'm just not familiar with suspending development code. I don't know, or council or.
Yeah, I can defer to Mr. Shipsey in a sec here, but I mean, we've definitely taken a deep dive into the policy side of things. And obviously, as the commissioner pointed out, it's very complicated. It's not simple. I tried to stay at a very high level in my staff report about the policy side of things. Obviously, that affects how we, what the types of things that we would bring forward, for an appeal to you, because there are a lot of things out there that don't have precedent or don't have case law to support, one way or the other. In this particular case, though, this is precedential setting, not just for this particular situation, but it applies to all suspensions of land use code. And I think the way that we're looking at it, at least, is that suspension of land use code you are essentially amending your code for a temporary amount of time because you're not applying your code, right? So you can go a number of different ways on this. So how long would a temporary suspension not be a land use decision? Could you do it for a year? Could you do it for 5 years? Could you say we have a housing emergency until the housing emergency ends? We're going to suspend this section of our code. So I think really what it comes down to are two things. One is that they've suspended their code, so they're not utilizing their code now. They're not applying their code. But secondly, the way that they went about doing it through a board order, not noticing any affected, we speak very highly of, citizen involvement, and for better or for worse, land use in the state of Oregon is one of those things that requires a substantial amount, or at least has a substantial amount of rules and requirements about reaching out and noticing people. That wasn't done in this particular case. So it's with something like this that is so heavy on the policy side that requires so much subjectivity and deep dives into a lot of data and information and, coordination of a lot of different agencies and discussions. I mean, we're talking about ODF, but ODF's not here right now. Those are the things that a proper 35-day land use notice and the hearings procedures to bring it forward for, for an amendment, maybe the amendment could be a suspension of your code for 180 days or, whatever that is, a year. That could be your amendment, and it would basically, come back, after that amount of time that you set, as a sunset kind of provision. That's really where we're at here, is that it wasn't done through those proper procedures. The noticing wasn't done, all that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Because we haven't had your approval yet, we haven't dove completely into this, but preliminary research, we were not able to find a situation where there was a decision based on a suspension. And that's why, in part, the factor B was so relevant, that there would be guidance from an appeal that would speak to the propriety of that. The way I've seen this done is when there's an inadequate public facility, it's not that the land use code is suspended, it's that the moratorium statute kicks in, and there's a period of time where development permits aren't going forward while the public facility is developed, or a plan for that is developed for the providing of that service.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Commissioners, Commissioner Lazo.
Thanks, Shirley. I'm going to stay in the same vein to try to understand kind of the procedural pieces here. I guess one of my questions is, what would it have taken for Josephine County to be in compliance with the change that they wanted to make? And maybe there's no precedent for this, but I mean, would they have, what was the notice period have been? What's the extent of the notice? Would they have had to notice everybody in the county? What requirements would have been that they didn't fulfill?
Yeah, I'm looking at Gordon Howard back there because he's probably the best person to answer that. So, I mean, the standard noticing provisions that are found in state law, right, is the 35-day notice to our department. That's before the first hearing on the matter. So something like this that would require a code amendment. So if they're amending their land use code, whether that would be a full amendment, or if it's, just for a short, duration, that typically goes before, and in Josephine County would go before the planning commission, and then it would go to the board with the planning commission's recommendation. So go through those standard procedures. As far as the noticings required, whether that wouldn't trigger a ballot measure 56 notice, but
yeah, this is Gordon Howard. On this issue, it's a legislative change does not require property owner notice unless the county might have its own local provision to do that, but there's no state law that requires that. The only exception would be if a measure 56 notice was needed, and if this were intended to be a temporary, issue, I think that would be ultimately the decision of the county whether that was necessary. But I think if we were asked, we would advise them that it wasn't necessary in this situation.
And so part of what I'm trying to get at is, I'm wondering if the question here is big enough, in that if the county had sent DLC and D a notice 35 days prior to the hearing, would we even be here today asking this question? Or is there another question there? I mean, is there a question about the action that they took being a land use decision, for instance? I think that's another question. But is it simply because they didn't follow, as Commissioner said, the protocol?
So that's kind of a loaded question. So, I should say complicated question. So I think the short answer is that during deliberations at the planning commission, so when you bring forward an amendment to code, typically there's a staff report. So the staff report lays out kind of the foundational set of documents, the factual basis for making a recommendation or for a decision, right? So in that there's usually consultation or the fire districts that are existing with Rural Metro, who's the fire, the private service provider. So all of that consultation and all of that stuff goes into a staff report that's brought forward before a planning commission. They deliberate on it, as you all are very familiar, and then bring it to a board of commissioners. So the short answer is there's a lot of deliberation. There's a lot to be able to make it clear why they're doing what they're doing, and if they are, crossing all their T's and dotting their I's and making all those connections, we may not have a problem with their decision. However, if we don't agree with it, or if ODF doesn't agree with it, or there's some substantial hangups during the process, then we may have issue with it. But just to get to the other part of your question about the land use decision, I see a board order as being a little bit dangerous. To be able to suspend a land use regulation through a board order is being a bit dangerous, because there are provisions in state law to do things that meet the definition of an emergency. So you can send us notice after you make a decision. I mean, it's not recommended because it opens you up to other kind of appeal factor. But you can do that. So there are provisions for that to happen. Doing something through a board order without all that consultation and those decisions, that's really why we're here today.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I respectfully again disagree with your analysis. One, I don't think.
Commissioner, can I just one quick moment? We're going to lose Commissioner Boyer here in just a moment. I just wanted to see if she had any questions before you respond.
Thank you. So, I'm a big believer in our goal number one, and, just not having citizen involvement in this decision, seems, like not the right path to take. And I really appreciated, Josh's comment that there is no case law on a situation like this. So clarification would be helpful for me. So I'm in support of this, but I'm sorry I got to sign off just for an hour, but I'll be back. Thank you.
I'll turn it back over to you. I just wanted to be sure
Well, there is citizen involvement. There was 24-hour notice before the meeting. One. Two is I'm elected. I've always been elected. You're not elected. I'm elected. I represent the city. Maybe you are. You're elected? Okay. By? Oh, okay. Oh, you're a commissioner, a county commissioner. Yes. Okay. So you're elected. So I represent the people. We did something wrong. We made an impossibility for the people. We just made it impossible. So I have to react to the people. And if it doesn't meet the protocol, it doesn't meet the protocol. I have to that's who I answer to. And ODF has no standing in this. They have no, they're the wildfire side. They're not the structure side. And they'll be the first ones to admit that. They're always trying to want somebody else to take care of the houses. So, the other thing is, are you going to pay for lawsuits that we're going to have filed on the county for having an ordinance that's impossible to comply with, and now they can't do what they want to do on their property, even though what they want to do was within the codes of Oregon, because we made a mistake? That's where this was going to head really fast. And Josephine County, we don't have deep pockets. We just don't have. So this was a pause, and that's why it was so abrupt. Maybe that's not the correct word, abrupt, but that's why it happened so fast, is to avoid some of this until we can mitigate and find a solution to this problem. But this doesn't stop at Josephine County. I don't know why we wind up being the canary in the mine all the time, because every rural county in Oregon has this same problem. And the legislature is going to have to fix it. And I hope that I can help with that, fixing that in this next session, because every rural county has this. There are people all over this state that do not have access to a fire district or private fire companies.
I want to bring it back to, and I think this is going to be an important time, Josh, for you to show us the criteria. I work in a county where we have wells going dry and people can't have water for their homes. I live in a county where we have septic systems that are failing on these small lots on solid lava rock, and if we don't put in sewer, they're not going to be able to flush their toilets. So infrastructure and services, I hear you. There is essential, and we have to figure out how we're going to provide it to keep our folks safe. I think what's important for us to think about, and what Josh didn't cover, he just gave us a quick slide, and that's okay. Now is a good time to bring it back, is this is a decision that the department has decided to appeal. And just to be clear, the factors that we decide, we're not deciding whether what you did is right, wrong, or otherwise. What we're deciding are, is this an interpretation of state law? And boy, I would really have to have great eyes. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
That's
Much
better.
better.
Thank you. Those are the criteria that we have to evaluate their proposal to appeal. We're not, and we had a similar case this morning. We're not the ones deciding the case. We're not the hearings body for what you're choosing. We're just, and I think you, I don't know, if do you want to take just a moment and summarize these again, and then I personally would just be interested if you would like to address any of these. You could, briefly, we need to conclude this item by 3:15, but I'll leave it at that, because these are the factors that we have to decide on.
Sure. I'll just go through them. So they are on page 7 of your staff report as well. So, it's, we'll go through A first. So whether the case will require interpretation of a statewide planning statute, goal, or rule. And that's pretty clear. I mean, there's the clear interpretation of ORS 197-610. Which is the noticing provisions for a land use decision, and then the definition, which is 197-015 subsection 10, which is the definition of a land use decision. So both of those two would be crucial as far as interpreting. As we mentioned, there's no case law on that currently. Whether this B is whether this ruling in this case will serve to clarify state planning law. I think we've hit that one. There's no clear case history on this right now, and we think that this would be a court opinion on this would serve to fulfill that. Whether the case has important enforcement value. Once again, I think as I pointed out, a board making what we believe is a land use decision through a board order without proper notice. We believe that does meet the threshold, especially when it comes to something like this that involves health, life, and safety for individuals. The D, whether the case concerns a significant natural, cultural, or economic resource. Really, we're talking about, the requirement for the fire requirements for structures on land within the county. As I pointed out in my staff report, and we've had discussions, you all have had many discussions on this over the years about the percentage of wildfires that are human caused. A substantial amount in the West Coast are human caused fires. A lot of those originate from structures or individual properties. As I showed on one of my maps here, the Grants Pass is surrounded almost entirely by rural residential land. So the rural, residential isn't allowed outright permitted use on that land. And that's the area that the commissioner pointed out is covered. So there's a significant amount of risk involved with making these type of decisions. So we feel like this is met. Whether the case advances the objectives of the state strategic plan or our department's strategic plan. This one's a little bit more loose, I have to admit, but we definitely have something about goal 7 in their natural hazards. We feel like because this obviously has to do with wildfire, falls neatly within goal 7, that's met. And whether there's a better way to accomplish this, we haven't come up with anything.
So if I may rebut that.
If you just keep your response, just brief, just because.
Well, I'm always like to rebut when I hear stuff that probably is not true or partially true. You say most fires in Oregon are mankind, yes, but most large fires are not. Okay. So everybody here thinks that all these great big fires that overrun these areas and everything, they're almost never man caused. Sometimes, but all those fires you're talking about are very small fires that are extinguished and that are all contained under 10 acres 99% of the time. So I just don't like people trying to paint something with the wrong color, okay? Second thing is if people can't comply, they can't comply. How can you hold them accountable for something that we made it impossible? We're wrong. And then you talk about the process. This whole thing's going to be a moot point. What did we suspend it for 2 years? 180 days. By the time you go through your dog and pony show, we'll be all done and have this mitigated and put away. But you decide to bring us in here and rack us across the coals to make a point. I don't care for that.
And so, Commissioner, just the last piece is these are the factors that we have to decide on in just a couple of minutes. Any points you want to make, because those are the factors that we are deciding on, not the policy issue. But
well, I still think we're within the statewide planning goals. We're the leader in our Article 76. It's just we made it. At the time, this wasn't a mistake. It is now because things have changed and we're trying to correct it. Whether the ruling in the cases are no, we're still within the planning law. It's just this is a matter of correcting something. We're not trying to eliminate anything. We're just trying to make it right for the citizens. And enforcement value, let me tell you something. There is hardly any enforcement to this. We make all these rules. We say you got to have a 300-foot setback. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do that. That's fine. Who maintains it? Very few people is the reality. Very few people. So enforcement, I've always shook my head on enforcement. Oregon's good at making laws, and when I was in the Senate, I'll give you a little bit of information how I thought about things. When there was a proposed law, 1, it had to be constitutional. 2, there had to be a need for it. And 3, it had to be enforceable. If it didn't meet all 3 of those, why make the law? So, we're just trying to do something correct. And DLCD decides to and they know it'll be over in 180 days, and we're not going to stop here. We'll go to the appellate court. Well, by the time we ever get there, the whole thing, it'll be a moot point. So I would think you would have something else better to do, Josh, than to bring this.
To be clear, it's not Josh. Josh is.
I know, but this is the frustration that you have as an elected official. Okay.
I want to say thank you very much for everybody. At this point, I'm going to turn the last 6 minutes we have for this agenda item over to the commission for discussion, and then we have to consider the motion, and we'll decide and go from there. So again, thank you all very much, and I'm sorry that Commissioner Boyer's not here, so it'll be those of us in the room. Commissioner Thompson, please.
So, fellow commissioner, sir, I've done a lot of community emergency response team work for the last 15 years, and I recognize a firefighter who comes in and controls the scene. So that's a familiar way to exhibit leadership to save people's lives and livelihoods and property. In this case, however, what I see is there's a set of rules that impinge on your capacity to exhibit your leadership and respond to the concerns of your people. And I think this body has to say there are certain rules that we are obliged to bring to your attention, because what you've done is bring to our attention the needs of your people in your place. So I'm grateful to you. And these are still the rules. Thank you, sir.
So thank you. So let's keep that here. And so any other commissioner comments before or a motion when a commissioner is ready?
I'll make a comment. I guess it's along the lines of what the Commissioner just said. I'm not sure there's a question about I think it's clear what the rules are, and I don't think they were followed. B, though, I think it will clarify, as Josh said, especially this question about a county board action in this manner and its impact on state planning law. I think that's a real question here, and I think and which then speaks to C around the enforcement value. I think an enforcement action here can make it clear what the impact of that action could be in other places. So I think B and C and then E then does speak to the policy side of it and the impact of a decision like this on public safety and public health. And again, it's not about the underlying policy, but the question I think remains. So for me, the B, C, and E seem applicable here too. I think as Josh said, F doesn't. E is, I mean, kind of rides with D, but I think B, C, and D are relevant to me.
Any other, Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, I think what the commissioner has done is really painted a good picture of what's happening on the ground and what we can realistically expect from people. So if people if the state is setting up folks to fail, that's really not useful. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, and I think if that is the case, then through the proper kind of channels, that has to change. I also think with sometimes with the commission, we need to show a little bit of flexibility in terms of interpreting what we're allowed to regulate or not. So.
Any other comments, or is anybody prepared to make a motion on this item?
Chair, I move that the commission approve the director's appeal of the subject order from Josephine County to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on the information included in the staff report and its demonstration that OAR 660-001-0230 sub 3, sub B, sub C, sub D, and sub E apply.
Commissioner Lazo, is there a second?
I'll second.
Note that I removed sub A from the recommended motion.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Jan, please call the roll.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer has an excused absence. Commissioner Sandoval, Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Chair Halova has an excused absence. Chair Lilac.
Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you very much for the reasons that we've discussed. The motion carries, and we will conclude this item and move on to agenda item 10.
Thank you for your time.
Very much. Thank you for coming. Just a moment as we set up for agenda item 10. We'll take a 5-minute break before we convene for agenda item 10.
Great. Welcome back for agenda item 10 this afternoon. Full communities rulemaking option. Welcome to our staff who we've spent a lot of time with over the last couple of years. Bill Holmstrom and Matt Krall, welcome, and I will turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair Lilac and Commissioners. I am Matt Krall, the Planning Services Division Manager here at Department of Land Conservation Development. And with me today,
Bill Holmstrom, I'm the agency's Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator.
and we have some other staff who are watching on video. So if we get to questions where we need to get into some of the detail, we'll certainly bring them on and introduce them at that time. We're bringing to you today recommended amendments. I'm hoping this will be the easiest decision you've made all day. You've probably never heard that about at the climate friendly equitable communities rulemaking before, but we'll see. But before we get to the actual recommended amendments, just do a couple of things to frame this up and take a look and just keep in mind the broader picture of the implementation that is going on here with these. And then we'll also cover a little bit about the rulemaking process, how we got here to today, and then get on to those actual recommended amendments. So, I did not advance. Good news. The legislature gave us some money to help start on implementing these rules. $2.6 million appropriated by the legislature. And what we started doing with that is on a proactive way, reaching out to cities and counties who are implementing these rules and talking to them about what the rules require them. We've got the rules in front of us, made up a big table for all the cities and counties. What do you need to do during this biennium, this 2-year period between now and the middle of 2025? And so there's no need for them to apply for those. We are directly reaching out to them on that first part. Looks like that'll spend a good chunk of the money, maybe probably a little over half of it, but we will have some of the money left over and open a competitive round. So I'll talk about both of those parts here. Under that first section, the required work, we do have a lot of several land use regulations that need to be adopted. Actually, not too many people, is this coming up for this biennium, not too many of the cities, because this is tied in with the transportation system plan updates. But for anybody who's updating their transportation system plan right now, the new rules have some land use regulations to go along with that. So we'll be working on a model code and then start helping audit the codes of cities and counties. I think in a lot of cases, they'll be pretty close because the stuff that we've put that you guys adopted a little over a year ago is not, revolutionary. It's the same kind of good planning that we've been doing in many ways, just turning the volume up a little bit, doing a little bit more of it. But we'll get that model code, get some code audits, and then help them with code amendments using funding, either for their own staff or for consultants as they prefer. The other thing, of course, the climate friendly area, that's a big area of work right now. During the previous biennium, we worked on reports. We funded the reports for them, but now during this time, cities need to be adopting these zoning amendments and also doing some additional refinements on those. And I think the question we're asking with some of these market studies and the refinements is, well, zoning is really good. It's a necessary part of the kind of development we're looking for, but it may not be a sufficient condition to get the kinds of development in these climate friendly areas that we want. So we want to ask that next question is, what are the other missing ingredients? What is needed to actually get that development there? Helping cities with the code amendments that they need to do. And of course, lots of public engagement on these. It's the climate friendly and equitable communities. Sometimes I think we jump over that equitable part. So we want to stop and remember that always that the climate friendly areas are important, but doing them with some equitable engagement is also very important. Other things we'd be spending that money on for the required work includes that regional scenario planning. Now, the technical work on that, the consultant work is largely funded through the Department of Transportation. What we're coming in a lot with is reimbursing local staff for their time, because we've heard from cities and counties like, well, that's nice that you paid a consultant to do all this technical work for us. We still need to participate in that. And that's been a stumbling block. We don't want that to be a stumbling block. So we're using the money that the legislature appropriated to fund that. A toolbox to help people with equitable engagement, because the rules they do require new things. People are asking cities, what does this mean exactly? I see your rule here, but what do I need to do? We can help them there. The enhanced engagement refers to We're working with some cities that are working on their transportation system plan. Again, the transportation system plan mostly being funded from some money coming from ODOT. We're helping to take that engagement up one notch from what it might have been otherwise. I think that's really important. And then a jumpstart guide to plant parking management. The rules require cities to do some changes in their parking, in their development codes, in a lot of cases eliminating parking mandates, but there's management that has to happen to go along with it. If you got to be proactive then about how you process that, the cities are finding, and they want some help on that. So we'd like to be able to help with that. On the open grants, that part of it, we expect to be opening that soon, probably starting a pre-application round this week, next week, very soon. And then the work would really get started in earnest in the springtime. That could involve consultants that we would be selecting and then make it available through the procurement process, because that is a help for many cities. They prefer that. Other cities would prefer to get the grant funds themselves. They can use their own staff to do it or go through their own procurement process if they like to for consultants. So we try to be as flexible as we can on how we help them out with that. You'll see here a list of some of the kind of the eligible products that they could be doing. Quite a bit of overlap with some of the things on the previous slide, but in some cases, these are getting prepared for requirements that don't kick in until the next biennium. So when we say transportation system planning on there, maybe if you want to do some of those steps now, they get you prepared for a transportation system plan update that's going to be happening in the future, or doing some equitable engagement that isn't actually required for an event this biennium, but you want to get started. Or eligible projects would be things that are not directly required, but are achieving the same goals. If it's consistent with climate friendly, if it's consistent with equitable communities, we want to help fund local governments on that, even if it's not directly required by the rules. So getting into some of the specifics of what the rules do require and what cities and counties have been doing. One of them is the repealing parking mandates. And you can see there a list. Some of the significant cities around Oregon have repealed their parking mandates. And so when a developer comes to build some new apartments, to build affordable housing, to build some row houses, it's not going to be required by the city that they provide that parking. It will be up to the housing provider to decide, well, what kind of parking do I know I need for the people that are going to be living in the housing development I'm proposing. A couple of other cities are exploring some options because the rules you adopted last year create a couple of different paths. We wanted to create that flexibility for cities to have some opportunities to decide which one works best for them. So some cities are still doing that investigation, and we support that and try to help them with that. Cities do need to have this done. There is some deadlines in there. So we got a bunch of cities getting close and starting to work on that. Some of the cities have had alternate deadlines approved. And so that's why some of them will have until into 2024 to do that. We are assisting them with the codes where they're asking for that. And gosh, I mentioned before, we got this jumpstart guide that we're working on, trying to have available. The climate friendly areas. This is the downtowns, probably the transit corridors, those areas where we really want to see more development happening, because people they drive shorter trips or they use other modes, they drive less. So we've been providing cities and county with funding to do the studies. And just a quick reminder, this does not apply from the Portland metro area because they have long time had regional centers, town centers. So we did not need to go back and redo that there. This applies in the other metropolitan areas. Those studies are due by the end of this year. And so we've received a couple of them and begun the review process. I think you've received some testimony, you may hear some more about that, not as part of the rulemaking, but just as part of the overall implementation of this. And we expect to see the rest of them soon. And then there's the targets for how to reduce the greenhouse gases. And on this one, it is very much different by each area of the state. And so in the Portland metro area, as I mentioned, they have already started a climate smart communities quite a while ago. And so it's a question of continuing to report on that and updating the regional transportation plan using that. Salem-Keizer area is working on their regional scenario plan right now, and they will develop their targets through that process. So they'll have the opportunity, that flexibility to figure out what works for that region working together. Eugene Springfield had prepared a scenario plan previously, so they're refining it some and really then working towards implementing that. So again, slightly different place that they are. All the cities, all these different metropolitan areas are a little bit different. But then the other group here, Albany, Bend, Corvallis, Grants Pass, and Medford, are not required to go through that scenario planning process. So in that case, the climate performance measures and the targets will be drawn from more of a that statewide transportation strategy that the Department of Transportation adopted some time ago, rather than going through individual process on each of those. And I believe, oh, how can I forget transportation system plan updates, the heart of transportation planning. ODOT is leading the funding on this. And so there is quite a bit of money coming from ODOT. It's probably not enough to accomplish all of them over the next 6 years. So we'll be talking about other ways to do that. But it's a really good start and they're making progress. There is a schedule. The staff at ODOT have been working with us and working with all of the cities to try to lay them out so we're not all happening right away, but not all waiting till the end between now and about 2029 that these are all happening. Also a process to update the guidelines that govern that or that help cities do that. The guidelines are published by ODOT, but we are very much involved in that too. And Bill has been on the advisory committee to help make sure that all of these new climate-friendly equitable community rules are in there and done that. And this one, we saved this kind of for the last because this is one that I think is really fun. The multimodal inventory. You know, you can look out here and you can see sidewalks. You can see a crosswalk right here, mid-block crosswalk. Easy to see in any one case, but cities don't always have a great inventory telling them where they are throughout the entire city. And when you're trying to plan for areas and try to figure out, you know, which schools are lacking in good walkable routes, which parks, which neighborhoods, an inventory is really important and it's difficult and expensive. So ODOT is going to be preparing that, working through a contractor, but to provide that to cities. And ODOT, of course, has had a good inventory of their own facilities for quite a while, but now they're going to expand beyond that to cover the whole network for cities. So I think this is a great example of where we're helping cities and trying to make it easier for them to do this work. And for flexibility and making it easier, we have also had the rules that you adopted last year, provided that cities could ask for alternate dates. And then in April, the adjustments that you provided widened that up a little bit more to allow cities and counties to ask for alternate dates. We have had quite a few come through and we have reviewed them as staff and then bring them to the director, Brenda Bateman. She looks them over very carefully. And if they look good, she's approved them. And so 26 of them have been approved and gone out there. And that's that kind of flexibility really to help cities and counties do this work. 25? There was one that was, oh.
It was an existing.
I updated the slide at the last minute. There were 25 that we'd approved. We had one more that was pending and it was approved earlier this week. So I incremented from 25 up to 26, but I forgot there was a city that already had some alternate dates approved and we were just revising. So I'm mentioning flexibility. See, we're willing to approve some alternate dates and then revise them when the city comes back to us and says the situation has changed. But thank you for that, Chris. Sorry. Good. Keep me on, Steve. We've also had exemptions. And so the rules that you adopted allowed for the smaller cities to come in and say, like, those sections of it really shouldn't apply to us. So there's a good reason. We've had 9 of them come through. And again, we review them, bring them to the director. If she's happy with it, she approves them. So if there's any questions about the implementation, the overall program, I know that's not the main question for today. You're here to adopt, but I wanted to put it in that broader picture to understand there's a lot going on. We're making a lot of progress. I'm feeling really good about it. So I wanted to share that with all of you. And I'm sharing it on behalf of the team who have been working on this. We've got several people, Evan Manville, Cody Meyer, and Kevin Young, all working on it and getting this work out there.
Yeah, I think that the update is really, really helpful. Commissioners, Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, the city of Springfield, did they ever kind of come on board? What's the latest with them?
Well, I think they are working. They're making progress on it. Come on board. I don't know if they're fully on board. They're, I think, at least partially on board and working in that direction. Do you have any specific? You want to add to that?
Yeah, excuse me. Chair Lilac, Commissioner Sandoval, again, Bill Holmstrom for the record. Yeah, I think we have a number of jurisdictions that, obviously had hesitations about elements of the rules for sure. I think in almost every situation, I'd put Springfield in this bucket as well. Those jurisdictions are working well, or their staff are working well with our staff to meet their obligations. They work together with the Lane Council of Governments to put together a draft study for their climate friendly areas, and we expect we'll see those shortly. They are working together with the regional partners across the region on the regional scenario planning work that the Central Lane area has to do. So they're making progress in all those areas. I think it's commendable.
Commissioner Lazo?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the implementation update, Matt. One piece you didn't cover was the interaction between CFEC, the climate friendly and equitable communities rules, and the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, the ONA pieces. So I know that you had a handout in the packet about that, but I'm assuming that's all sort of another layer of stuff that you all are doing and trying to align with all the pieces that you're moving right now. Is that?
Yeah, I would say that alignment is probably levels. One, as far as the policy and the rules, we can talk about some of the rule recommendations we have that would address that. And there will be continued rulemaking at ONA, so we can have opportunities through the Oregon Housing Needs Assessment to try to, if there are any other places that are misaligned, fix that. But the other is just on a very the logistics level. We're actually going to be using some of the same consultants. When we go out to get a consulting contract related to equitable engagement is not necessarily that different in the housing realm or the transportation realm. I mean, the general principles, and a consultant who can help you with one can help you with the other. So we're borrowing, don't process twice to keep these programs well aligned.
So it's yeah, and so it's helpful, it seems like, for these things to align a little bit, it seems like, rather than, I mean, the CSEC stuff came significantly before, but now that ONA is moving forward also, some better alignment there might be beneficial.
Yeah, and I think we are regularly meeting together as staff to keep those things well aligned.
If I may, to that point, Commissioner Lazo, we have a lot more to say about that as well, and I'd actually like to come back around after the end of this, at the end of this agenda item, and talk a little bit more about next steps and what we have planned in that area. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was probably the number one question I had as well. So we'll definitely tackle that in just a bit. Great. Any other questions from commissioners before we continue?
The one thing else, and really my point about it is it's a capacity issue for them, for the whole team, right? I mean, having to coordinate all these pieces becomes a real capacity issue, but there's some real benefits to being able to do that. And so
to get to where we're going, and then I'll talk a little bit more about the substantive issues in the amendments. So those commissioners that were here a few months ago remember maybe that we initiated this April of this year. At that same time, the commission also adopted a set of temporary amendments to these rules, which are in effect and will continue to be in effect through next week. And should the commission choose to adopt these permanent amendments, those would all be rolled into this permanent adoption that you're going to consider today. So, okay, the commission initiated it. There's one of the attachments in your staff report, maybe attachment D, I can't remember off the top of my head, is C, excuse me, is the rulemaking charge that the commission approved. The department put together a rulemaking advisory committee consistent with the charge. We had a number of stakeholders that also requested the department put together a technical advisory committee, or TAC, and at their request, we just decided to do that. So we also had a technical advisory committee, which there's quite a bit of overlap, but we wanted to make sure that we're hearing from a wide variety of folks. There we go. Okay. So our rulemaking advisory committee met 4 times. There was 2 times before your last meeting in July, and 2 meetings since that time. Technical advisory committee met 3 times. We also met a number of times for kind of subject specific meetings on a couple different rules. Folks that had specific concerns about those, we were able to meet with them in either larger or smaller groups. and had a variety of individual discussions with staff and folks who had concerns, questions, or interest in the issues. You held your hearing on July 28th. That was the public's opportunity to give verbal testimony to the commission. The commission, you, the department, accepted written testimony through September 17th. That copy of that record from both before and after your July meeting is in your packet for your review. And at that point, we closed the testimony. So all of the recommended amendments that are headed in front of you are based on all those advisory committee meetings, all those meetings we had with folks as well. So the amendments that we made are generally limited to those items, the subjects of the charge. Two big kind of categories in the charge. Those items that were adopted temporarily in April. Those kind of had a variety of subjects to them, but there's a few pieces to that. Some of them weren't necessarily were maybe a little bit larger than a correction or clarification. They're more of an adjustment. But those were all parts of what the commission adopted in April. We've taken those, and with few changes, we've do the permanent rules that you're expected to consider today. And then the other piece are corrections and clarifications. The charge had a specific list of issues in attachment C that of items that we know we wanted to tackle at that time in April. We also knew that there was going to be other things that came up. They did, and so there's other pieces as well that came up that we felt comfortable putting within that corrections and clarifications bucket, and made changes even though they weren't necessarily specifically listed on the charge, and the charge allowed for that flexibility. Some other things that came up that we knew either before we did this rulemaking or during the course of this rulemaking that we know we would need to tackle. I think Rule 210 is kind of the one that comes to mind, and definitely came up during this rulemaking process. That's something we wanted to tackle. We can talk a little bit more about our recommendations for that rule here in a second, if the commission would like to. But we are keeping a list of those things, and we expect that in the future, at some point, we'll come back and revisit those. As Commissioner Lazo just noted, we're working closely with staff, working on housing rulemaking. There's going to be quite a few updates to housing planning rules in the next year. That's where a lot of the agency's focus is going to be. Our staff, of course, we've been continuously working together with the housing focused staff. They've been talking to us, and we'll make sure that any tweaks we need to make to Division 12, the transportation planning rules, or other pieces that are consistent with ONA, that we have that flexibility to do that work. And Director Bateman, I think we'll talk a little bit more about the details and what's next at the end of this process here. So that's my update on the rulemaking process so far. Any questions so far?
Commissioner Thompson, please.
You know, when I look at all of the transportation planning, it all relates to the residents where people live. Yet we have a tourism economy that's increasingly a part of life in Oregon. And I wrestle with how to include the impact of travel related to tourism as we're considering the impacts of climate friendly and everything else. Can you help me?
Chair Lilac, Commissioner Thompson, I'll try to help. In our rules, we really tried to be neutral about trip purposes, about why folks might want to use the transportation system. Folks use the transportation system for lots of different reasons: to go to work, to go to school, to get to medical appointments, to access recreational opportunities, to visit friends. All sorts of reasons, right? And we really try to be neutral about that. We try to make sure that we include the transportation of freight, not just people, when local governments are updating their plans. So we didn't necessarily call out specifically tourism or recreational travel specifically, but that's because I think we were really trying to be, there's a wide variety of jurisdictions that are affected by these rules in the 8 metropolitan areas, some of which have a lot of more or less of that type of travel, some of which have more or less of a different kind of travel. And continue to provide that flexibility to folks. But yeah, you're right. We didn't necessarily specifically address that because I think we're trying to make sure that we're, you know, we're looking holistically at our transportation system. You're welcome.
Commissioner Thompson, if I could clarify a little bit, you're talking about perhaps the travel from someone's house where they're being a tourist, or maybe the travel that happens at that tourism destination where things can get all of it. Okay. No, I was hoping you'd bring me something simple.
No other questions of us? Good, great, thank you.
Great. So, if the commission would like, I'll hop right into the recommended amendments. So out of 79 rules in Division 12, these amendments touch 33 of them. Most in attachment F is rule by rule in Division 12, talks about what we're doing in each piece of the rules and kind of on a high level summary. And most of those say we're not doing anything, but you know, and what kind of pieces we might be doing there. Most of those are minor. Some of these rules, the only thing we're changing is hyphenation, numbering, things like that. But you know, we identified 13 rules in the staff report that have more substantial changes that the commission might want to hear about. And we put those into 9 categories here. So if you look at staff report pages 3 through 7, you can see these subsections A through I kind of address a rule or a set of rules that the commission might want to be interested in talking through. So ahead of this, or if any of these the commission would want to have interest in hearing about or going into detail about, I've got slides for all these things, but we don't have to go over all of them if you don't want to. There's one of them we do have to go over, and that's Rule 630. The commission has some options that the staff wanted to provide to the commission. So you have to make it. I have to tell you about those options. But other than that, I'm happy to talk about as many, or if we can talk about all of these, or none of these, or as many or few as the commission would like. So if the chair would like to direct us.
Certainly, thank you. Commissioners, areas of focus and presentation and further discussion based on what's in the rules on the board.
I got my list.
You have your list? Oh, great. Commissioner Lazo, please.
So we spoke a little bit about it. The Rule 210, the extension of the effective date for the Rule 210. And obviously, like you said, the bicycle parking, you've asked us a question about, and then I think those are the ones.
Let's just go and keep capturing the ideas first, and then we'll turn it over to you. Any others that commissioners would like to? I think, you know, probably the one, what I don't know. Which are the ones that really created the greatest conversation among members, and maybe it was a close call on what the final language is before us. I attempted to review everything in the packet, and I'm sure I'm missing something, but are there any that, you know, there was a lot of discussion on this, and not, you know, the staff had to make the call based on either conflicting comments or differences of opinion. I'm just curious, which ones might those be, and if you can summarize those with those, I'd likely sitting here don't know.
Absolutely, yeah. So Chair Lee, like I'd say, Commissioner Lazo's got it right about Rule 210. That had quite a bit of discussion around it. Again, the bicycle parking, we gave you options because there's lots of diversity of opinion there. So that's another area. I would say item I on that list, Rule 830. Also, I would say had quite a bit. And so if the commission would like to hear more about that one, I'd be happy to talk about that one. Some of these other ones, not so much. I mean, obviously, you know, concerns, questions, discussion about all of these, but which one do you think would you highlight?
Well, the other one that I might nominate for your list is kind of the boundaries, because I think that is maybe the place where that question about how does this relate to the housing and the Oregon Housing Needs Assessment, because that as a broad topic is one that we certainly heard a lot about. Sometimes it's so broad, it's been hard to have a conversation about it, to try to figure out where it really crystallizes into a specific. And I think it's the urban growth boundaries maybe is the one spot.
Great. So it sounds like we have at least 3 areas to spend a little bit more time. Does that sound about right?
I think that would give us 4 by my list.
Oh,
but
4.
yeah.
Okay. I wasn't keeping
Sure.
track. I was just
Yeah.
trying to recall. Great. If we're good, let's turn it over to you and you can tackle them in the order in which you prefer.
Great. Yeah, let's just go down the list. So we'll start with, oops, I just ended it. Did not mean to do that. I'm sorry. Okay. Where am I going? C. Yes, Rule 210. So Rule 210, the intent of the rule is to guide how our land use decisions work toward meeting our climate goals. And the rule as written is very broad and very has kind of a wide scope to it. And we certainly heard a lot of concern about lots of different ways that could be interpreted. And so I think we wanted to tighten the language on that, at least, to be clear about the circumstances where that would be applicable, and what kind of actions local governments needed to take. Because some of the potential interpretations, I think, local governments were quite right to be concerned, because they would be very potentially, far-reaching. So that wasn't our intent. So I think we worked this quite a bit. One of those meetings I talked about, which attracted quite a lot of interest, was the subject-specific meetings, was about this rule, and had I'd say a robust discussion with a wide variety of stakeholders at that meeting. Staff worked through a number of different kind of revisions to this rule, and at the end, talking with Matt, the director, other folks at the agency, I think we just came to the conclusion that the amount of work necessary to make this work was really going to be outside the scope of the corrections and clarifications. And at the time, we're talking, at this point, early August, maybe late July, something like that, when we're really starting looking through some of these options. And we just didn't think we had the time to really do something that made sense. So because of that, we've decided to recommend postponing the effective date to 2027. So the rule that's in your packet is not changed from what's adopted presently. We considered options like we can just delete the rule and then come back later and do something like that. But in our notice in July, we said we were amending the rule. We didn't say we were deleting the rule. So we couldn't do that. We had to amend it. And so that's how we came to this. We're basically saying we're putting this off to 2027. None of us on staff expect that local governments are going to implement this rule as written in 2027 or anytime after that. We think we're going to need to come back before that time and either delete the rule, fix the rule, do something with this rule before that end of 2027 date comes in. Because as written, there's too much uncertainty there. We're going to have to figure something out. I think we're fortunate with this rule in particular. No other rules really rely on this, so it's not like this rule has to be in place in order to do a transportation system plan update. It's not. A lot of other rules are kind of networked and interconnected in a way that this one stands more alone. So we're fortunate, I think, that we're able to take this step, take a breather on this, let some of the housing work play out. And then the next few years, we are able to take a bigger look at this piece. The other piece is that depending on how this is implemented, we're going to want maybe some more advanced tools for local governments to be able to implement this, working together with our friends at Department of Transportation. And it's critical that we kind of have those up and running so everyone's kind of on the same page about what the scope of this rule looks like. We don't necessarily have all those things in place yet. So that's not the only reason, but it's a good reason why we also like to kind of hunt on this one for a little bit. Any questions about Rule 210?
Awesome. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Bill. Because I want to go back to the sort of the intent of the rule again and make sure that we understand that. And the context for that is to make sure that we understand the opportunity cost. in delaying the implementation of it, right? As you said, I think in the CFAC rules, it stands alone because it's not connected to many other pieces, but this is actually one of those points where it is connected to the ONA and the housing rules, right? That's my understanding of this. As we are making, as land use decisions are being made in other places, for instance, housing, we want to consider what the transportation impacts might be, and particularly here, reductions in vehicle miles traveled, right? That's the intent here, to connect kind of where we put land uses relative to the kind of vehicle traffic that it would create.
That is part of it, Commissioner Lazo. I think there's also, I think it goes both ways, that to the extent that you make land use decisions that would lower vehicle miles traveled or allow people to travel less, but also while making them, you operate in doing your projections that there will be less travel. And that can be really important if somebody's applying for some kind of a change and you're trying to, so as part of the decision-making criteria, the local government is saying, well, how much travel do we expect in the future? Do we need additional facilities out there? If those assumptions are all assuming an increase in travel over time, then you're talking to that applicant saying, well, there's going to be a lot of travel out there. You're going to need to build a lot of facilities. That's going to be expensive. If you're working on a projection that says, well, in the future, there's going to be less driving, we don't need a lot of big facilities. That is less of a burden on the applicant today. So it runs both ways.
Yeah, like I said, I think the opportunity cost is the question. You know, what do we lose by delaying out essentially this particular piece in 2 years? But I think that it seems like where we are at the moment on this rule is not only is it too uncertain, it's too complicated to figure out. That's maybe based on its uncertainty. I mean, given I think what we've experienced in the consultants, I think it's in Bend where this has been where there's been that contention around how this is being calculated and implemented. I think there's just an extreme amount of there's just like two very different perspectives on this. Does that capture kind of where we are on this thing at the moment? I mean, that's how I mean that's how much it would take us to implement it immediately. I mean, it would take us a huge amount of effort.
Chair Lee, like Commissioner Lazo, I think that's part of the problem is we don't know exactly, right? And I think the rules are written very broadly, very generally. There's a lot of competing potential worst case scenario implementation scenarios. And it's possible that's absolutely the case, or it's possible that it's not nearly as draconian. And I think what we want to do is through a combination of rulemaking and tool development and guidance, provide more certainty to local governments. I just want to say, in the interim, there's still lots of other pieces to coordinated land use transportation planning that are going to be implemented through updated transportation system plans, through updated system performance measures, to help move us in the right direction. So local land use decisions, especially once local governments have adopted updated transportation system plan and have updated transportation system performance measures, they're going to be looking at those every time they do a land use amendment anyway. So just like they have been for 30 years under Rule 60 of the transportation planning rules. So it's just a matter of how you measure. What do you measure? And is it just going to be looking at congestion? Just how we've done it. And that's how we've gotten where we are now. Or are we going to look at some other measures as well, having to do with connectivity, access, climate, safety, all these other pieces. And we give local government some flexibility about that, but there will be advances in that direction, even at the not just the systemic level, the transportation system plan, but also at the kind of individual land use change level. So I feel pretty comfortable. I think this is an important piece, but it's not necessary to have in order to advance. And I really think, and this is my opinion, is that the complexity and the potential litigation, potential confusion around this rule would potentially jeopardize everything else too. So that's why we feel comfortable making this recommendation.
Yeah, and there's other places where there's interaction between particularly housing and, you know, transportation. CFAs, for instance, right, client friendly areas have that same interaction by their very nature. So, you know, this isn't the only thing that drives that marriage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions on Rule 210? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. So next on my list was Rule 350 about urban growth boundaries. And I think this is a little bit misleading because we're not actually proposing to amend Rule 350. So the purpose of the rule is to provide clarity for how to plan for the transportation system when you do urban growth boundary expansions. And I just want to be really clear, and this was part of our original discussions around this rule when it was adopted as well as presently. We're not looking to add new provisions to or hurdles for folks to jump to do an urban growth boundary expansion. It's difficult enough already. There's enough to it already. This is really about clarifying issues. There were issues in case law that weren't really that were kind of unspoken. They weren't written in the rules, but the interpretation was that you had to do these things. So we put them in there so it's clear. We hopefully help folks make these decisions. But there was a requirement in there that said local governments need to have an updated transportation system plan in order to do an urban growth boundary expansion. Actually, not necessarily a new requirement. You have to have an up-to-date transportation system plan in order to do UGB expansion. The way it was written, though, it made it, well, it was written to say you need to have one that meets the updated rules. And there's just an interim issue before folks have those updated transportation system plans. If folks in the next few years don't have that updated TSP yet, they haven't acknowledged TSP. It just doesn't meet the updated rules yet. Want to go do a UGB expansion, they may have to go do a big TSP update ahead of doing that UGB expansion. That wasn't our intent there. So this is really just a kind of a short-term issue. So we've amended Rule 12. Rule 12 talks about deadlines, timelines, things like that, to postpone that requirement for that updated TSP until they've got an updated TSP. So basically it's kind of circular, but once they've got the updated TSP, they're good, and they move forward. If they haven't got their updated TSP yet, they need to do a UGB expansion. They can rely on their existing acknowledged TSP. That's not a problem. That's what we've done here. There's no change to the rule itself.
Thank you. I think that clarity certainly helps because that's often been a topic of discussion from the very beginning and continues to this day, what those impacts may be. So thank you very much.
I think there's one other thing might clarify, Chair Lilac, on the UGB and the connection to that. Over time, the climate-friendly areas, we hope there'll be more development happens in those, and so they're at a higher density. So there may be less need to do an urban growth boundary expansion. However, for the purposes of calculating today, if a city or county wanted, or a city were to sit down today and say, let's calculate whether we need an urban growth boundary expansion, they would not be including that idea that, of course, we know that everything will happen in the climate friendly area and therefore we don't need an urban growth boundary expansion. We're not touching that law. There's a lot of law, case law, and rule about how you make those projections related to urban growth boundary amendments, not changing any of that. I wouldn't want to wade into that particular complexity. So while we certainly hope that climate friendly areas are successful and we want to build the transportation network around supporting that, it doesn't become a reason in the short term to not have an urban growth boundary expansion until we actually see the development happening and you have a track record and can use that to say, well, yeah, it does work. It is happening. I hope that clarification helps too on that question.
Okay, Commissioner Thompson.
Such a chance to get smarter, I hope. You know, there is an increasing urbanization that leads to the establishment of an urban growth boundary. Are you considering that at all, or am I taking you too far afield if I raise that issue?
I'm not quite sure I understood.
Well, so there are areas in my part of the world that are, I would say, edging toward urbanization, and it would be
something that is not yet incorporated as a city. Oh,
see, your life isn't complicated enough. I'm going to bring
okay.
Well, but that's what I think about, because I'm applying it, because here we, whether or not it's climate refugees or just increases in population or whatever, the population, the full-time residential population of the coastal area really is increasing. And there is a, that kind of lurching toward Bethlehem, that lurching toward urbanization that will lead to the, consideration of these issues at some point. And you may not want to trouble till trouble troubles you, but it just occurred to me. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson, those are good questions and interesting issues. I think I would say that they're not directly as part of this, so maybe we could take them up at another place, because I forgot to mention at the beginning of my presentation, these rules are focused on the metropolitan areas, those 8 larger cities and collections of cities, regions. So that question is a good one, not one for
But
today.
I tend to think down the road, because you have long-term purview and long-term impact. So I assume that you want to consider everything always, but that may not be true. Capacity issues, right?
Today I'm very short-term oriented. What would it take to have an adoption decision one way or another? One other piece that I might just hit with the urban growth boundary, one of the concerns that we've heard would relate to the transportation improvements or the transportation projects that would be built when an area is brought in. And so clearly there needs to be some transportation facilities, transportation network extended out there. Concern we've heard that if that transportation network involves large projects, this triggers into the rule 830 that I think we're going to talk about in a moment. And so the concern is, well, that it could end up being a hurdle to an urban growth boundary expansion. I think in most cases we'll work the way through it. It does not the way it works through there. But the other point I would make, a broader point, as I was mentioning earlier, it depends a little bit how you're projecting out into the future. If you are looking and expecting lots of driving in the future, then you would say, well, as an urban growth boundary, we need lots of transport. We need wide roads. We need lots of lanes to serve this area. That's very expensive to whoever's going to build out there. And I think we've seen examples of places brought into urban growth boundaries and not developed because it is very expensive to provide that. And so if we take it as our assumption that that is needed and that it's a necessary condition and that we cannot allow the development until we build large transportation projects, we end up stymieing development. What we're trying to do through these rules here is to shift that around so that we say we don't need to build large, expensive transportation projects to serve that housing, because we find ways to serve it with many modes. We find ways that those trips can be shorter, that people even on the edge can have things that are closer. So I think our goal over is to avoid the big expensive projects. So though the expensive project is really the biggest hurdle to the housing, it's not really the rules.
We're going to continue to the next.
Certainly. So thank you, Chair Lilac. The next one we're going to talk about is bicycle parking. So that's Rule 630. The point of the rule is to set some requirements for local development regulations for bicycle parking. So the rule says cities and counties, you need to provide for bicycle parking in these ways. The rule, there's a lot of changes to it. A lot of it's just rearranging and kind of clarifying the rule, because it was a little bit confusing and things were a little bit mixed up in terms of how much parking versus the kinds of parking requirement, kind of the numbers versus where you need to have requirement. And we just wanted to clarify that and make that clearer. So we've done that. There was a requirement in there before, and that talked about you have to have a certain amount of required bicycle parking if you have required automobile parking. If you remember, most places aren't going to have required automobile parking anymore because of the various choices that local governments have to make. But cities, there's a whole 7, 8 cities that have already chosen to just not have mandated automobile parking anymore. But for those uses in those locations, in those jurisdictions that still have that, we had in the rule, say this many motor vehicle parking spaces required, this many bicycle parking spaces required. It was attached to the requirement for motor vehicle, not the number of spaces built, but the requirement. There was a formula in there. It confused people. We came up with a simpler formula, had some more discussions about it, and just decided, let's just get rid of this thing altogether. So it went through, it had it grew up and it had its life, and it's over now. So that we got rid of that. I think this rule, where it came down to the biggest discussion item was around multi-unit residential and mixed uses, and what kind of bicycle parking we want to require there. So we do have some options for the commission here. So I just want to, talk about the kind of, before I get into the options, kind of why there was discussion around this. And you heard a lot about this at your July meeting as well. We have folks who are coming from the housing provision side of things, which is absolutely critically important. No one disagrees with that, and saying this is a cost to provide this parking in certain situations. And in some cases, it's not very well used. We have these big indoor rooms that only a handful of bicycles. It doesn't make sense to have this requirement anymore. And I'm just be real clear that the requirement that we were suggesting at times, one bicycle parking space per unit. The other side of the conversation is, we know that cycling is one of the key things that we're going to need to increase in order to meet our goals. More people are going to have to walk, cycle, and take transit, particularly shorter trips, rather than hop in the car. So we have to do lots of different things to make that happen. A lot of that has to do with the transportation system itself, right? Make sure that we have safe bicycle facilities for folks to use. That's critical importance. But also, people need to be able to store their bicycle at their home so that they can feel comfortable and safe storing that. So we heard lots of different opinions on this one, and we wanted to kick it over to you. So we have three options. One, option A, is kind of the most straightforward, kind of largest requirement, which would be a 1 space per unit requirement. That's kind of how we started off this discussion. Option B, and that's just the recommendation of staff, is that it's 1 space per unit. We've provided some flexibility in 2 different ways. Local governments can provide for reductions kind of on a case-by-case basis, if it makes sense to do that, if they choose to do that through their process, or they may provide for certain exemptions in certain circumstances. So it may be that it's a long-term care type of facility where maybe there aren't folks who are riding their bicycles as often. They may want to have a lower or no requirement in those circumstances. And so we've left that pretty flexible for local governments. We think local governments will come to a variety of answers to that. I'll say, we looked at a lot of existing codes that are on the books now. There's a lot of them that say 1 space per unit. There's a lot of them that are less than that, 1/2 in the kind of a range of that. Some of them are even more than that. Some of them talk about indoor versus outdoor. There's just there's a wide variety out there, and I think that will continue to be the case. We're talking about just like the floor here. And then option C is, we did want to provide the commission an option if you thought 1 space was too much, that there would be a 1/2 space per unit option. Any questions about bicycle parking?
Commissioner Lazo. Oh, Commissioner Sandoval.
This is a little bit out there, and I don't think we discussed this during the rules, but one of the things I've noticed in Eugene is the unhoused population. I mean, they're really reliable. They're really dependent on their bikes, a big portion of it. I don't know, just trying to get your thoughts on that. I don't know.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Lee, Commissioner Sandoval. It's interesting. You look at who actually rides bicycles, and I'm not going to sit here and know. Let's say I know all the answers or know all the statistics, but I've seen graphs that kind of, people at the lower income often are riding their bicycles, and then there's people, then you get more of the Lycra folks, on the higher end of the spectrum, who are riding their bicycles, and it's a lots of different classes of folks out there who are using those facilities and are using bicycles. We want to make it possible for a wider variety of folks to be comfortable to be able to use their bicycle to get around their communities, to meet their daily needs. That's what we're trying to get at. And so as many people as possible, regardless of their housing situation,
parking. And I think in my experience where I see the places that are on developers of grocery stores or any kind of offices to have some bicycle parking. The details are to be worked out by that local government. So I hope that provides enough for them to. Anything further about that?
Great, thank you very much. And welcome back, Commissioner Boyer. I know you've been here for a bit and you have your hand up. Let me turn it over to you.
Thank you. I don't know, the audio was really weird, so I didn't get to hear some of the other questions. We're still on bike parking, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I remember, I think one of our last meetings, I was shocked to hear the price, the cost it was to provide bike parking. So I like that there's some options, but in option B, which is the department's recommendation, it talks about reduction or exemptions, but I don't see in there where they could actually higher the ratio. Is that the flexibility part?
Chair Lee, Commissioner Boyer, I believe I'll pull up the language here. But I believe that it's written as a minimum. So, our rules are for the local government to set their regulations. And if a local government wanted to set a higher number, I don't believe our rules would stand in the way of doing that. Okay. This is a floor. And just to your first point about the cost, we try to make sure that we are clearer about the standards for this parking that I think we kept covered, but we never meant it to be indoors. And in some circumstances on some sites, it makes sense for it to be indoors because they're more urban sites. And that is more expensive. Absolutely. And that may be where local governments take advantage of their options for reductions and say in certain districts where they have a more urban form where it might be more expensive to develop those kind of parking situations, they might have a lower ratio, something like that. That's up to local governments to do that.
And I might also, talking about flexibility for local governments, our rules are intentionally very silent on the question about parking spaces provided within the residential unit. Some of the commissioners, we went on a tour of buildings in downtown Salem. I can't remember whichever meeting it was. And in that apartment building, there was a hook right on the wall, immediately inside the door, a place to hang your bike inside that apartment. And I think many cities say that is a good strategy, and the cities count that towards meeting your obligation. We are silent on the question. So if a city wants to count that, they can. Some cities say, well, they still want to have some parking spaces that are available, on the first floor or outside the building. And so the city can put whatever details about that they'd like to. Flexibility for local governments. Have I mentioned that before?
Commissioner Boyer, follow up. If you have a follow-up question?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I have changed my thinking around bicycle parking a lot since we started these rules, because we've had lots of really good discussion, and there's been a lot of, expanded perspectives on parking requirements in general. And I have started to look at bicycle parking requirements much like I did vehicle parking requirements. It's just something that maybe we shouldn't be requiring across the board. Maybe we should be more flexible in that area. So I do like, your proposed recommendation in that we're going to provide more flexibility for them to decide, who has to have it and how much, or depend, make their own rules depend on what qualifies as bicycle parking. So I just want to say that I really support your recommendation.
Thank you. And my question was, how high is the bar for local government to get the flexibility for reductions or the exemptions? What does that bar look like? And it's probably outlined in the rule, and I'm not remembering it right now. So thank you, Bill.
Yeah, Chair Lee, let me open it up just so I know I'm looking at the right thing. I used to be at the planning counter. I'd always open up the code just to make sure, even though I knew that what the code was. So this is on page 35. If folks want to, near the bottom of the page in option B. Again, just to go back to Commissioner Boyer's point, it does say cities and counties shall require a minimum of one covered bicycle parking space per unit. So again, that's a minimum, not, they can require more. That's up to them if they'd like to do that. And then they may allow for reductions or exemptions to the minimum parking requirement based on development specific considerations, and exempt or reduce the minimum parking requirement for certain types of residential uses that are likely to have less future demand for bicycle parking. So those are kind of two different ways, and they're very broadly written. I think local governments could make findings that things we haven't even thought about that might make sense for them to have a lower than one bicycle space per unit in certain circumstances.
And I would note that A is probably what you might describe as a variance type, where it's somebody coming in for a specific application saying, hey, look, for this one, this is what I think I need. Whereas B is something that would probably be put broadly into the code, so that that anybody who applies for that type of development automatically gets that different ratio. We wanted to be open to both of those, but we didn't really want to necessarily use the word variance. Different cities have different ways of doing it. So that's why we use that phrase, specific development, specific considerations. It could be a conditional use permit.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Sandoval.
I'll follow up on that point. Now, I would think developers would know their markets. For example, these new buildings they're building by the university, and they have a lot of parking in them because students are the ones that are going to be living there. And so, yeah, I'm just thinking, why dictate the amount of bicycle parking if you think the developers kind of know the population that they're catering to?
I think about the same thing. I just think about the old mill district in the heart of Bend, which is likely going to be either in or adjacent to a climate friendly area. There's no requirement. They just keep putting in more bicycle parking because more people keep riding to events. I mean, I almost wonder, is there an option D where it's 1/2 space per unit with local flexibility for reductions or exemptions? Or is that too low? I'm just combining.
Chair, I was going to suggest the same thing. I mean, it meets the objective of, it offers even more flexibility, right? I think sometimes we get to one because it's a round number, but the 1/2 space per unit offers more flexibility. It also meets the objective. One of the reasons this came to us was the affordable housing developer community who said, it's a cost burden on us in affordable housing to meet these bicycle parking requirements that exist now. And so I think it provides more flexibility just to have option C1 or D. That's 1/2 minimum, because again, it is a minimum, right? And so you technically could say there is no requirement as a minimum. That I think doesn't meet the objective of us wanting to incentivize folks to bring bicycle as a mode into the mix. But I would support 1/2 with the flexibility for reductions and exemptions as you all have laid them out.
Chair Lilac, members of the commission, they're your rules that you're making the choice to adopt. If you would like to do that, it's absolutely your prerogative.
Great. Well, thank you. I look to you for your professionalism and your expertise. If that's going to be a threshold that just doesn't meet, some standard or something I'm not thinking about. So anyway, something for us to consider. Thank you. Any more comments on this rule? Because there's one more to cover, if I recall correctly. They were right. Okay. Let's just given the time, let's turn to the next one, because I think we still want to talk about what is on a future list and the connection to ONA. And then we still also have the public comment opportunity at the end of our meetings with our hard stop coming at 5 o'clock. So I'll turn it back over to you.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Lilac. So we'll talk real quick about Rule 830. The rule requires certain street and highway projects to be reviewed when you're doing an updated plan. So this only applies to certain street and highway projects, not every local street, not even every collector or arterial street, just certain larger widening or new projects, need to go through an additional level of review before they can go in the plan. So, one thing we did as part of the temporary amendment is we clarified, a threshold for reviewing projects that were currently in a adopted or acknowledged TSP, right? Right now, folks have a variety of projects in their transportation system plans, including a number of these projects that might meet need to be reviewed in order to be in an updated TSP. It comes time to do that updated TSP. Some of these projects are in various stages of completion, or some of them are still just lines on a plan, right? And those will still need to be reviewed. Some of them might have bulldozers out on the ground already, pushing dirt around. We want to make sure that we're very clear about which projects were far enough along that that project was authorized under your existing acknowledged plan, and that's fine. And you continue to do that. But if you want to keep it in your plan to move forward in the future, you're going to need to go through this review process. So that's we did that as part of the temporary amendment, and we went through a lot of discussion around this. We've refined those thresholds from the temporary amendments. They're still pretty similar to what you saw then, so that's what we've ended up with. Like I said, the rule only applies to certain larger projects in the first place. Then you're only talking about ones that, this part of the rule that we changed only has to do with those projects that meet that whether or not you even have to be reviewed under this rule are underway under your existing knowledge plan, and then where exactly do they fall. So there's a pretty narrow scope, set of projects that would potentially be impacted one way or the other on this. I just want to be real clear, because there was a lot of discussion about having to go through for projects that met this threshold. We're not far enough along. We're large enough that need to be reviewed. A lot of local governments giving us feedback about that this would add some difficulty. And frankly, that is kind of the point. To be real blunt about it, we're giving some options to local governments. They can choose, and part of the reason this rule is for local governments to really step back and say, do we need to include these in our plans or not? Are there other ways that we can meet the needs of our community without having to have these large projects? Because they're very expensive. They're expensive to build, they're expensive to maintain. And there's a lot of reasons why we need to be very thoughtful about moving forward with these projects. So folks have choices. They cannot move forward these projects, right? They can choose not to do the projects. They can choose to make changes to the projects so they don't require review anymore, right? They can shrink them down a little bit, and then no longer requires review. Then it's in their plan, no problem. Third option is they can review the project as provided in the rule. There is a review process in the rule. It would have been much easier to write a rule that said, don't do these projects. That would be really easy to write. But no, we decided there's reasons why in limited circumstances why it's necessary to build these types of things. So there's a review process in the rule. I had a meeting yesterday with folks from ODOT about some of the details about some of the guidance we're going to provide to local governments about how does this process go to do that review process. So we're still working through that kind of details. No one's had to do one of these yet. We're going to start hitting some of those questions in the next few years. So we're still working through the details of that, but it's not going to be an impossible process. A lot of folks are going to do this as part of their transportation system plan update. So, yeah, I think that's it.
The one thing I might add is that talking about may decide that you don't need this project, you don't want to. And again, that comes down to making some different projections in the future about how much driving is going on in the future. And if your projections are for constant increasing in projection, these projects look like they are needed. And I just always think that word needed is not really an adjective that describes the project. You could describe a project as being, it's a steep slope, or it's a flat slope, it's curved, it's straight. Needed is actually a value judgment. It's a policy judgment. It's a decision being made by local leaders. And so it's a decision they can make to say it's needed, or they can make a different decision to say there's other ways to have the transportation network work, to have less driving.
Any follow-up questions from commissioners? And I don't see
Commissioner Boyer online, so I assume you'll let me know if she has a hand raised. Any follow-up questions from commissioners on this matter? On this item? I'm not seeing any, and Commissioner Boyer does not have her hand up. So my suggestion is, thank you very much. Comprehensive. We have covered a lot of material and great discussion. I know we still want to talk about some of the future project lists that are coming up. We want to talk about the connection to ONA as well. But my suggestion is let's complete the rule package first with a motion and adoption, and then let's have those discussions, and then we'll kind of play it with how much time we have for that conversation with the public comments we have, if that's acceptable to commissioners. Great. Thank you very much. So commissioners, I'll turn it over to you for any final remarks and a motion when you're prepared to do so. Right. I assume, well, yeah, okay. Instead of using option B, maybe we just state it. B, unless commissioners are interested in a new option D, which we didn't have before us, do we just want to just read it? One half space with flexibility provided, whatever that, yeah, something like that. Does that work for you? Okay. So Commissioner Sandoval.
Do we have a slide with those options? Yeah, I moved that the Land Conservation and Development Commission amend rules in Oregon Administrative Rules, Chapter 660, Division 12, as recommended in Attachment A of the staff report, using option B. It was going to be, we could, if you prefer, you could just say, you could just read the language with 1/2 space per unit with local flexibility for reductions or exemptions. Okay. One space per unit with local, one half, sorry, space per unit. With local flexibility for reductions or exceptions. In rules 630, section 3.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. Any further discussion by the commissioners?
I'll just say one thing. I really appreciate the work that you all have done. I know that there, in the rulemaking, there are lots of perspectives that came in. I think there are folks that are concerned about the extensions of some of the dates. And I'm also a little concerned, and I just concerned about kicking the need for us to address these climate issues further down the road. But it also recognizes the reality again that there's work to be done on what needs to be done here. So, but just wanted to note that, yeah, it's a tough balance for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, this is the last time I'll see this, so. So I just wanted to say that in the last 4 years, and I mean, I think this is one of the key impacts that we're gonna have as an agency, and I'm very happy to have been a part of it, and I see how much work it took from the staff to come up with these rules, and it's really amazing work. And so just wanted to thank the staff for that, and also the leadership of the agency and my fellow commissioners, because it was a heavy lift, and we had a lot of pressure from different lobbyists and so forth. So
thank you very much. Any further comments from commissioners? Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I want to thank you for your continued devotion to these rules, because we know that this implementation timeline is going to continue for years to come. And so just a real wholehearted thank you. And also a huge thank you to people like Matt Brinkley, who have been involved from the very beginning and, really worked to try to make these rules work as best as possible for their local jurisdictions, even though they may not fit perfectly. I think that because of people like you who were able to show up and continue to testify and help us work towards it, we were able to come up with a better package that better suits your needs. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any final comments? Seeing none, Jan, please call the roll.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Lazo,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson.
Aye.
For the record, Chair Harlova has an excused absence. Chair Lilac.
Thank you very much. The package of amendments passed unanimously with a slight modification. Thank you so much for your extraordinary work. And thank you so much to all the communities that are working toward implementation right now. So we really appreciate it. So we have, it's 4:37. I'm just trying to be mindful of the time, maybe a little less than 10 minutes to quickly give us a snapshot of maybe what you mentioned. There's a list going forward, and then we want to just have at least a few comments about the connection to the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. I think, yeah, Director Bateman, please. No, that's okay. We'll start with the other connection.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a few comments here as we move into the next phase, the post amendments phase. I just have been in several venues recently. I think several of you were with me last week at the Oregon APA conference, and continue to note for anyone who will listen how proud I am that this commission continues to invite us to come back with when adjustments are needed. And I think that's part of the success and part of how we'll get where we're going. When you adopt rules, you're not done. You invite folks to let you know how it's going and how implementation is working and whether there are barriers or confusion or clarifications that we need to address. So I'm really proud of that. And we were mentioning earlier in the discussion the connection, of course, to Oregon's housing crisis. DLCD understands definitely that the CFEC program will substantially shift how communities grow and develop. It's going to look different in the future than it does now or it did in the past. And that's intentional. These shifts are necessary to address our triple urgency, our triple crisis in climate, housing, and equity. So along with the commission, the department as well has always acknowledged the need to listen to carefully, particularly to our local partners and how implementation is going, and to hear their concerns about their implementation challenges. I know some stakeholders are concerned about potential conflicts between these rules and the housing begin their development. And we're going to need success in both areas in order to meet our climate crisis and the governor's housing production goals. As I noted in our July meeting, not all of you were here then, but I just wanted to review. I was very excited and I remain excited about the fact that we're in a window of opportunity in both of these areas. To really have some good feedback loops and to make some forward progress. And I put at your places this morning, this Housing Choices book, which I know many of you are very familiar with, our guidebook that the TGM team put together and helped to fund. But there are some really awesome examples in here about how possible it is to do both, to have some compact development and what housing could and does already look like in Oregon. There are photos in here. These aren't renditions of, some of them are drawings of what future might look like, but a lot of them are photos. These exist today. They're really great examples. They're local and it can be done. So we just wanted to put that little bit of optimism there in front of you to say, this is exactly the type of thing we're looking at and that we're hoping to see more of in the future. But I know the challenges remain. And with this in mind, this is the newsflash. This is new. I've directed our policy office, led by Palmer Mason and with Alexis Hammer as well, to host a series of meetings with local governments and stakeholders. And the purpose of these meetings is to create a forum that's solely focused on this nexus, the CFEC ONAT housing nexus that folks are concerned about. Because we want to better understand concerns and whether there are any CFEC requirements that are actually creating real barriers to housing productions. If there are, we want to know about it and we want to address it. I want my staff, both the policy staff and the technical staff, to listen carefully as part of these meetings and to dig into the details. And I expect that our staff will fully consider whether follow-up actions are warranted, whether the actions require rulemaking, guidance, budget requests, or other resources and investments. And as always, DLCD will continue to keep the commission fully informed of these discussions and any follow-up actions that relate. So I just wanted to let you know we continue to work on this.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to take another few moments to see if commissioners have follow-up questions or comments for Director Bateman or for the department based on your comments.
I've seen some pushback from like housing developers around the state related to the rule.
I think Commissioner Sandoval, maybe more questions than anything, just, I've I've told a number of folks, you have to be pretty comfortable in this space, not knowing exactly, what it's going to look like. There's going to be some experimentation. There's going to need to be a lot of communication back and forth. And I think folks are just wondering, how is this all going to work out? And so it mostly comes to us in the form of questions. But like I say, these are really good times. The fact that we are all positioned in a place to make a real difference is very exciting to me.
Commissioner Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Bayman. I think that the direction you've given to staff around connecting with our local partners is outstanding. The one thing I'd offer is, whenever we're doing that kind of planning, we very often, you've probably heard, move in the direction of the questions that were asked, right? And so I think we want to be careful about what we're framing those conversations about, right? And that we are framing them about the possibility that this presents. Right, I've been in a lot of particularly the ONA side meetings, and there's a lot of fear out there. And I think that's been true about CFAC too. And I think if we can elevate the conversation to what's possible when we work together, the most benefit, what I would say. Otherwise, we kind of get sidetracked into a lot of what ifs and what happens, and so. Which is hard to do in the work that you all do. Thanks.
Additional questions or comments? Commissioner Boyer, I see you're online. No, okay, thank you. It's 4:43. I wonder, my question is, I think we're all interested in kind of knowing what the next steps are. Given our limited time, I wonder if we could talk about that during the policy option package tomorrow, because I see that CFAC is on the policy, not the policy option package, the policy agenda. I want to be cognizant of time, and we have at least one public comment. And again, I would really want to honor the city's our hard stop at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
What do you think? What is your preference? Would you like to give us a 3-minute snapshot of what's next, or do you want to talk about it more tomorrow? I don't have a sense of how long that discussion might last.
I think tomorrow is probably the best option.
Let's do that then. Let's continue the discussion tomorrow about what the next steps. Very interested in knowing what else you heard in your engagement with local governments and stakeholders and a lot of organizations over the last couple of months to know what's next. And I'm really glad to see it's on the policy agenda. So we'll continue that conversation tomorrow. We have, we're going back to back to item number 3, public comment. And Jan, I will turn it over to you if our person who signed up is willing.
Bob Courtwright is with us, representing 350 Salem. Bob, can you hear us?
And as he's coming online, let's give him 3 minutes. And Commissioner Warren, thank you for recognizing our City of Medford Planning Director, Community Development Director, Matt Brinkley has joined us. It's great to have you here. And when we can conclude this comment, if you'd like to make any comments, we'd certainly welcome you to the table as well. So no pressure if you wish to, just know the opportunity's there, but in just a few moments.
He was with us. When I promoted him, he dropped off. So maybe some Zoom issues. I'm just oh. Bob, are you with us? If you're, oh, there you are.
Yeah, we can see you speaking, but we can't hear you. It looks like you're muted.
Okay, how about now?
Perfect. Great. Welcome. Nice to have you here.
My apologies. Chair Lilac, Commissioners, I'm Bob Courtwright from representing 350 Salem. First, let me thank you for your endurance in dealing with a long agenda, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. Over the next, you have written comments from us, so if you have had a chance to look at those or want to look at them later, that's fine. Over the next 2 to 3 months, the department will be reviewing and commenting on climate-friendly area studies from various cities. In addition to doing these individual city-by-city, study-by-study reviews, we urge you to direct the department to evaluate and report back to you on whether or not these studies overall or collectively are putting communities on track to meet the rule's objective of getting 30% of all housing in CFAs by 2050. The report should also identify and recommend actions that DLCD and other state agencies can take to help get cities on track to meeting the 30% goal. We're making this recommendation because for the last year, climate advocates have been expressing concern that CFA studies using the prescriptive option would dramatically overestimate the capacity of CFAs. And as a result, cities would propose too few CFAs with too little real capacity for new housing to meet the 30% goal. Our review of DLCD-funded CFA studies that we obtained through a public records request confirms our concerns. Cities are using the prescriptive method and producing basically fantastic and unachievable estimates of housing capacity in CFAs. I've mentioned Salem before, I'll mention them again. The city's 3 proposed CFAs have capacity for 30,000 housing units. That's 10 times as many as the city currently expects under its adopted plans. And their study includes no assessment of whether or not those are achievable or realistic. We believe that Salem's study is representative of what you're going to see in other cities and indicative of the need for designation of more CFAs if we're going to meet the 30% target. So again, our recommendation to you today is to ask the department to evaluate and report back on whether or not these CFA studies are really putting us on track to meet the 30% goal. Do they position communities to get 30% of all housing in CFAs? Are they realistic and achievable based on what we know about local plans and markets? What can the state do to help cities get more housing in CFAs? And just to be clear, it isn't simply a question of whether or not the cities are following the letter of the rules. The issue is whether or not the plans and the rules themselves are achieving the objective, that is getting 30% of all housing in climate-friendly areas. I'm glad to hear that you're going to have an opportunity to discuss that in more detail tomorrow as you talk about implementation and the director's suggestion about integrating CFEC and ONA. I'm very excited for that opportunity. And thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Bob. We always appreciate your comments. Thank you. And if I may, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you would like to, oh, that's so great. Welcome. I'm so glad that you want to. Welcome, and we're so glad you're here.
Well, thank you, Chair Lilac, and welcome to all of you. Thank you for coming to Southern Oregon and Medford. It's raining outside, which you missed the really good weather just this past weekend, unfortunately, but it's going to clear up tomorrow. But it'll clear up tomorrow, right? Just in time for your bus tour. So you're going to get to see communities that were impacted by the Alameda fire. It's something that we're still recovering from, obviously, but I hope that you're going to hear stories of a vigorous recovery in Phoenix and Talent, and get to see some of the great things that are happening in those communities, as well as unincorporated Jackson County, where we lost so much housing, most of it affordable housing that provided housing to lower and moderate income households here. So I hope you're able to see that progress and enjoy your time here in Southern Oregon. And I do want to commend DLCD staff on the process, the rulemaking process for CFEC that took place. You know, looking mostly at little technical changes and things like that, but addressing some of those larger issues like Section 210, I think was very important and something that I certainly support and welcome. So again, thank you for being here. I hope the facilities are accommodating your needs, and let us know if there's anything you need.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your being here and showing up and providing some comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this concludes, any further comments before we wrap up the day? Seeing none, this concludes our last agenda item for today. I really want to thank the city of Medford, the Medford Police Department for using this extraordinary room. This is just a great space for all of us. Commissioners and guests, please note that we must vacate the room here in just a few moments for a local meeting. We will recess our meeting from now until 7:30 a.m. tomorrow, November 3rd, where we will begin with agenda item 11, an executive session, which is closed to the public. Agenda item 12, a tour of the Alameda Fire Damage and Recovery, will follow with a noontime roundtable lunch. Tomorrow's business meeting will commence at 1 p.m. With Commissioner, and I will gladly say Chair Holova, back as our chair. So thank you, everyone. Have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow.